कैसे कैसे हो द लूज गलत जगह पे है द लूज वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग। एक सेकंड रुको, एक और टैब खोलने दो, एक और टैब खोलने दो भाई, रुक जाओ। बराबर। हेलो, व्हाट इज द चैट? गुड मॉर्निंग। लगता है पिंकी मार रही है भाई, लात मार के उठाया मेरे को। गुड मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग गुड मॉर्निंग। G eliminated, yes sir. Had sleep, yes I slept for good 2.5 hours. अंकुश मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा रे बाबा। ले ले WWG होगा कि आज रात को? वो आज रात को पता चलेगा, मुझे आइडिया नहीं है। मोस्टली तो नहीं होगा क्योंकि मेरे को किसने कुछ बताया नहीं है अभी तक। कल क्यों नहीं स्ट्रीम किया? कल रात को वॉच पार्टी कह रहे, कल मैं पूरा दिन सोने पाया था, आज भी सेम हालत। व्हाट इज अप निखिल, व्हाट इज अप? क्या आज टेक पॉज होंगे ईएमए की तरह? भाई इसलिए चालू नहीं हुआ है क्या? इसलिए अभी तक चालू नहीं है टेक पॉज की वजह से? नहीं ना, मैं अभी जस्ट 15 मिनट पहले उठा। अभी ये स्ट्रीम के बाद भी काम है भाई है।
नहीं नहाना है, पानी गंदा है।
सत्य तो ठीक हो जाएगा।
नहीं होने वाला।
मेरे को ग्रुप में आ गया है, 10-15 मिनट में होएगा।
ठीक।
हाँ
पहले बाल्टी भर के देखना, फिर शावर करना।
ठीक है दोस्त। दोस्त ओए दोस्त, ओए दोस्त, क्यूट लग रही है दोस्त तू।
हाँ भिड़ो, थैंक यू।
बिडू यू लुकिंग क्यूट।
थैंक यू भिड़ो।
मेरे आंखें एकदम फ्रेश लग रही है कि नहीं बिडू?
एकदम।
थैंक यू बिडू, लव यू। जी के मैचेस होंगे इससे और हाँ नेक्स्ट मंथ या नेक्स्ट टू नेक्स्ट मंथ।
For this team, they've had their ups and downs and adjusting, but with the victory
यार
over
बंद
Team
भाई
One
सब
last week,
बढ़िया।
we're about to see talent at their full potential and full power.
Yeah, for this team, it's all about finding consistency. They made it through in second place
क्या
out of
लगता
their
है
group,
टेक्सचर
but
है
it was
प्रीमियम?
win, loss, and you can't afford for that pattern to continue. We just hear how confident
क्या
Frost
लगता है?
sounds, so let's hope that's bled down into these players, and they can look to really string some wins
टेक्सचर है
together
प्रीमियम
now
आज?
they're in playoffs.
Hopefully so, because they're up against Gen G. The Tiger Nation are back on stage, and this time it's playoffs time. Are we going to see a much stronger Gen G from here on out? They've missed out on Masters
Morning
Bangkok,
चाय
and you
लेके
know
आती
the
हूँ,
Masters
ठीक है।
Shanghai winners are not going to give that spot at Toronto away thus that easily.
I think Gen G have really started to play themselves into form. They've looked better and better as they made their way through the group stage. And I think that if you looked at their playoff bracket run, they only have to make their way through Talon. Then they've got to play against a Boom who has not got much playoff experience inside of Pacific. I think they would be feeling reasonably confident that they can make it to the international event this time that they missed out on in kickoff.
That's the thing. This is playoffs, right?
minimum
and you see
240
entirely different,
Divyansh.
phases come out from all of these players. You can see so many teams transform into something else entirely now that they know that that window of opportunity for Masters Toronto is just getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, the pressure cannot be any higher than this. It's not like the group stage where you get lots of chances to
बाप
recover
रे,
yourself.
Gen G में
Here,
कितने लोग हैं?
from this upper bracket, 2 losses and you're eliminated. But
भाई
the
15
stakes,
जन
if you
ग्रुप
win are
लग
so
गए,
high,
टैलेंट के लग
winning
गए।
this game today gets you 1 win
15
away
जन
from
ग्रुप
Toronto,
कर रहे हैं,
which is
लग गए
of
बे।
course where all of these teams want to get to.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks in this veto as well. Haven, for the most part, we know what we're going to get, especially from Gen G. Over on the side of Talon, they've been swapping up their comp a little bit. Over on Icebox and even Pearl, there's quite a few question marks in this veto. Gen G have not played Icebox yet, and Pearl hasn't been a heavily repped map for either one of these teams.
Yeah, big question marks all around. Even with our predictions, we're actually, you know, quite split. And I think for all of our audience as well, we can expect that every single map we're going to see right now, every single round we're going to see right now, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, such a 50-50 prediction. Myself and Pilsky, of course, massively disagree.
Talon
I think
circle
Talon are finally
casual है
finding their form. I think they're finding their feet and they can make it happen. But what are your thoughts on Gen G?
I think Talon are far too inconsistent for me. You have rookies that can be very up and down. You know, Thai can carry the game against T1, but also completely go missing against Zeta. I think that's going to be very difficult for them to make a playoffs run here. I think Gen G, like I said, have looked better and better as they made their way through playoffs. I think they've landed on the best iteration of their roster. Ash continues to look better and better all the time. Foxy9, after coming back into the roster, has been one of the better players in the team. And it's still the championship core that we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could definitely see this game going either way. I think both these teams have massive potential to make it to Masters Toronto, so they're really looking to convert this win today. Now we have the agent picks come in. We are seeing Gen G do what we know they do.
Yeah, for sure. I think Munchkin is the player to keep your eye on here. In all of the recent Haven games, he's been one of the better performers for Gen G, and the Viper is the defining agent of this Haven match.
Yeah, apne paas bhi hai ye.
On Talon, sticking with that deadlock, but it's all about how can you counter that Viper. When Gen G get across the defense, Munchkin rotates so fast to try and stop that execute. So if you can get the deadlock wall in the way of his fast rotate, I think that's how they're going to try and counter this. And of course, when Gen G are attacking, they love to burst with the bubble, with the molly into the to stop that flood. So deadlock needs to stop them before they can get in.
Yeah, I think that Yoru could actually be pretty important playing around the Viper wall and things like that, playing the off angle to disrupt some of Gen G's slower defaults.
Well, there are a lot of exciting matchups here. You have Premier and Texture, and you also have Munchkin and Cruz going head-to-head here. It's going to be exciting one to kick off playoffs, so let's get into Haven. Let's toss it over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
It's that time of year, of stage, of whatever you want to say.
Again,
it is the playoffs, baby. Achilles and Paperthin coming at you as we jump into day one. Gen G versus Talon. Both of these teams looking to claw their way back to former glory that we were witnessing from them last season. Talon able to qualify over to Gems. Gen G, of course, on their complete tears throughout the year, going to every single event. They're looking to get back to Toronto on the horizon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And today's matches are mega important for every team here because if you win, then you only need one more win to make it to Toronto. If you lose here today, then you have to win 3 times in a row. So it is way harder if you go down into that losers bracket and you got to play, you know, Paper X Nongshim are the other 2 teams that are going to be awaiting the losers of today. So it doesn't get any easier throughout this bracket.
सुनो, वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड है मेरा, वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड कि मैंने न्यूंगशिम का गेम देखा ही नहीं है. वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड भाई, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? कैसे हो सकता है? कभी है? मई 3 को है, मई 3 को. मई 3 को मैं किधर जा रहा हूँ?
Interesting, you know, how Gen G is going to dissect
आज
some of that double
आज नहीं है क्या?
util that's going to be popping up across the map. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle against Deadlock in Pacific. That's a pretty high win rate with between Nongshim and Talon running this agent every once in a while, but it is so frustrating to get through. You can see there's a sonic sensor on beat, kind of the typical place where you'd see like a nano or an alarm bot. And they're just going to burst right through.
TP in, Plant getting ready to come in, Kahlua lingering within the smoke, looking for a timing, goes on the push, is able to find Charon, takes a bit of damage in exchange, but at the same time, able to find Jit Boys over here on the A site. Lobbing in the nano, zoned away for the moment here by the salvos. Talon are they're in somewhat control, but now Snakebite going to be thrown down, taking a bit of damage. HP bars continue to get whittled away at a texture, swoops around the back, but it's been noted very intelligently there. Kahlua turns around, is able to find it now, which is going to be a spray battle. The smoke gets ready to fall, the wall still there in the way of the defuse, being stuck. He's not open yet, and there's the kill.
W round, baby!
Gen G are able to pick up the pistol with 2 players surviving.
Yeah, you can see that Gen G already has some ideas on how to deal with that deadlock util. Got the barrier mesh coming up at the entrance to a lane.
That's a W round.
And GENG's just going to plant their feet, throw a molly at the ground, and then spam through, send texture to the other side. Even though that gets noted,
भाई मस्त
still
घुसा
opens up
लेकिन
an opportunity for them to set up a firing
जो
squad.
हारा वो बार जो हारा वो बार
You know, there's going to be a gun down because Talon has to go for the defuse.
अरे
Use that advantage and get loud off the rip.
कैजुअल कॉम्स
gonna be
सुनाई दिया है कैजुअल कॉम
a rifle for texture. Munchkin with that Marshall goes for an opening shot, but is backed off by the Tejo salvos. Fox 9
जीतेगा
with just a
टैलेंट
ghost.
बट
The low buy there.
दिल जेंजी के साथ है नहीं रे
Gonna
कहाँ
open
से
through
टैलेंट
to a clear C site.
टेक्सचर को
Their
जानता
way
नहीं
in,
है क्या
going
रे
to check,
तू
but yeah,
Huh?
looks like right now GENG getting the right read here on where potentially Talon might be
भाई
set up.
लेकिन बात करने में बड़ा मजा आया
Just
था
how
भाई
much
उसके
does
साथ
Talon want to commit, and how much does GENG want to push?
भाई
Off the
उसका
back
बैग
of,
में ना टेक्सचर के
you know,
बैग
not
में
wanting
कम
to
से
give up
कम
those
1
deaths to
लाख
the spike.
किचन्स है
We'll have to see for
Close.
now, though. Munchkin getting a shot across. Cruz and Kahlua both.
लोअर ब्रैकेट है ये लोअर ब्रैकेट है जो हारा वो बाहर
It looks like Talon widely content to just try to chill out.
attempted a combo there with the grab net and the salvos.
Yeah, but no way to push forward.
Bike
Had a
se
nano
batenge wo
blocking
log.
off his back side access. So Talon finally just going to go ahead and dive into
Foxy
the spike.
try
It would
karega na
seem here
marne ko.
GENG,
Foxy,
I
ja.
don't think they're going to pursue too much. Maybe you send Foxy into
Foxy.
garage, given that he has the ghost. Try to see if he can finish off
Foxy.
a couple of these players that you should know you've chipped away at. But seems like it will just be the full 5-player save, the full 5-player death to the spike as
Foxy
GENG will
किसे नहीं
get
जा
a
रहा है?
flawless anti-eco.
Okay, so
W.
kind of the textbook anti-eco and eco round.
Foxy
What does
किसे
it
नहीं
look
गया
like
मारने
from here forward for the side of Talon? That's the big question.
अपर ब्रैकेट है
You've
बंक्स में
already
ये अपर
seen that
ब्रैकेट
GENG
है
has some ideas on how
माफ
to deal with the
करो यार।
deadlock. You know, one
जो
thing is
हारा
to
वो
use the
लोअर
neon,
ब्रैकेट जाएगा
to
सॉरी
trip some of
सॉरी
the sonic sensors,
सॉरी
and then they've got plans
माफ करो
for
माफ करो
the barrier mesh as well. Just
जो हारा
how
वो
much
PRX
further
और
they're gonna be
नंगशिप
able
के
to
साथ
scale
खेलेगा
up.
बराबर है
Bonus coming ahead.
बराबर है
Full rifles, a few half armors here and there, but GENG as well.
मेरा
Gonna
दिमाग
invest
काम
in
कर
some
रहा है
rifles of their own off the back of that. Have plenty in the back pocket to go into the next round. So this is a dangerous bonus that Talon is going to be facing.
यस ठीक है ठीक है ऑन ट्रैक
Slow here off the start of the round.
ऑन ट्रैक ऑन
Big
ट्रैक
exploration in the mid, though. All 5 players from GENG creeping in towards the site. Sonic sensor set up here at the front. As Kahlua going to be forced away the salvos. Creating a bit of space. TP up over the top here for Karan. Now gets situated at back site. Plant to come through.
भाई पीछे के लिए कुछ
Still a
हो ही
world
नहीं है
away
बे
here for both
सीधा
squads.
टिपी मारा बे
Don't have to worry about those in the post plant quite just yet. Grimmy trying to open up a little bit of space here, but Ash is going to be taken down. Salvos over on the site, able to go ahead and get a
Bita
catch.
ke
Not sure
mara,
if it
bita
was-
ke
yeah,
mara.
grab
Grab
combo.
that, yeah.
Yeah, Cruz had it. You can see there on the assist. Solid kill to be found. Texture looking to try to hold the door, hold this A site,
लैग
but ends up getting taken down. Solid kill opening here from the side of Jit Boys. Now a 5v3 as they look for the retake. Paranoia towards back. Karan going to be flushed out. Munchkin trying to hold the line. It's going to be a flawless
भाई
anti-bonus
clean
here.
retake मारा
Fantastically done from Talon.
Wow, that was really well set up.
Binks भाई
Very
एक और
patient
चाय
there
लगेगा
around the
लग रहा
B
है
site. They didn't even have to really push through before they started getting kills. It's util to find some early picks and then just kind of
आप
dissecting
सोए नहीं कि
players
सो
who
के
are
उठा
trying
मैं
to
सो
hold
के
the
उठा
angles,
रहे 2
hold the
घंटा सोया
entrances.
And it's hardly any damage dealt at
भाई
all.
क्लीन रिटेक मारा बे
2 players taking minor chip damage to the armor, but yeah, you can see here just netted in. That's one of the big things with this deadlock.
जिड बॉयज भी मस्त
These
मारता है
retakes,
ना
it's going to be combos like that.
One enemy remaining.
Very well set up from Talon.
And so now my question is, you know, you're already seeing adjustments from Talon on how they want to approach the post plant. Same from GENG there.
2 घंटे
But
W
Talon just kind of immediately boxes
आप सोए
GENG
कि
in.
नहीं?
Doesn't let them go versus the pistol where they let them push out through a link. This time not having any of that. But GENG already setting up some conditioning, it seems like. Thinking about that B side. Wow, Karan just hits a banger on the Privy.
Very nice opening kill.
That's huge.
भाई ये लोग को
Going up
ऐसा
the Euro now.
देखते ना ये लोग इतना क्लीन मारते खेलने का मन
Much
करता
of
है
a
बे
concern.
हाँ
So the big
ज़्यादा
setup on
फर्क
this
नहीं
A
है
site.
इनमें,
2 players
मेरे
lingering.
और
It looks like
उनमें।
Spike is going to be ushered across towards this part of the map. If they decide to try to execute into this,
3 घंटे
things
here I
still
win.
get very rough, very
Shit.
sloppy here for GENG. You've got double trips as well as a sonic sensor right here on the entryway.
But you saw Karan with the stealth
जी
drone
कौन से
there.
ब्रैकेट में
He's
जी
generally
का
not the one who's gonna be
नेक्स्ट
lurking
मंथ
by
है ब्रैकेट
himself. So maybe, you know, with already the 2-player stack here onto the A site, seems like Talon's happy with their read that they've got. Just a matter of how efficiently can you get through this layered Cypher and
का
Deadlock
फर्क है।
util. They don't clear any of it yet. Karan TP's past it though.
himself situated here backside. It seems like they have no idea Kahlua is going to be taken down. Paranoia sent across towards that A connector. Shit boys. For some kind of timing here. Anything that he can find. Gets a ping reveal onto one. That's going to be texture taken down. And Ty is able to go ahead and collect the kill, but Shit boys gets traded out as a casualty. So massive player advantage now to the side of Gen G. Bound up in towards heaven, but unless he can find an opening kill here, might just be an angle to save.
Just do whatever damage he can, but tries to go for the peek out the window, gets shut down by Munchkin.
Yeah, and for Ty, there's not much more to be done. He will be able to try to get the catch, and okay, eventually is able to readjust. Finding two eliminations here is Talon, but not the round win. So Ty not going to be coming through. It will be a 3-1 for Gen G.
Yeah, still the economic damage okay for Talon. They still have quite a bit in their back pockets for the next round, so they could afford to throw a few extra bodies at that before they decided to save. For Gen G, they should be okay going into the next round.
Aura winning lag raha hai mere ko, aura winning.
Our talent, but they're getting some info. They're not really trying to go for the reads, and it's a really smart play by Karan to just bypass all of that util, TP into the back, under hell, gets the opening kill as well. So this is a beautiful round for him. Basically secures Gen G this round. Jitboy's trying to wait for Ash there to create some, or excuse me, not wait for Ash, wait for Killua to set up some crossfires, but not quite able to get there. Now Primmy's gonna have the op.
Light ho ji next month mein meri jaan.
For talent here, a lot of investment into this. You have the Teho ultimate. Ash one away from his.
वो from home में सुबह ये मैच का वेट कर रहा था. Love you.
Big time ultimates.
It is glass cannon here for Kahlua, forcing to get that op purchase here in for Primmy. Needs to survive to be able to put that Armageddon to good use. Ash now grabbing that orb means that we could have dueling ults.
16% क्या है?
But Gen G makes some presence known over at C to make sure they can grab the orb. Now maybe rethinking about Garage. I'm curious to see what they're going to do. How they're going to react off of a deadlock wall there goes. And they're actually just going to kind of sidestep it. Cruz
coming down. They're suspecting a linger here. A lingering lurk around C long. They're correct, but Munchkin out a little bit further, but it's not going to be fast enough to find the kill. Puts Cruz down to 45, but ends up losing his life.
What time ho gaya re?
Very solid response here from the IGL of Talon. Gets him that opening pick.
And Primmy TP'd right off the back of that. When you just get Munchkin, kind of assuming there's going to be much behind that. Jitboys gets texture.
By texture counter ho raha hai.
But to have Karan be the one go in to get the spike planted so he can TP out when the net comes through. He's able to do that, avoids it, but now Karan taken down. Armageddon going to be sent out. Ash trying to hold the door, nearly has him lined up, but the nano from Foxy9 is able to find one. With the Phantom comes up with another. Diffuse starting to be held. The shot gets the hit. Takes down Time, but that is still going to be Primmy standing, getting the diffuse here. Op should be nearby enough to get the recovery on that as well. Talon will scrape by with a round win.
Yeah, some really interesting reads by both sides. I mean, Munchkin reads it well that there's going to be a player pushing out of C-Long. He just gets out-dueled. I like the way that Primmy immediately TP's back after Cruz gets this kill. They don't stick around. They don't anticipate that there's anything else behind it because it's just Munchkin there. And he loves to lurk. And there's a great ultimate. The Teho ultimate forces Karan out into garage door right where Cruz is ready and waiting. And a nice quick trade there by Primmy. Very ready for that window position. A classic Gen G style of play for those B hits to set up for those deep post plants with the mollies. So you're going to need to try to find some different answers. A few Guardians being bought down for Gen G. So they're trying to get another round in the books, because if they don't get this one, behind it for a few players, pretty dire. Cruz again going to try to make a push out of the doors, but thwarted, and there's Primmy.
Find Munchkin dead in the same position. Just got on that deep line, immediately TP's back over towards the C site. Keeps himself safe, and now it's going to be Munchkin IGLing from beyond the grave.
One suppressed.
Forward presence here from Foxy9 slid up in the smoke just in front of B, but Gen G now starting to try to tackle this A site where once again the lion's share of this defensive util.
Yeah, you still have Karan there to clear some of it. They're going to use some Teho utility as well. They get the trips, miss one of the sonic sensors, but everything else is cleared, and Foxy finds one on the lurk.
Basically in transit, able to find that hit. Cruz gets taken down. Kahlua spotting out the placement of the util here. Boxy looking like he wants to challenge the angle. Does zone. Kahlua able to strike. Finds the kill. Ash quick to trade it back. Keeps him in with a 3v3 as Primi sprinting around in the dimensional drift. Looking for a weapon here, but Texture, noting the flank, is able to find Jit Boys. Now into the post plant. Not much util to speak of here. Just end up being a firing squad down from window. If Talon can try to find the setup here to start actually getting a tap on this plant.
Got a couple flashes, but you got to get deep enough to use them.
Salvos go through. Primi tag to 11. Dai does manage to come away with one. His Texture's going to be taken down. Primi finding another! And he finds
Bhai, 10
11
HP mein.
Damn, Primi is on point, and we are tied up at 3-3.
Jeez, he's quick. That is crazy good. GENG had a lot of opportunities and an odd man advantage, and Primi just not having any of it. Gets the first with the operator.
Hey, be Primi.
Oh, nice work
Game
there by
sound increase
Foxy.
karo.
Ash, quick to trade, and Texture watching the flanks nicely, but Ty up on top of the box gets one.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my God,
भाई
that's
क्या
so good.
मारता है भाई, क्या मारता है भाई.
Primi out in the open, no problem.
He's feeling it. 7-2 and 2 at the moment. That op still carried forward. GENG knocked back onto a bit of a half buy here. Just the one hero Vandal, as well as a Bulldog in alongside this Sheriff and the Stingers. And Ty going to be able to find one.
Cash on delivery.
Just get suppressed. There's the stealth drone. Chases forward.
But a heavy stack.
GENG, yeah,
One
abandoning
smoke
this.
में टिकी
Yeah,
मार
it was
रहा
a
था.
heavy stack early from Talon off of any pressure, trying to thwart the quick hit.
Hey,
from
Karen भाई,
GENG, and they
duelist
do.
है.
And the B site is a real problem. You know, Talon is perfectly happy to funnel GENG into that area. So you stack the Sentinel util onto A. You had Primi on op on C.
भाई
Go
एक
B, and
तो वो
that's
लोग को
where,
मालूम पड़ गया कि
the
बी
deadlock
रिटेक कर
tail
रहे हैं. अगर वो
combo
लोग
can be
कोई
really
साइड पर लड़ रहे हैं
annoying.
ना, तो बी
They've got
रिटेक
so
कर
much util to clear that space. And it makes it really challenging for GENG, no matter how good their post plants are, and a judge for Cruz.
Swing the corner. Snappy to readjust for Texture. And Salvos absolutely annihilate Munchkin. Hope of a Thrifty very much gone, as it's just going to be the one casualty. Cruz giving his life
पहली
for
बार
the
डेडलॉक थोड़ा
retake.
अच्छा लग रहा है.
And
Not gonna
Talon
lie.
now gaining the lead.
Yeah, I think you need to call a timeout here as GENG to kind of figure out how you can find other ways onto the other sites, because it's been almost B every time, other than the anti-eco round where
अगर
you went
सोचे
C.
को वो हेल्थ भी देखना अपनी डन सीन है.
And this is, in my opinion, all according to plan. This was something I was worried about here for GENG.
भाई डेडलॉक बाप लग रहा है चैट.
This is going to be an important site, I think, on both sides of the coin. I think when they switch over to defense, this
हर
is
बार
going to be a
2-2
site that the
3 दिन को बिठा रहा है
deadlock
वो.
could be really frustrating to play against, because if you can get there, get that wall down, it's really hard to go for those
नया
retakes.
कॉम मिल गया क्या हेवन का?
So you're going to have to be active on the map on that side. But over here on this attacker side, seemingly Solo going to trust Munchkin to make the right call here. Let's see if they go for another quick one. Cruz just with a little bit of spam early. They used the salvos early, did GENG to clear sewers. Just slow marching their way forward. I'm not sure if they know about this forward-facing Cypher trip either. This was here in the previous round, but it didn't get cleared. I don't think it ever got noted.
बी पे जाने
by
से
GENG, so
बी
that might
रिटेक
cause
कर
them
रहे
some
हैं.
grief on this execute
बी
if they
पे
do commit.
बैठा हुआ
By
है.
the way, even if it's
Primi.
not that, just the triple stack that they have.
That's not great either.
It's a very solid read here from the side of Talon.
भाई है बे डिफेंस
Cruz
हाँ.
knows. He knows they have to try something different.
Yeah.
He is just not working.
है.
Well, the deep angle push, not spotting out too much of anything. And it looks like now GENG is going to look to re-wrap around. Texture able to break that line of sight before the triple push into sewers. Goes forward, but this is still so much info gained for Talon.
And they put up the wall. They're
Primi के पास
expecting this
ult
push
भी है.
out. They know
They
they've
are
got the
funneling
space.
them.
Yes, exactly.
Right now, reading them like a book. Grab net set, not getting a catch on anyone that you believe. Sets are going to be cleared out, and Cruz is on a peek, able to find it. Now they strike in from behind. They are just absolutely pinned in position. Munchkin able to find one as Jit Boys does get taken down. He's trying to swing around looking for a little bit more, but now the spike is going to be on the floor. Ty
Bro.
catching Ash.
One enemy remaining.
And Kahlua catching Munchkin, and this round is so beautifully read from Talon, understanding and manipulating the movements of GENG. They are pulling the strings and making them dance.
Yep. This is great. I mean, you can see
ऐसे
the
कुछ को स्टन
plans.
करा. हाँ
that
वो
Cruz and
स्टन
Frost
में
have
बाहर
put
निकल के
together.
स्टन करने का ट्राई किया लेकिन हुआ नहीं.
The way that they
भाई लेकिन
understand
उसके
how they
वजह
can
से राउंड
toy
नहीं आ
with
रहे.
the
वो लोग
tendencies
तो
of
ए पे
GENG.
रिक्लियर किया ना उसके वजह से आ रहे.
And this time,
वो
it's
लोग
as soon as they
timing
feel like they've
एकदम
got some
perfect
extra
था.
space in the sewers, It's the wall up at the front of B, so they can't go there. Funnel them towards garage. You can take window control and create a crossfire. Really well thought out. This is extremely smart. Yeah, okay, now you got to take a timeout. I think this is a round too late for me, but you got to figure out ways to create pressure in parts of the map where Talon isn't dictating the pace. And whether that means find ways to make Primmy's op on C uncomfortable, or have some kind of set execute onto A to clear that. Because the only time that's really worked is when you're able to TP past with Karan. Other than that, you haven't really even been able to find your way onto the A site.
Game sound increase
kar. Is really giving them problems. And it's a great combo to have against the Neon as well. This double sentinel setup. You have to use something like a stealth drone, or you know, you have
पंका, हाय पंका, कौन है ये Foxy 9? मत कर पंको ऐसा यार.
Haven that you would typically see.
And similarly, they're a little bit inverted, I suppose, is Talon shifting Primmy across.
Yep.
Gate crash at the moment, just set up to go over towards the A connector. As oh, never mind, it's not C.
Of course it's B.
It's back over to the B site. Quick TP to readjust here from Ty, just sure to not get caught. And he is, of course, the one with the operator now. And ooh, catches a glimpse. Looking for the stun, still gets a quick peek, and that's going to be Foxy 9 taken down. Camera cleared out. Salvo sent both sides. GENG control of the site here for the moment. Ash going to be left to stick around with Seam as Munchkin, you've been spotted and you've been sprayed down.
Bro.
It's just far too late. Swap to the shorty. Ty cuts down Ash. Texture in the overdrive, able to come away with one. But needs so much more than that. He and Karan now trying to fight their way out of what looks to be a damn near impossible situation. The overdrive now expired. Sets the wall to try to act like he's repositioned. Runs out of bullets in the stinger. And it's just one kill.
Bro.
Is all that they can find. Some chip damage, some forced armor rebuys. But Talon are not allowing for any kind of thrifty business to come through.
Now what a decision here to move the op over to Ty, and he puts it to great use.
Message पढ़ा तो membership
that is
renew
so well
करूँगा.
Love
you
Gaurav
bhai.
He had just gotten
ये डर अच्छा
a
लगा
spot
जो
of the
brackets में
players
लिखा है.
when he was looking away to maybe change positions. Munchkin there just gets
वरना मेरा
too deep in the
salesman जाग
paint,
जाता था.
anticipating that his poison cloud had bought him enough space to get that Viper's pit down, but Talon was already there, and they were willing to pounce. And they just have every read so far.
Around.
Yeah, they're just ahead of the curve.
They get the annihilation out, but commit to a
crazy kill रहा है बेटा
no avail. Still do have a lockdown available, but
fuck texture बाहर.
Similarly, Kahlua, he's got an Armageddon, so he can just clear that and disrespect it. Munchkin netted, but able to get around the corner here fast enough to avoid getting caught.
Now Munchkin trying to be that anti-lurk guy. You know, in the back of his mind, he's got to be thinking about how Talon was able to push that space for free. Previously, he has to be the one to keep control of it while the rest of the team tries to find openings on B and C, but Talon aware of it. They're making aggressive moves towards that side of the map. They're just going to leave Primmy on his own. He's got the opportunity to watch
Excuse me, हराया है ऋतिक भाई. क्या हाथी पसंद है? क्या language है भाई? क्या language है ऋतिक भाई ये?
Much of anything there. It's Foxy. Is prepared, gets the catch. He's going to be taken down.
Huh? GENG is not T1 buddy.
Idea there from Cruz. But GENG has been pausing maybe longer than he expected. They're going to catch him. Trying to find that opening for the lurk, and it's a misread from Talon. They think this is going to be A.
आज अपना दिन नहीं है
लग रहा है. Been kind of making contact and rotating, but this time just going to barrel on in.
आज अपना दिन नहीं है chat.
Make sure. Dashing forward, try to clear
Gaurav, thank you for the membership.
Here, primed for the taking. As now just looking to play off the timing. Lockdown going to be committed. Armageddon not going to be seen here.
By ये round तो जीत गया.
They're just not in a strong enough position to try to flood back in off the back of that if they do go ahead and clear out the lockdown. So now they will look, try to get their way back into this deep look from Boys swinging around through the attacker spawn. Alarm bot, however, is still set up there from
See the next round.
Foxy 9, I should say, to alert for Munchkin.
This one should be about done.
लड़ने का जरूरत नहीं
Should
था.
just be a tuck and save
Guns
here.
गिरा देना चाहिए था.
Shit Boys may be able to come away with the kill. We'll be able to find that one. One off now, a neural theft. Spam through, Ash nearly catching the time to find him. Jitboys repositions, looks to play this out a bit more aggressively. As the cage falls, he'll get his ult in death. Operator gonna be saved. As GENG.
We need your power. मैंने बोला ना आज आपका दिन नहीं है रे.
A very large win streak from the side of Talon was 5 consecutive wins in a row to get themselves up to 4.
Yeah, and if you're thinking like, okay, this is the double sentinel comp, this is the defender side of comp, not against T1, it wasn't.
Yeah.
They won 6 out of 8 rounds on their attacker side. It can be very annoying on that attacker side. There's still a lot of oomph behind it, especially in those
box set up, able to throw down the wall, get the sonic sensors in place.
Exactly.
कौन order हुआ फिर कल?
Have fun. Have fun being stunned and detected
Hey,
for days.
close जाएगा बे.
Remy this time takes some sewer
हो
space.
सकता है जेंजी का भी डिफेंस स्ट्रांग हो. भाई इतना तो भाई डबल सेंटिनल में अटैक एनएच के.
No one given
सिंपल
the
बात
time there to go for the peak, so
कोई भी टीम
Backs
देख
away.
लो डबल सेंटिनल में अटैक एनएच के और ट्रिपल सेंटिनल में अटैक
that's just gonna
डिफेंस
be
दोनों
sent to
एनएच.
get a glimpse, though. They know that this deadlock is in position, and Cruz is just spamming through the wall. Texture dead.
भाई क्या हो गया भाई यार टेक्सचर को? इतना अनलकी?
Not looking to reposition fast enough. Now sonic sensor is situated here in garage. Gun barrel spotted. Primi on the hit of flick. Munchkin taken down. Wall set up in garage. No access here.
क्या क्या तोड़ेंगे रे?
GENG once again are losing the plot. Double face in towards long. Ty able to come up with a kill. Foxy9 dead. Swing in, looking for the hit. Ash able to find one.
भाई जब तक गराज खाली किया 3 जन मर गए.
And now it is just Ash all alone. Looking to try to clutch this out. Salvo's buying enough space to go ahead and get the plant. Salvo's in response, however. Came down to 60. You've got Primi swooping around from behind here. Now it's C long scoped in.
3-1 के लिए अल्ट मारेगा क्या? क्वेश्चन वो है.
Try to hold this angle again.
Technically मार
You
सकता
can
है.
trick Talon a bit.
But swap should have been heard. Oh, faces in.
नहीं
2
मार.
players there. Will end up falling. Decent little run. Of it.
W.
At least get the plant money across. But that is going to be Talon now securing the lead at the half.
Excuse me.
At least 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, at every twist and turn, Talon has the read.
What happened वो Fnatic मैच पोस्टपोन हो गया वो.
He's got A
ये
under
में का
control.
पोस्टपोन हो गया लेकिन वो मैच मैटर नहीं करता है क्योंकि प्लेऑफ के लिए वैसे
Senses
भी
the drone, knows the drone is coming.
Select हो
Throws
गया
out the grab net to slow it down. Sees the shots coming through the wall and just wins the counter spam battle.
भाई क्रेजी तो मार
And,
रहे
the
यार.
rest of the way through, they're finding some good double peaks. Killua, nice little drag. Ash trying to do what he can, but at this point, he's got players coming from every which way. Got identified, tried to swing, paid the price.
भाई टैलेंट क्रेजी मार रहा है लेकिन इतना क्रेजी नहीं मार रहा है क्योंकि क्रेजी गाय इसमें नहीं है. समझ रहे हो? समझ
Very
रहे हो?
important for GENG. This 5th would feel very nice. Feel like you could still get this done. 4 seems challenging.
That's a W right there.
Last round of the half. Armageddon's available
That's
on
good
both
way,
sides.
excuse me.
Shitboys, the neural theft is there. Foxy, he's ready for this push out.
2-3 घंटे में नींद में हमको भी चाहिए गॉड्स फुट बैक. क्या बोलते हो?
Talon, but Primi playing a bit more reserved this time, not looking to overstretch the angle.
Cutting through.
They're just very wary. Our GENG. They're going to get the stealth drone out. Doesn't see any contact. They have to re-clear themselves. Make sure there's
भाई ये लोग
no
कुछ भी
push
कर
coming
रहे
through
भाई वो
sewers
लोग
again.
हिल भी नहीं रहे भाई.
A little bit wider. Foxy.
कितना
Not
स्ट्रांग
fast
डिफेंस
enough.
है
Primi.
भाई.
Quick
कितना
on the draw.
स्ट्रांग. ओमेन अगर बी पे नहीं रहेगा तो भी
Finds that
चलेगा
kill
ब्रो.
with a player
बी
down here.
खाली छोड़ दो.
Talon taking the right steps towards securing that 8th
गराज
round
जा
victory
नहीं
here in the
सकते.
half.
डेडलॉक बीटीसी पे
Quick
प्रीमी
rotate.
3 बंदे
Clearing the
पे.
barrier mesh. Now they want to try to find a way through towards A, but
30 seconds left.
Ty also
गलत
seemingly
खेल है
aware.
ना?
Hasn't seen anything over at B. Kill, oh, Shitboys.
Has the cam situated. It's not across texture. Able to find Shitboys just sprinting through the cage. Swoops around the back. 2 players now lingering within the smokes. Karen pushing forward. Able to find one. The spike. Need to get planted here. Ty still looking to cause chaos here on the side. Gets the spot out. Pushes forward. Ends up getting taken down with 2 seconds to spare. The plant now being stuck is Primi. It's the last one standing.
दो जगह से वो खाया
Trying to clutch
शॉर्टिंग.
it out, but Karen off on the flank angle. Has the headshot. It's going to be GENG narrowly
wars
making their
चल
way
रहा है
up
वहाँ
to
पे.
5-round wins.
Yeah.
Hey, 5-7
I mean,
is
that
not
was
bad.
Really tenacious defense from
very
the side of
bad.
Talon.
Attacking map.
Tough
But
nut
not
to crack
bad.
for sure. And eventually GENG able to get there. That's good paranoia to set up Texture on the entry by Karan. And then Karan able to push deep into the back of site again. Finds the angle where Primi's not expecting him and preventing him from getting another
आप
nasty
क्या
clutch.
sponsored हो भाई वालो? तेरे मुंह में घी
See
शक्कर
what-
बे, ऐसा नहीं है लेकिन.
The other side of the coin looks like,
Top tier
I mean,
matches
again,
देखना पसंद करते हो
Talon look
इसलिए
good on
सारे
their
matches
attacker side
stream
against
करता हूँ.
T1. It's really annoying if they can find that open space. I mean, they have a lot of these same kind of util to sort of clear angles and get information that GENG does. You have a Tejo, so a lot of those ideas are going to be there in terms of the same kind of play.
I think,
हाँ?
yeah. Something tells me this is a bit of a lopsided question.
Yeah, this is a little unfair.
Do we not have I guess we don't have the score tracker to see like which one wins out in the vote. But...
Yeah. Oh, Solo?
Okay. She's going in with
okay,
Solo.
okay.
That's a scarier situation.
I imagine that would be a little intimidating too.
अपन किसके साथ जाएंगे chat?
We know
Frost
he's
के
a
साथ.
pretty intense guy
Engineering
sometimes.
लगता है Frost.
Maybe
Huh?
if you don't have the strongest understanding of what
Frost
Frost
के
is
साथ
saying,
करेंगे.
it might not be that scary.
क्योंकि तेरा भाई भी
Yeah, he's
intimidating.
just-
Not to make assumptions, but
Yeah.
you know, like
Aura.
if he's just yapping at you and you're just
DCM.
like, I don't understand
क्या
any of
बोली
this,
पंकज?
I'm unbothered.
Yeah.
It's like when you're taking a taxi late at night in Seoul,
घर
and the guy's
होता
like yelling
तो
because he's like
कहाँ
upset
से
about
होता
like
है
where
यारो?
you're going, or it's like, oh, the trip isn't long enough, but you're just like,
हाँ? एक
I don't
बंदे
fully
ने
understand
membership
what
तक नहीं
you're
लिया आज.
Not my
angry
problem.
about, so I'm just gonna chill back and
Yep.
put my earpods in.
Yep, exactly. Just this guy's yapping and I don't know.
I'm unbothered.
Yep.
Just get me to my destination.
In
and
my
let me
lane.
swipe my card.
Yeah.
Bro, Talon जीत
No,
गया.
they're ready for this.
Talon जीत
Paranoia,
गया.
Primi, blinded up. Damage not suffered though, and we'll just go ahead and take a quick little exit. They get the snake bite out as well. Because now it's going to be a pivot across over towards the garage.
Bro,
Stealth drone
Talon
going to be
जीत
sent through.
गया
Munch going to be able
bro.
to find a bit of
वो
damage.
लोग
for
rotate भी
something
नहीं कर
kind.
सकते.
They got the wall
B
deep,
से.
so the two players stuck on B have to clear that before they're going to be able to help.
Primi's able to find one. Ash going to be
Oh
taken
my
down.
God,
That was the 4 HP player
strat
there,
देखा?
backside. Texture now arriving, sliding forward. Karan able to find one. Kalua going to be
Bro,
dropped.
hey,
Cruz
pistol
trades it back
strat है
out.
bro.
The swoop around the back, Primi looking for the timing to try to swing out from the smoke. Does so and eventually drags the shots across, finding Munchkin's head.
माँ कसम.
Foxy now the last one standing. Primi Cruz both tagged up. Jit Boys, however, full
भाई ये
HP,
लोग
full
B पे
ghosts,
लड़े.
full pressure
Utils waste किया.
on the shoulders of
यूरो
this
टिपी
Killjoy.
मार के वापस बाहर गया. Wall किया. Ceiling ताकि rotation काटे और गराज से सी गए.
Still have a grab net though.
भाई
for
है.
Cruz.
Godspeed भाई है. Chat है.
And there's the catch. Finds the first one. And needed to hit every single headshot from there.
Hey,
And
babe.
cannot. That's going to be Talon taking the pistol
जिनके
here in the
ऐसा
second
क्यों खेल रहे
half.
हैं भाई?
tying that
Talon
up
ज़्यादा clean खेल रहा है.
in a 1-to-1. Further
जिनकी
stretching the
कुछ नहीं
lead.
कर पा रहा है
Yeah,
भाई.
and I mean,
Talon कुछ ज़्यादा
again,
clean
going
खेल
back
रहा
to what I
है.
was talking about earlier, this comp to me really feels like it's well set up to put pressure
Family
at B
friendly
and C.
रखना पापा बगल में
Because
है.
if you can get those walls deep
डरता
from the
है क्या रे तू?
deadlock, you could cut
डरता
off a
है?
lot of the rotation angles and
Huh?
really make it easy to read where and when your opponents are going to be. Because they're either going to be clearing that wall at that one spot or they're going to be pushing from
डरना चाहिए.
C link or
डरना
something.
चाहिए. समझ
So
रहे हो?
you have so much ability to manipulate the map here with this comp that Talon brings and to
X
understand
Spike
where
कल जो
and
तू
when your
लड़की के
opponents
साथ
are.
खेल रहा था एक Valorant.
Really difficult
कौन
for
सी
a
वो?
lot of teams. GENG here today on their map pick, also already struggling. Now they're trying to set up crossfires with the classics outside of the door. Sheriff for texture. Is this going to catch Talon off guard? Drone's not going to spot it. It's going into the garage. They don't like it.
Yep, they're not going to play around with this. Ball
हो
falling.
सकता है यार, हो
Potential
सकता है.
catcher on a Kalua. It's out in mid. That's maybe a
Finally
weapon
एक
eventually
अच्छा
recovering the
advantage आ
round, but
चुका है
looks
GENG के
like
पास.
it will just be a re-aggress from Talon into mid, try to keep that weapon protected. And does get scooped up there by Cruz, in fact.
Yeah, that's...
As
Oh my God.
He's just donk walking into garage, and he ends up getting taken down. Primi quickly trades it back as Jit Boys on the linger up in towards A. He's able to find Ash.
जीत
GENG,
गया
though,
बे Talon.
really scratching their heads, have a strong understanding that this is going to be a seaside plant, especially now that they hear it coming through.
माफ कर अभी
Themselves
earphone
into a
लगा था.
3v3.
Love
Some
you.
more damage dealt.
समझ गया.
GENG would start being costly to Talon. Dai doing well to find that kill, though.
One enemy remaining.
And that one. Maybe the third one, yes. I did well. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah. Man, he was on point for sure.
मैं एक स्ट्रीमर है जो मुझे हर मंथ 150 का
Very nicely
मेंबरशिप
done again.
लेने के लिए
I mean,
फंसाता
Talon has a
है.
great read again. They're
टिप्स कैसे ना फंसूं?
not actually going to A. That's where
भाई
Gen G
वर्थिट
expects them
होएगा तो
to.
फंसो यार.
They cover the gun.
हाँ?
Gen G anticipates they were going to
जब
rotate off of
मच्छी
that.
जाले में फंस
Instead,
सकती
Talon
है,
finds the open space,
मालूम
finds the
होती कि
open side.
जाला मच्छी के लिए है.
Able to hit some nice shots along the way, so
तो
looking very, very nice right now. For
एग्जांपल
Talon,
का
up by
सेंस
4
ने बना
rounds.
लेकिन समझो.
Into the bonus, have some Guardians, a shotgun for Cruz.
And that's a great way to start working towards a conversion.
क्या
Hell of a
शॉट
shot from
मारा
Chip Boys.
भाई.
Ash dead, and now this scrambles the forces from Gen G across the map. Meantime, just going to be an exec forward here onto the B site for the side of Talon. Wall set up, cutting off that A connector. Texture getting the bad news, just trying to spray that wall down as Munchkin has no idea. Right in between the shoulder blades, finds the kill. Texture dead. This round is as good as done.
My God, mid round.
No
They
choice.
Absolutely do. And Cruz could just throw himself at them. He's got a Bucky.
Yeah, why not?
Bro, mid round.
Talon are going to get up to 10 rounds with a bonus conversion. Gen G left scratching their heads.
It's just they're winning so many of these
Mid-round?
opening duels. They're so on point with their reads on the timings. The deadlock util, so annoying. All of this for Talon. Just incredibly well put together, incredibly well executed. Players on point today.
Not sure why.
ये लोग को लगा ये बेस्ट ऑफ
Highway
फन है.
count, but
The memes.
it's fine. He's got 7,000. They're up by 5 rounds.
He's 15 and 6.
Yeah.
it's
भाई रिएक्शन चाहिए.
oh man.
For a sec, when the first knife swing didn't kill, I was like, oh no, he's beefed it. Munchkin's got a 180 and just head tap, you know, but nope. Got it done.
लेकिन अगला मैप टैलेंट का है.
Been a very,
है तो वैलोरेंट का है ना, खेलते हैं ना प्रो प्लेयर्स. अगला मैप टैलेंट का है.
the only one
Victor मत
double-digit
बन.
kills.
Who's next?
I mean, they're just having such a struggle reading the map.
They are just storming their way forward now. Foxy just getting absolutely overwhelmed. Primi will get taken down there as the snake bite is enough to go ahead and confirm the kill. That slows up the approach from Talon. Gives them pause for the moment. Jit Boys still lurks forward into window, but Munchkin seemingly aware of this, but cannot find the shot. Jit Boys.
Sorry.
Absolutely devastating. Caron too late to try to find the punish here on the tie.
I mean, this is actually a pretty good read by Gen G. And you got the ult out of the Yoru when you traded it. It looked like it was going to be good, but then Munchkin loses the 1v1, and all of a sudden you're scrambling to try to control the map.
Caron.
जब जब तब तब का मतलब भाई मतलब कैसे समझाओ जब जब तब तब मतलब ऐसा है कि जब जब टट्टी आती है तब तब टट्टी होती भी है.
Caron able to go ahead and secure them a 3v3 with the
भाई बहुत
plant.
गंदा एग्जांपल्स
Now
दे रहे
gets
हो
ready
यार
to
मैं.
come through.
दिमाग
Still
काम
have
नहीं
this
कर रहा है
deadlock.
चैट.
2 sonic sensors and a grav net available for Cruz to try to prevent a retake.
Can't go through heaven. That's cut off by the barrier mesh.
टेक्निकली
Sonic
क्या
sensors
स्कोर
in
है?
the door. What do you do? You gotta rely
टेक्निकली
on
मेरे
alert. You don't
हिसाब
have
से
one.
जेंजी कमबैक है.
So they are just going to go ahead and clear this one out. Kalua, position ought to be noted, got grav netted there by his own teammate, but no punish to be found. Wall going to be set up, Texture dropping down, out from heaven, able to find one. He's out wide, however, and Kalua will
नेक्स्ट
just
मैप में कमबैक
massacre
है
all
जेंजी
3
का.
players. 11-5,
हाँ
Talon
नेक्स्ट मैप
running
मेरे हिसाब से
away
कमबैक.
with this map, and it's Gen G's pick.
This is a treat to watch.
पर कभी
Talon
कभी
in
आती नहीं
full
फिर भी हो
control
जाती
here
है.
on
क्या
Haven.
लैंग्वेज है ये?
I mean, again, this isn't a bad start at all for Gen G, but this right here is devastating. Losing Munchkin when he's got the read, he saw the player there. A nice attempt on the entry by Texture, but
क्या
the post-play
मार रहे
positioning.
थे हर एक प्लेयर.
and a great triple there for Killua. Forget it. You have all the info as talent. I mean, you know what to expect, where to expect it, when to expect it, and on top of
कल
that,
से बारी
you're winning your
इग्नोर किया
duel.
जा रहा है. Love you. मैं नहीं करता रे इग्नोर.
Now they're going to try to slow walk their way up. A really far forward alarm bot. Early pop of the nano, so some time bought for rotations. Poison Cloud.
Oh.
Ooh, that.
Tiny touch of damage on the Cruz.
Yeah. Looked like it might have caught a little bit more, but.
Yeah, mostly connecting into the legs.
Foxy, though, took some damage as well.
Yeah, he gets the worst of it by a pretty large margin. Those drones just saying hi to each other.
Slow rotate over towards C, and GENG leaning the other way. There's been so much contact on the other side of the map. And they're so quick to rotate. TP's gonna go back behind the box. The salvos to cut off the corners.
That rings out the bad news.
Right
Deep in the back side, the flash connecting. Foxy trying to get himself out of garage, ends up getting taken down. Texture now needing to do so much here for the squad.
मस्त मारा दो
Does
लेकिन
well to come away with a second kill, but
साइड मिल गया.
you have yourself a 2v3 attempt at a retake here for GENG to stop Talon from getting up the map point. Primi going for the plant, going to be forced away.
Grenade is live.
I should know that he got a bit of connection there. Spots out Jit Boys, knows the position of two, spots the head of one, and cannot find either. Jit Boys collects them both. We'll see that one back to Talon now up to map point.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Let me see that from Jit's perspective. I thought Primi got one, Jit got the other. This is just so beautiful. From the side of Talon. I mean, the play off this concuss.
GENG बोल रहेंगे buddy.
Oh, so good. But this is such a good playoff that concussed by Jit Boys to be patient, to not swing.
Aditya bye,
to
thank you for the
cover his teammate,
20.
to just wait until the concuss is going to wear off and they can swing together. Just phenomenal work here on the Cypher. He has been mostly very, very good. I'd say other than that peek up through courtyard against Karan and a couple rounds ago, he's been near flawless. He has been reading the map so well, playing this Cypher so effectively. Great lurks. They are just on point. Let's see if Primi can be, if he's going to be ready for that player up in the tucked into the corner. Haven't seen that yet. Seemingly thinking about it, but Karan knows that he can hide in that angle and there's enough space. Toxic screen and Talon getting a sense that there's a trap behind that wall.
Foxy in a committed spot. We'll find one but cannot get any damage across the Binks, in fact. He's now one away from having that annihilation on a line. Munchkin finding the one kill, but again, the trade exchange. The annihilation going to be sent out. That gets a banking shot into the corner?
मरने के बाद.
I'm amazed that that one hit, but Karan, he's dead. Cruz has got 3. Primi's looking for the rest, and Texture now in a 1v1. The push in, and Texture
PZP.
barely stays
Like
alive.
close, be.
We'll get up to 6, but they need 6 more in a
आया तो
row
मिलना मुझसे डन से.
just to take it into overtime.
Oh man, I want to. Do we have like a wide view of that annihilation? I want to see like the bird's eye
That
view of that.
3,300 लोग देख रहे हैं. हल्का सा लाइक ठोक देते तो. इतना साल से e-sport देख रहा हूँ लेकिन पहली बार.
Incredible. We
ये
didn't get
बुरा
to see it
लग
quite
रहा है.
a
हाँ
bit.
ना.
Just at the end.
It looked like it was going in towards the alley.
That's what I thought. That's what I
true,
thought.
that's
But he
true.
adjusted just a little bit.
Considering कितना कुछ करते हैं सब लोग.
Right, well.
और ये
That round
रिजल्ट
went GENG.
मेरे को लेकिन फील आ रहा है
last
भाई आज
time out.
नहीं जीतेंगे रे आज अपन
hard
नहीं
to
जीतेंगे
decipher.
मेरे को लग रहा है.
If this is in a real attempt to try to get these 6 in a row, or to just quell whatever nerves and issues maybe
Sexy team
plopping up
GENG,
here
excuse
in the
me.
comms and get them ready for a next map.
भाई
Yeah, for
ड्राइंग
sure.
तो करते पे वो लोग.
I mean, sometimes as a coach, you know, you still have that timeout. Might as well use it. I mean, again, this is one of the situations where I feel like Solo should have pulled the trigger on this a few rounds ago, but
पंखों को भी बहुत
at
अच्छा
least
लगता
try
है
to
देखने को.
stabilize the team's mentality, get them ready.
पंखो how
See if
about
they can
you try
string a
that
few
game
more
only
rounds
अभी.
together, get some confidence
हाँ?
going into Icebox.
ये बवासीर
Because
लोल
right
ब्लॉक्स
now it
और
is all
राइवल्स
talent
से
all the
ज़्यादा
time.
अच्छा है.
for the most part,
Full support.
a few glimpses of hope here and there, but once
If you
again,
want, I
Primi
can
has the
teach
outlaw,
you
sees the
7
economic
finger
situation
gyro
that
almost
GENG is
on.
in. Only Texture can get the full armor through, so he can continue to abuse.
हाय हाय हाय
weapon.
कॉन्कर से कैसा
They have
बात
a ton of ults.
करते सिखाया नहीं क्या रे घर पे.
They're one away from Primi's.
हाँ?
Primi just strafing in. Disrespects all the util. Ash blinded up, dead
भाई
on the
गलत बंदा है
jump.
रे
What a
प्रीमी.
play.
Salvo sent, they flush him out. Foxy picked apart. Texture as well, tagged. As this is the end of Haven. Mask will go on. Munchkin, far too late to find anything. The neural theft will tell all. As he is just strafing in along his back. Jumps out, just playing distract, playing protect. Primi giving over his HP bar, secure the kill and texture. You're a damn good player, but I think this is a bridge too far. 13-6, Talon looking absolutely electric. Have every correct answer to every problem thrown to them here by GENG on GENG's map pick of Haven. Now we get ready to go in the Icebox, where Talon will be looking to send GENG down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the desk was talking about the improvements that both of these teams have made.
बंक्स भाई फ्रेंडर डेज का मैच इंपॉर्टेंट है #1 सीड के लिए। भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, सीड कोई भी हो, ठीक है, मैंगो, वाटरमेलन, शुगर केन, कोई भी हो, जीतना तो पड़ेगा ना यार। हाँ, अगर मास्टर जाना जीतना तो पड़ेगा ना, इसलिए सीड मैटर नहीं करता। समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? शुगर केन सीड में फ्यूचर से हो।
I mean, just tremendous. Nothing else to say about Talon right now. They look
कल सुबह 10 का वॉच पार्टी करोगे? यस सर।
Heard Frost talking about it, giving his notes, passing that over.
आज अगर ये मैच होने के बाद, मेरा काम होने के बाद, अगर मैं जल्दी सोया,
the rest of the team,
तो मैं थोड़ा जल्दी आके
गेमिंग
करके फिर
is absolutely working, firing on all cylinders.
बहुत मन करता है, सब देख के ना बहुत मन करता है मेरे को।
Broken down and dysfunctional. The players themselves not looking like what we're used to seeing from them, but that's Haven done and dusted. We'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action from map 1.
Future explains the airline.
And that's Haven going over to Talon for our
बस भाई
first
कल
match
कौन
for
जीता था, सो गया था मैं
playoffs.
अमेरिका।
And
ऐसा
this
मत
was just
करो
back
यार।
and forth when it came down to reading each other's strategies. We saw how much Talon was able to catch on to GENG's
कल
strats
का
here in Haven.
मैच
I mean, this
किसके
was such
साथ
a
है?
dominant game. If anything, I think 6 is generous on the side of GENG.
Yeah.
This game, Talon, so well prepared,
Radiant का
just shut down everything
जब
GENG
तू
wanted
काश
to
दोस्त
do.
वाला
This was
मेंबरशिप
peak
लेगा
talent.
तभी।
Every single player performed above the margins.
नींद
You know,
आ रही है,
Jit Boys has been having some rougher
बोले
maps,
तेरे
had really good performance here. Thai was playing fantastic, particularly in that first half. Every single player on Talon performed. The game plan was phenomenal, and they just absolutely slapped GENG. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke before this game about how high GENG's first kill conversion is at 80%. But that doesn't matter when you're only able to get 4 first bloods the whole map. They're never in an advantage. Talon shutting them down. Primi topping the scoreboard there with 5 first kills just for himself.
Yeah, Talon literally just says, convert these. Like 15 of 4 opening kills. It's ridiculous. Like, they dominated the opening duels. And it wasn't even in the fashion of like individual pop-off or anything. It was constantly like they're able to read exactly how GENG wants to play. They know where they're going to find those lurk timings on the map. Primi was just walking up and finding opening kills. You had Kahlua there at the end of the game, even with some salvos just flushing players completely out of position. They would just die for free. Like, it felt like Talon knew exactly how GENG was going to play. And that's because you always know exactly how GENG is going to play. They don't change very much, and Talon is known for having good prep and good game plans. And with this Haven pick coming out for GENG, not any change in the comp, not really much of a change in the approach. Talon just walked all over them.
Yeah, absolutely. But we did see some good plays from GENG, right? We did see some, you know, a little bit of aggression coming out from Karon, for example, in a few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, so this was clearly sort of GENG's idea of how to beat all of that Sentinel util, right? They just want to send Karon.
Yeah, look at him. Double TP into the backside of the B site. He's able to hide behind the fast lane. And for all those Omen players in ranked that never get in on the entry, that I'm playing Enit, I'm off my Soba drone or my Teo drone, and I come off my drone and you're still standing right next to me looking at me. Please, for the love of God.
You can go in.
the side, man. Get in the side.
Yeah, I respect that he's getting in the side. That was, you know, Karon is at his best when he's aggressive.
Sorry. Yeah, good job, Karon.
So many
personal.
people could relate to you
It
in
was
that
about
point in
Karon.
time. Yeah,
Get in the side.
Karon heard you at that point in time. And that's exactly what he was doing, right? But let's be real. This was all on the side of Talon Esports, especially since, you know, Haven was a big question because there was a turnaround coming into this match, right? They did have those little breakthroughs that happened in their previous match versus T1 that they were able to to apply here?
I mean, this win is on the prep. If you ask me, I have some highlights where we can kind of break this down for you just a little bit more. So we can see on this defender side that Talon understand how grouped GENG are so consistently around the map. So they move, they take this space together, and they're able to just restrict. They force them and sort of funnel them into Primi. You know, they're in so much control of this round. GENG aren't able to really play that fast, and they love this kind of 4-1 approach. So we see how consistently Talon are able to kind of push out. Now this was a separate look where they lock Primi on this A line. Again, dominating all that space. They have 3 people on that left-hand side of the map, and they're able to just use the util, stall them out so consistently. Honestly, I know this game must have been so frustrating for GENG to play, because it will have felt like Talon had a UAV, had a map hack, because they were always in the right positions, because the read was so good. The anti-strat was so good from this Talon side.
But you even see it from those 2 like mini-map highlights that the timings are always the same for GENG. It's around the wall cycle denying information over on the A line, and then very standard timings, 50 seconds to a minute 10. They're going to go and run their default. They're going to drone something, you know, every single time, and it reveals a lot about their intentions playing the Teo there. Primi given the map MVP, but I would love to give it to the coaching staff and to all of Talon. Like, they all played phenomenally. There was no carry in that game for Talon. They literally got 100% out of their roster. All 5 of the players played perfectly, and the coaching staff had a fantastic read. You literally could not have dominated harder there as Talon. Like, this is what peak Talon looks like.
This is my problem with GENG, right? I'm sort of getting stressed out about this, because these 2 teams are very polar opposite, where Talon change everything. They all the time are reinventing, pushing the meta, and GENG love to do what works for them. But then I think in this kind of matchup, Talon are always going to have the edge. That's why I predicted them today. This was the same GENG running the same composition that we've seen for years with exactly the same gamepad. Literal years. So it's no surprise that good coaching staff are able to pick it apart.
I mean, they've had good run on Haven so far in Pacific, as have T1 and Talon, playing against both of those teams that just run the same thing over and over again on Haven and have a lot of success doing it, have absolutely smashed both of them. They smashed T1 with this Deadlock comp, and then they've adapted it to be able to smash the Viper comp here from GENG. Like, they are very good at figuring out opponents that just does the same thing over and over again.
And speaking of that, I just want to take a moment and glaze Cruz for a bit for being able to adapt so quickly. I mean, in the press conference, Frost was saying how a lot of the development on Haven when they had that match versus T1 was thanks to Cruz actually adapting or tweaking what the strategies were for Talon on that map. So major props, and this really comes out. I mean, Munchkin, come on, he is definitely one of the best IGLs in Pacific, and Cruz was able to outplay him on this map.
I think Cruz is thoroughly underrated as an IGL. Something Frost talks about so consistently in his interviews about how he feels like Cruz is the best IGL in Pacific, and I think we're slowly starting to see a lot more of that. I feel like his calling is consistently good, the anti-strat is consistently good, and he's holding his own in the server. So I'm very high on Talon right now, and I think if you're GENG, you're a little bit worried about this map too.
I mean, going here into Icebox, right? We're gonna see the data up in just a bit. This is a map that we haven't seen GENG on since Champions Soul. That was the last time when they lost versus Sentinel. So we haven't seen them on this map for a long time. I highly doubt they're gonna run that Gecko KO once again.
You can see it there. They banned it a handful of times as well. Have not really wanted it to be pushed into the veto very often over on the side of Talon.
क्या लग रहा है मालूम है? मेरे को कॉम्प क्या लग रहा है? वैले लग रहा है मेरे को, वैले मेरे को लग रहा है। रिस्क है तो इश्क है। स्ट्रॉन्ग फीलिंग आ रहा है कि वैले ही होएगा।
Recognizing that T1 is a little bit too one-dimensional on that map and doing the same thing on attack over and over again. So I think for Talon, this is going to be a little bit of a different look for them, where they have something in particular prepped, but there's nothing to look at for GENG. This is not going to be a game plan W this time around.
Yeah, that's almost a good thing for GENG in a way, that they haven't shown anything on this map, because I think that would be an even bigger worry for them right now. But ultimately, I think Talon is still feeling very good. They're clearly taking it to a map where GENG are not comfortable. GENG have been looking to ban out this map, so I think Talon are going to be feeling so good heading into this map too. So it's really on GENG to show up now, show us something a little bit different, and have this well prepared, because if you're banning it, you probably haven't put a ton of time into it before now.
Well, maybe you haven't put a lot of time on the stage, which is also another factor, right? You might have been maybe saving it for a moment like this, for a moment like playoffs, but how many reps have you had on that stage, which is such an important factor?
Alrighty, let's see what we're going to get from these teams in terms of Talon are staying one step ahead here. They are going to swap to the Harbor comp off of, they were running Teo in this slot before, and this really changes things up a lot. Some teams running Harbor comp, in fact, a fair few in NA are running Harbor at the moment, so maybe that's a bit of that NA coaching style flavor into Talon once again.
I love Harbor, great for the retakes and getting that spike down. Over across on the side of GENG, a fairly simple, more standard comp. We are seeing them stick with that KO, but you know, Munchkin has a real strong record on that KO texture on the Yoru. I saw his Yoru last week, I believe it was. Wasn't entirely convinced, so he needs a better performance there today. But ultimately, not too many risks on this GENG side, only small adaptations on the current map.
I mean, texture on the Yoru on a map that you don't see Yoru as a core agent a lot is an interesting one. He must really be backing himself on this agent lately.
I don't know, he's smiling. He's smiling over there, just like our audience are smiling right now because we're about to step into Icebox, our second map here. And does this go over to Talon or can GENG come back? We're going to find out as we toss it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Well, some new sights here, it would seem. Harbor, something that we have not seen at all in Pacific this year. Comes out, bit of a classic one here from Jit Boys. Granted, you know, has played it in the past. I think it's his 7th game on it. For texture, similarly, second game on the Yoru. So, some big changes. But for the side of Talent, curious to see how they pilot this. You and I were talking about it as we saw this come through. They don't have any flashes.
None. And you've got a bunch for GENG. So you got to find those timings.
Well, that is a huge reveal.
Short,
the Dark Challenge, impossible. Texture, however, able to trade one back. Foxy and Primi both going to be left on the floor.
You can already see some of the ideas with the Cascade there to try to cover the retreat after the pick, but too quick. We're GENG to respond. So not bad so far. Scaling their way up towards A. Our GENG has to be left open by Killua.
I love you.
The only player there. Good read by the open space here for GENG. Popped, but GENG still hadn't made their way through the rotations at the very least. The Viper wall as well helping out. So
membership bhi lene bol rahe
GENG gonna have to find some good value out of those flashes, but Talon seemingly aware they're just playing outside the site.
Shock darts at the ready here for the plant. Lands right at Ash's face. And that is going to be a huge chunk of damage as he falls down to 25 health. This flank being noted and dealt with. Karan snapping on the shots, is able to find Kai. As Texture kicks over towards screens and Jit Boys will fall as well. GENG looking well poised to close out another pistol here for themselves as Cruz will still be able to put that Sheriff to good use. Finds one, finds the timing on the Munchkin as he turns back. Suddenly, it's all being undone. Texture dead, Ash has fallen, and Cruz absolutely saved them. 1000th kill accrued as well. Congratulations as Talon collect another pistol round win, stealing this from GENG.
Oh, what a round to get it. Cruz hits the 1,000 mark. Great opener by Primi. Reaction from GENG there, but the delay with the Nano Swarm and the Toxic Screen give them enough time to get into place to shoot, send out some shock darts. Well, Munchkin just not ready. Oh, above on the rope, 2 for the final.
That one's on me, gang.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से हमारा ये वाला मैप है ना बहुत गंदा जाएगा भाई. हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है ये मैच हमारा बहुत गंदा जाएगा.
Yeah, apparently.
Time to use some powers, baby.
Chronicler, yeah. Sorry, Chronicle is the player.
Yes.
Yeah. Chronicler is the caster.
बस भाई बहुत मैं ऐसे ही बोला था रिफंड नहीं मिलता है 200 कटा दे रहा.
And Killua just holds it down this under 2 position. Foxy 9 not able to get a lurk through.
मिलेगा.
Quick clear by Karan with a Sheriff.
Crazy, thank you for the 101. Jerry bhai किधर है?
That he dropped as well. Below the tube. A little bit of an investment from the side of GENG. Oh, Killua so far ahead of this. Is anybody on GENG going to be ready?
Karan for now just tucked into the side here.
Scared to push.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so locked in position. Fortunate for them, Cruz has just got a stinger playing from Snowman.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the toxic screen to come back up before they made their move.
Shock starts, however, still find value as Munchkin nearly gets picked apart. Push in, Karon on the swing, does manage to come away with a second kill, so some damage starting to be dealt here. As Ty, though, quickly with that Guardian in hand.
भाई वो गलत है बे, ये जगह पे प्लांट करना मतलब दर्द है बे.
Carves him up nice and quick.
हाँ, shock dart, speed, nade, spam सब आता है बे इधर.
Looks like Cruz is going to be stuck with a stinger carried forward here.
मेरा आवाज आ रहा है? यही जाओ.
Yeah, this is not bad damage done by GENG in the long run. Karan with some
कोई
snappy
ऐसा
shots
मैप बोलो.
onto the Sheriff. That Outlaw continuing
मेन करने जो
to
हर
find
मैप
value
खेल
for
सकते
Primmy.
हैं apart from Duelist. Oh man.
And with a couple Sheriff spot, that Outlaw still
Icebox
playing. It's
में
gonna
नहीं
be
खेल
interesting
सकते.
to see what the buy
But
looks
we'll
like
manage.
coming out for GENG.
Double कंट्रोलर
How
खेल
much do
सकते
they
हैं.
have?
Omen
Only
के
one
साथ.
player there with the regen shield. Just Foxy Knight. So everybody else able to find the full armors. It's good management. A couple Sheriffs otherwise for Talon. They're getting aggressive.
Dark cleared out, shots do end up connecting here as Munchkin able to get transfer Talon fine too. Before getting traded out, still close to being a 3v3 position here, but given the weaponry, GENG a bit more of a comfortable position for now.
Pretty quick to move over though.
भाई
Just a
पूरा
little
क्लियर
bit of
किया है.
contact, especially with
दो
that
बंदे
drone
बी
not
पे
seeing
और
anything. Cruz as well
सो
now.
अल्ट भी है चैट.
Sliding a
गलत
bit
हो
further
सकता है.
See if Talon can do any more damage here. Texture so low after getting hit by the Outlaw.
भाई जेंजी के साथ गलत हो
Wombat's gonna
सकता है.
give it away here. Stealth drone as well to clear. This needs to be pretty clean for GENG. Primmy in position.
Lobbed in, no one there for the plant to receive the damage, and shot from Primmy getting offset a bit there by the movement, not quite prepared for it, so Ash is able to collect one.
गलत हो सकता है. क्या गलत हो सकता है भाई?
Spike now planted.
सामने कौन है? कौन सी टीम है? कुछ नॉलेज वॉलेज है कि नहीं? गलत हो सकता है.
Kahlua and Cruz.
नूब जैसी बातें करते हो.
I see if they can spot anything out, but everyone from GENG disconnected back over behind yellow and around green. Has up and over the top, spot out on the one.
भाई
Does get a
वो
headshot
भी
across on the
हेडशॉट
Foxy
मारा
guy,
बे
of course,
फॉक्सी ने.
potentially an armory buy.
फॉक्सी को मारा बे हेडशॉट
Either
उसने
way,
फिर भी.
solid cleanup, just the one casualty here for GENG as they did not have bonus conversion.
हमने कुछ
Okay.
बोला ही नहीं. Oh sorry.
Starting to be
कौन बोला
a
था?
little bit more methodical here, our GENG. Very ready for that push out off the clear of the knife. Munchkin able to find two very impactful kills. Car in there, swings out at the end, so okay. Not bad from GENG, but I'm still seeing good reads from Talon.
I think you could just take Karen's yells and just put him over like anything.
Yeah.
Talon वालों को बोलो मैच के बाद.
I mean,
or he could just be excited.
Yeah, well,
It's
you know,
the same sound.
if this was EMEA, it'd just be highlights of him screaming after the matches, which is a choice.
भाई तेरी मेंबरशिप लिया तो मेरे बाल तो नहीं.
Pause. Just that scream.
Or texture
जेरी
balding
भाई
after not
मिसिंग
getting
जेरी
the
भाई.
ace.
गाली दो इसको. Crazy, thank you for the 301 मेरी जान की चोटी.
Caught. Orb secured. Alt online for Munchkin. So maybe going to be able to bully their way to a plant. Foxy has to be diligent.
क्रेजी भाई इतना अच्छा बात करना ना
he's
तो
tracking the
अच्छी
lurks,
गर्लफ्रेंड
but
मिलेगी लाइफ में. अच्छी बोल.
got the turret as well to make sure if they push through two, but just got cleared.
Your point to B though pretty much confirms that this is where the hit's going to go. So now the wall gets
गाली
set
दे
up.
दूंगी Binks, edit करो.
Drifting across, Karan trying to lead the charge here, take some space forward.
गाली देने बचा है.
Able to find one.
बाकी तो पूरी बदल
I
चुकी है
go to
तू.
Ash, turn sights up above, and Jitboy's taken down as well. Looked like Jit was going to be able to find a solid time to get some damage through. GENG now in a good spot is a blind shot connecting onto Primmy. Not much damage going to be dealt, but given that they have the op committed here, it looks like the call to save is already going to be made. So GENG will tie things up at 2-2.
हमको मेरे को लग रहा है अपना मैच
back in,
अच्छा
trying to see
नहीं
if they
जाएगा
find
ये
any
वाला.
extra punish, but
हाँ? जरा
widely
देखना.
GENG are now well poised to go ahead and secure a
10 kill भी
flawless
नहीं
round.
मार
Got
पाएंगे
one
लग रहा
around
है.
for Ash. Gonna have his ult for the next round too. Just breaks things open for GENG. The map control though pretty well under GENG's
Binks
purview
भाई
for
जेकन
most
क्या
of
ही
that
खेला
round.
ना कल.
Especially with Foxy
Valorant क्या?
being able to watch for the lurks, whether that be through mid or across
Valo
the
खेला
belt.
मेरे हिसाब से.
He had that
क्या लगता है तेरे को? क्या
under
खेला
control.
जेकन?
So GENG able to scale forward very nicely, use that Munchkin ult to get themselves through. So the ult cycle looking good potentially here for GENG as well. It's encouraging news if you're a GENG fan after how rough things went for them on Haven.
जब
This is a
जब
map
तब
that
तब
you haven't
होने
seen
वाला
from
chat.
GENG yet this
We are
year.
going map 3.
So we weren't really too sure what to expect. Kind of starting to see some of the ideas formulate. And they're able to keep the op though. Our
आपके
talent
चाय में क्या क्या होता है?
look
पानी, दूध,
behind
अदरक,
us
mint leaves,
is my big question right now as we get a
मिर्ची पाउडर.
quick look at all the players. So
नहीं
a
होता.
Guardian, a couple Guardians had to be bought down by Talon.
और
Able
चाय
to hang
पत्ती
on that
थोड़ी.
very important op, trying to set up for it. You do clear the knife at least.
चाय पत्ती भी इसलिए होता है क्योंकि मैं
GENG
पति हूँ ना.
already doing a little pre-fire to check.
तो मैं चाय
That
पीता हूँ
angle
तो
help.
चाय पत्ती.
Gonna need some good flashes to clear that. Or a drone potentially here from Ash. Might be able to get that out early. Japoy's right there to back up Primi. Throw out that cascade if necessary.
But technically देखना जाए तो जंजी को ए ही जाना
Just gonna
चाहिए.
hightail it out of there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just burning the tailwind.
हाँ?
Backpedaling here as quickly as they can. All coming up, and it seems like GENG relatively happy with that pressure, but the lurk from Charon is going to be noted.
मेरा आवाज आ रहा है
Weapon
जंजी
swapped
भाई.
out as Tai just going to be looking for the quick little exit here.
मेरे को देखने
They've
का
done such a good job with this of Talon. Get the one and dones.
ये लोग भी
Don't
कैसे जाएंगे
overcommit.
देखने
Don't
का.
overheat.
Tai on the swing out, finds the headshot. Texture dead. Solid
Need
damage
be
dealt,
है.
ensuring that they maintain that player advantage at least for the moment. But Foxy 9 this time.
फिर
able
भी
to
भी
linger
नहीं कर
forward,
पाएंगे.
Finishes the job there on Ikalua. Now we go into a 3v3.
This is how it ends.
Armageddon clear out over towards Snowman. Old Shit Boys back. Plant now getting dropped in.
प्लांट कर पाएंगे लेकिन हाँ राउंड
Ult to
हारेगा.
speak of.
राउंड हारेगा जंजी.
Gonna have to be really good with this Harbor util and the Sova util and a shot from Munchkin.
Pop flash.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Easy retake है Talon के लिए.
perfection. Absolute perfection, one should say. As Jit Boy similarly going to be taken down, and now Primi is looking to hold on to the operator, see if he can
Primi
find
bhai.
anything additional here. The round just a bit out of touch, and they are in position to go ahead and find this punish as well. Just trying to confirm presence. As Foxy, the gun barrel just not quite spotted. Won't be able to see him, but now can turn his sights back, and as he goes to the updraft and exit, Foxy is there to shoot him out of the sky.
That's a W.
3 in a row. GENG now in the lead.
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Let's see when Talon wants to think about a timeout. Been pretty quick to pop him, especially with Killua finding 2 kills. Tai and Killua, I should say, finding a kill apiece, but a good lurk by Foxy 9 finds a ton of value under 2, but that gives GENG the confidence that they need, the safety that they need to push forward on towards the B side. Very impactful kill, and yeah, timeout right away. I liked this a lot from Talon. The coaching staff being very proactive,
Huh?
not liking what they see.
What happened to Fnatic match
I think just
yesterday? They
A
won.
lot of the early rounds to me looked pretty good with
In
their
our
ability to
hearts.
take mid control.
Reschedule हुआ है
But
वो.
that round they seeded over. Foxy punishes them on a kill that turns
मेरा
the
chat
tide
में ठीक
potentially.
है.
Not able to find any value out of that op either. So GENG doing a great
भाई
job.
मेरे को लग रहा है Talon जीता.
Talon win easy.
Talon
Talon's
easy win.
first
Yep.
2-0.
Yep.
Good thing.
From Singapore full series
From
पर
Singapore, just won a
Pacific.
full series, 6
भाई मतलब 7 घंटे लगे आने को. 7 घंटे लगे.
They don't care who wins.
They just
They
want.
just want their money's worth on the ticket.
Oh,
भाई लोग इतना ट्रैवल करके आते बे
Yeah.
सपोर्ट करने.
I was gonna say I came into today expecting 6 maps
हाँ?
for sure. With how good all these teams are, how tight everything was across both groups. And you know, poor Talon. Just at least they've gotten the first map jitters out of the way. They've been able to win a couple of those now.
Very true.
Early flash to try to counter that
कभी सीधा
lurk
वो
we
आंसर
saw in the
नहीं दोगे?
previous round from GENG.
Needing Jit Boys to
दिया
start getting
तो
activated though. Not
टाइम में
before
क्या क्या
quite
जाता
just
है?
yet, which is why it's
कांदा
such
थोड़ी
a
बोलो.
huge delay on trying to get that reckoning online. Still 1 charge off of it.
क्या ही ऑडियंस है क्रेजी है भाई.
It's triple stack to defend B.
बाहर
Seems like
के यहाँ पे
whether
ना
it's
बालों का
Haven or
गलत लेवल
Icebox,
का क्रेज है
GENG
बे.
favoring the B site today.
हाँ.
Some noise made. Kalua on the timing, looking for the hit there, unable to find it. The turn back from Texture, able to find one as Munchkin also gets a piece of the action. As Jit Boys able to avoid the stun, avoids the fragment, stays tucked away, just the classic in hand, but now does have that reckoning with that kill.
The drone miss him?
I don't think he's been spotted by anything. No one is lending any credence to his position at all until that very moment. Sorry,
क्या clear किया texture ने?
He's trying to readjust his Cruz goes for the wide swing. Eventually finds it. Timeout call not going to lead to a thrifty, but let's see what plan
भाई
looks to
क्यों
enact
clear
here
किया
as we
लेकिन
go
क्या
into the
जाने
next
दो
rifle
क्यों
round.
किया?
Sure. Got the reckoning for Jit Boys now. Finally able to get that online, but back into the op as well for Primi, it looks like. And just a delayed push out from Talon. GENG playing very, very patient today. I mean, that is one thing I can say is GENG is being very slow at the beginning of these rounds. They're looking for aggression. They're looking for those players. They were just losing a lot of those lurk battles. The 1v1s, you know, you saw if you saw the first kill stats from Haven, it was so heavily in Talon's favor.
texture का
Texture
भाई?
though, on the exploration mission.
Spotted out
को आसा
three,
था बे?
basically
बंदा
just cleared
एकदम
the site.
W है बे.
Hasn't even checked over towards
इधर तो
410,
देखा हुआ
so
लग रहा
doesn't
है.
even necessarily have that confirmed. As Falvos will flush him out into the open, but instantly hits the headshot. Does eat a big chunk of damage here in response, but the flash is out. And Kahlua dead, just trying to strafe in from the Raptors.
Fuck.
Once again, given that they have this op committed, now that the pit is in play, I think Talon is going to have to save.
Yeah, you could try to use the reckoning to clear it, but numbers already not in your favor.
They're going to swap over. Texture pop flash going to be sent, gets a full hit onto Jit Boys, and now the reckoning cannot come into play. Shorty.
भाई कितना मस्ती है बे बंदे में कितना भाई?
Not too much found. But they're still playing up into this. They've got the money to be able to afford another purchase here to Talon, but
लाइफ ने करना चाहिए था ना?
it seems like in the end, yep, updraft just to go for the exit. Munchkin going to go on the hunt. See if he can try to catch anybody in transit. Spots him out, has the headshot onto one. A one-way setup from Primi as he bounces out towards safety. We'll be able to hold on to the weapon, but GENG staving them off, not allowing for the timeout to lead to a win.
And now you're seeing those flashes really come into play. Munchkin and Texture using them beautifully in the post plant and to set up the plant. This is a great one right here to set up Texture for his second. The third is found. No fourth there though. He goes bounding out of the smoke.
How is he?
He's just a kid.
I can't believe his energy.
He's having fun. He's so into it.
भाई कितना प्यारा है भाई.
Or going to be picked up there by Cruz.
Cute too.
I didn't necessarily hear exactly what he was begging. But I heard
भाई
him say, please,
इतना
please.
अच्छा लगा था ना उससे बात करके.
There's no op that you were trying to get.
I think he wanted to. Yeah.
Maybe he was begging them to kill Primi.
Yeah, I think that was it. That's my guess.
Game sound बड़ा?
I would have loved to have gotten that op out of their hands. Couldn't quite get there. Now being a little bit tricky on the map are GENG. Showing some looks towards B. But again, Talon has to play off site. Too dangerous for them to try to contest around 410, around Nest because of the flashes. I mean, Cruz is taking a peek, but has the safety of the screens. Nanos popped, one on top of the box there. That forced players away from the plant site, at least momentarily. GENG, though, trying to figure out what's going on around them. Pop flash from Texture just in case there was an interruption attempt. Did not come through this time.
Reckoning and the lockdown to try to attempt the retake
कोई
here.
लर्क करेगा क्या?
Honestly, all three ultimates could just end up being invested here from the side of Talon. As there is the lockdown sent. Swing out Texture, trying to find any kind of damage that he possibly can before disconnecting back away from this lockdown, but ends up falling. The fragment to delay. Salvos sent. All of GENG flush back
Right,
in Primi.
the blue nade,
Except
na?
space pushing forward. Cruz trying to get the defuse up to half, I believe. Ends up getting taken down.
Right,
And now
the
the
blue
fire squad
nade,
gets
na,
opened
chat?
up. As the defuse is held to half, but
भाई इतना
this is
भारी
starting to get
पोस्ट
away
प्लांट
from
था
Talon. It's been
टैलेंट का.
absolutely
एक
rest from their
नेड
grasp.
ने वाट लगाया भाई.
Jit Boy sprinting as frantically as he can, will be able to avoid the blast radius.
Bro वो लोग
But GENG
super ready थे. What the
is taken
fuck?
away round after round.
6 in a row. They're so diligent. They're being very smart about this too. As soon as that reckoning is in play, you know that Talon is going to be kind of scaling those ultimates, so they can try to take control of the site. Oh my!
Off the rope into the fragment.
Oof. Maybe just a little bit of whoopsies there from Cruz. Blade storm for
भाई
Primi.
गलत बे.
Still has the op. This is the end of the cash though for Talon.
गलत
If
दो
they lose
अल्टी
this
को
round, they're
काउंटर
going
कर
to be
दिया.
very broke.
एक नेट ने
He's trying to take some mid control. A little bit of presence shown
Did you
through
just say he?
his opponent's poison cloud. Munchkin again with his ult. So GENG continuing to just find value in every round, no matter the
टेक्सचर का
situation.
स्ट्रीम भी देखने को मजा आता
Against their
है
opponent's ults, they get the win. That's a huge one. Now you've got your own again to clear some site space.
सबटाइटल्स के साथ आता है पता ना YouTube
There's
पे
nothing confirmed on that drone.
वो लोग ही डालते
Much
हैं
information that Talon is able to work off of right now. Now they're going to start hearing the drone cleared. GENG trying to scale up. Grab the orb. Get the Poxy's ult. Looking really nice for GENG.
In a forward spot, Karen is just back in spawn.
कैरन भाई किधर
Catching this
खड़े
flank.
देखो
Cruz now dealt
क्रूज
with.
टिल्ट हो गया रहेगा भाई
Jit Boys in a committed spot, is able to find one, looks to exit, cannot. Foxy will strike him down. Interrupts the plan here for a moment, as some time going to be bought. Trying to get back into a retake spot. Fluid dropping down. Catching Texture off guard, able to find him there at close quarters. Up and over the top goes
Bro,
Perkinine, now pulled out.
Primi.
Foxy 9 going to be taken down. 2 players remaining from the side of GENG as Ash gets spotted. He gets flushed out. Karen now with everything to
इतना भी
do.
नहीं है कैजुअल प्रीमी
Tries to set up for the bite, tucks back into the corner, needs to hit the headshot and cannot.
डब्ल्यू
Blue
राउंड
with a
टैलेंट
3K.
है
Finally break the win streak here. 6 in a row for GENG as Talon find themselves a 3rd round win.
Oh man, Kahlua getting so aggressive in this round. You know, GENG gets that 1 kill, tries to get the plant down, and Kahlua is just right there around the corner
जेंजी का
waiting.
आईजीएल कौन है जो बोल
And
रहा है
it's
ए
a good
जाओ
patience
बी
shown by
जाओ
him as well after he gets the first
Boy.
to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Start finding some damage, and then Primi with the knives. He's so clean.
भाई अब तो मेरे पावर
Again,
पे
they're
काम
able to
नहीं
work
कर
those
रहे
crossfires around 410 very nicely
कैसे
to isolate the GENG players that are up close and put it down to just Karan, who cannot clutch it out.
इससे बे
This is Talon.
Talon's timeout?
Okay. Wow. Puzzling, perhaps.
यार
Still in a quite a big deficit here. So it seems like Talon maybe believing in this
Gang,
composition a lot
excuse me,
more on the
language.
attacking side than on the defense. Hard to say either way.
103 हो
It's the
गया
second timeout commitment here, so coaching staff, they are sending the team out
कुछ
on
positive
their
vibes
own
चाहिए
here
chat.
for the remainder of the map unless
Chat,
GENG
एक
gets
बार
the
हार्ट
call
स्पैम
until
करो
we get to
नेक्स्ट
halftime.
मैच देखते क्या होता
Yeah,
है
I mean, part
मेरे
of this
हिसाब से
could be
औरा
just
कम हो रहा है
this.
मेरे हिसाब
It
से
wasn't the
औरा
exact
कम हो
same
रहा है
comp,
चैट
right? You switch
एक
out
बार
the
हार्ट
tail for the
स्पैम कर दो
harbor for this map versus what we saw against
क्या
T1
पता
or
औरा के
Talon.
वजह से हो समझ रहे हो
And they
कभी कभी
they won 7
पॉजिटिव
in a row
वाइब्स
on their
इज
defender
द
side
की
to close out the map against T1. 6-6 on their attacker
हार्ट
side. So
चाहिए
maybe
हार्ट
they
से
feel like this is
पॉजिटिव
actually
पॉजिटिव
the
वाइब्स
more
चाहिए
important
भाई
side of the map for them.
Yeah.
And they really need to get these wins.
Probably feeling like 6 would be enough.
W W W
Time will tell.
that's a W
As
That's a
up still
W.
in hand here for Primi.
नेक्स्ट मैच देख अभी ये भी काम नहीं
Hit
किया तो
available
लगता
from Thai. Munchkin with an ult command. Texture, if he can get an orb, will have a dimensional drift.
Like this 3-2 split changeup for GENG. Kind of a counter lurk setup.
भाई
Keeping it
वो
quiet for the
कास्टर
moment.
बोला है
The ping setup
3-2
coming from the
स्प्लिट
operator, and
पसंद
Munchkin
है
has already
करके
swung out
लेकिन
wide.
ये तो Icebox
Has
है
the
स्प्लिट
headshot
नहीं
now. No
कैसे
command in play. Kalua down
मोहम्मद
below
भाई
the
थैंक यू फॉर द
backside.
मेंबरशिप मेरी जान
Tries
करो
to tuck the wave, and
डे
Ash scaling forward. Finds one. Plan going to be interrupted. Kalua able to find the transfer there. Gets rid of Texture. But he's down to 8 HP. Technically still resable. 4 players alive, and if they can find the killjoy, then that gives them the opener to go ahead and bring Munchkin back to the fold. So Rez is in. Jid Boy's able to find one more of those.
1
Karan will
2
fall.
3 pick
Davos sent his way. They nearly all line up.
ऑलमोस्ट था बे एंटी था
As for a moment, I thought we were going to be getting
लाइफ
a
नहीं करना
100
चाहिए
Thieves v
था बस
PRX moment.
Yep,
हाँ सब
Which
अच्छा था
player
लाइफ
wasn't one
नहीं
of those,
करना
like,
चाहिए
awesome enough. Either way, GENG
I believe you're right.
scraped by with the victory. Kalua continues to try to make this as close as humanly possible here for the team.
Well, he's being so aggressive. You know, for GENG, the timings here, they've been so passive in the beginning of the round.
भाई तुम लोगों को
You
पता
know,
है
for the
एक
first 30
चीज
seconds,
टैलेंट के
45
सपोर्टर्स अभी
seconds,
क्या
they
बोल
haven't
रहे
really
रहेंगे
scaled forward that
जीत
aggressively. This time,
बॉयज
they're
जीत
able to catch Primi completely off guard. Killua, though, with a decent response, but it's too little too late. Past the salvo is Primi, and he's dead.
And he is. Texture.
भाई वो लोग को पता था बे और लेने आएंगे
Finding Jit Boys and Cruz just kind of sitting here being like, I don't know what to do now. Swings the corner. Gets
किसके
some
लिए
good
और
damage
लेकिन
onto
सबके
Ash,
पास
but
तो है
I mean, Tide really delivered. Going to be able to find the one. So Kalua now Sheriff in hand, rotating over. Armageddon going to be picked up here for the final round of the half. As Karan not quite able to lock down this kill. Foxy9 will be able to do so, and a team ace as GENG get up to 8.
They're just really starting to feel themselves. Our GENG able to secure another ult off of that orb.
Language speed demand.
Or Ash, and this is
Kisko
just
support कर रहे हो?
clean
GENG.
stuff. Another nice flash,
मैं texture
anticipating
बहुत
pressure.
कौन नहीं
Now
करेगा?
Munchkin really starting to get the download on his opponents, really starting to anticipate their reactions. This is when GENG gets scary. And this is something I talk about a lot, is if Munchkin has good reads on
नहीं
you,
करना चाहिए था.
it is really, really difficult to figure them out. Because he's going to be throwing the right util, the right people at the problems. Didn't see it on Haven, but certainly starting to see it. Ooh, there's some spam damage.
It's a really good amount. Poxy down to 42. No regen armor behind
पर
that.
मेरे को लग रहा है करण को राउंड है. मेरे को लग रहा है चैट. नेक्स्ट वॉल अप में करण
Just
प्ले
Sage on this
बनाने
map
वाला है.
sometimes. Just want to see a little heals, some walls, some reses. But anyway.
Well, Pit is here. Dimensional drift from Texture can try to get the spot out. They also have an Armageddon, really just force position on the Viper.
That's what I was just thinking about. I mean, you have a lot of tools to clear this pit. It's quite early. They're going to go for it. Playing right on the edge of it, I think. Yeah, up on the
bottom
raptor.
above. Yes, he does.
Yep.
We're now going to be sent out. And Munchkin dead as Nano able to find one Foxy taken down.
Bro.
As Armageddon now going to be called in. Shoves them away, the site gets opened up. The flank, however, coming through. Primi swinging around the backhand side. As Hunter's Fury goes across looking to interrupt, but Plant is already through. Karan escapes. Gets himself up and above. As Texture finding a nice shot. We'll take down Thai. Double swing out though, the drop down. Ash, dead to rights. Primi finding Karan. It's all on Texture. To try to clutch it. Gets himself up to 3. And honestly, he's going to be happy that he wouldn't.
8-4.
As it would have been an
Not
ace
bad,
clutch.
not bad, not bad.
That is going to be
bad.
Talon now finding themselves a 4th round win. But the question is that enough with this composition as they move over to the attack?
Yeah, it is a big question for me. You know, this can be an attacker-sided map sometimes, depending on who's playing and what's going on, but like the way that Talon plays off the Reckoning this time, it's just a game of timing. The last couple of rounds, who can find the right one to catch their opponents a bit off guard. A lockdown as well.
Thanks, Gide. How are you? All good. Bye. आप कैसे हो?
You know, a big part of this so far for GENG has been their ability to limit Primi, especially when he's the operator. I don't know if he found a single op kill that I can remember. Can you remember any? You've got a better memory than me.
Not off, well, clearly.
Yeah.
But not off the top of my head. No, I can't.
TLN जीतेगा बे.
Cannot actually.
Vele.
Whether or not he really
Vele.
that up. It wasn't regular enough for us to have it stick in our
मैडम को
minds.
लेफ्ट राइट करना ही नहीं है.
Correct.
Feels like he had to have got at least a kill in there somewhere.
I'm sure, but
You have to pick
I just
one.
don't remember any. That's how crazy it is.
समझाया, समझाया.
He had, I think he had an op kill on Texture,
Jet,
pushing into a main.
I think you're right.
I think he got onto a forward angle, or maybe he was boosted on top of the box and was able to find one. But he was pretty
4K and winning. 4K and winning.
This fan wants to see the 4-kill reactions. I do too.
W.
Can you tell by the picture if Texture won the round or lost the round? Some say
बस भाई लो फील हो रहा है. लो के बाद ही हाई फील होएगा.
Because he's always reacting one way or
कब
another.
खेलेगा Esports जब तो काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लेगा मेरी जान.
Ash 10-4 though, what a half.
कौन से टीम को सपोर्ट करे? GENG.
I mean, all of GENG pretty tight knit.
Yeah.
Now Foxy down there, 7-6-1, still playing positive at the moment. But for Talon, needing to find the opening pistol, needing to show us what this comp is going to be about. And they're going to be able to get themselves into sights without having these flashes. Obviously, the walls are going to be the solution, but how do they utilize them? That is the question. Foxy able to find 2, though. Just lurk down 2. Nice little walkabout.
Lean shots.
Players dead. Damage dealt to the remainders. Moving forward, Cruz is able to find Karan, but now Texture up above. Comes away with 2 more, and that's Kahlua all alone in a 1v3.
हो गया. पिस्तौल और जीतना था ना? थोड़ा क्लोज जाने के लिए.
No Nano here from Foxy9 to try to interrupt. Kahlua does have 1. And Stealth Jones going on the chase, trying to spot out anything that he can, but nothing really identified, but it does narrow down his possible positions.
Surely not another Talon clutch on the pistol.
And while with the 0 point, you should basically have a very strong idea of where he's at. Salvo's now set to try to flush him forward, and Foxy9 will be good for a third, try to fast track that lockdown. So GENG tie it up 2-2 in pistols across the series. And they take that first step towards setting us to a map 3.
This is just a phenomenal hold by Foxy9 down the tube, just winning against 2 different players. Meanwhile, the rest of GENG was aggressively pushing out towards A. I mean, Texture, you can see him on the map. He was already all the way up on the belt. He was almost in their spawn. And by that point, it didn't matter because Foxy had gotten the kills anyway. So you're able to just rotate the other direction, counter the B-hit. Texture's on his horse to get there. Helps when he has the TP.
Horse by now. Talon feeling the pressure. One of the teams that will, with regularity, pull this out.
Yep.
So GENG should have this in the back of their brains, that this is a possibility. As
Texture
Texture
around the last map.
Forward here, and does get scanned out, so quickly
last map 45 mein kiya.
Showing a little presence there, but around these tight angles.
The 0 point will tell all, but Kalu at range able to find one. Push over the corner though. Ash and Munchkin say Arslingers hit a little bit harder. Into the meat grinder. 2 players dead. Decent damage dealt. Guardian
भाई
Phantom
चला है Stinger के नाम पे. Hello.
Expensive weaponry is retained as GENG now get the double digits.
Yeah, what felt like a must-win there for Talon does not go their way. So seemingly GENG going to be very much in the driver's seat, as it's going to have to be just, you know, you can get a couple Stingers again. You will see this after those attempted, you know, half buy-ups, I'll call them. But things get very, very challenging. Ash with a full rifle. You've got an outlaw for Texture. Only 1 player with even half armor for the side of Talon. Munchkin does not care.
Just kind of using the wall against them.
Yeah.
He's able to go ahead and scoop up that orb before they can get a position. Crew's actually falling down. Away dash at the ready, looking for the exec. Stingers in hand. As a drone going to be cleared out. Primi arriving, dropping down. Munchkin finding one, Karen finding another. Jin able to trade one with Foxy9. Instantaneous.
Too strong, bro. Aim too
locking
strong.
onto their heads.
Aim too strong, chat.
There's GENG looking to similarly
Clean
deliver
defense,
a beat down here on the Talon, just like they suffered in the map before.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, you know, just how different it can be map to map, and on each other's picks. Both teams have great reads. One way, Talon this way. Jeez, Foxy. He is really starting to heat up. You know, he's been, depending on whose ratings you look at, one of the best rated players in Pacific for Stage 1 as Foxy9. He has just been so reinvigorated since his temporary benching. He has been a force. Texture has an op, but he's putting it to good use.
Primi not having much of a game here, not much of a map. Picked apart here off the rip. It's GENG. Look to lock in that map point and get ready to send us over to Pearl.
Phantom
That's what we're talking about.
Phantom
it's
use
not the most
करते
popular
spray
map
करने
for
को,
both of these
smoke
teams.
No.
So
defense
very
में
curious
ज़्यादा Phantom use होता है.
what sights we end up seeing there.
I do love Pearl. So I think that's going to be a great kind of gambit between these two with the IGLs. Looking so good across both different maps.
Ooh, okay, Munchkin not quite ready for the push. It's a slow creep up there from Jit Boys, able to find the opener. Gun barrel, I don't think was spotted by Karan, but obviously they're only going to be coming from one direction. He's able to find the first, but cannot get the second.
Panko!
So amount of tap there.
Panko, bail!
Jit Boys is the plant now gets ready to come through, and that's going to give them the reckoning. And given the scoreline, they might feel the necessity to invest that, but now he's all alone.
Listen.
Tuka bail, vada pav, patties.
Texture slowly creeping forward, up to the back. And that is going to be GENG now getting up to map point. Pearl looking like it's very much going to be on the horizon. Unless we can see an 8-round run back here from Talon, but it's a reminder that they have no timeout.
Very, very difficult now. Money's going to be bad for Talon. They're going to have to scrape together some buys here and there. I mean, Jit trying to barrel his way forward. Ash accounting for Ty's lurk very nicely. That's another thing that GENG has done is they've started to win some of those 1v1s that we weren't seeing on hand. They're winning those anti-lurk plays. Well, those were not coming through at all on the previous map. Jit Boys has an ult, but so does GENG. 2.
Null Command can just go ahead and stop him from using it.
Exactly.
get themselves into a post plant.
You can use texture to figure out what's going on.
Crazy! Thank you for the 500 मेरी जान के टोटे.
From texture.
W पहली बार अच्छा मैसेज भेजा क्रेजी ने. Love you crazy. Thank you for the 500 मेरी जान के टोटे. Love you.
Widely chooses to go in behind the storage unit rather than jumping across towards the site. His Cruz headshot.
Shot.
Is going to be found on a Munchkin.
But it's GG.
Start. You're really deep, but Chip Boys
घर का
used that
खाना
cascade.
खा लो कभी. Dinner
Be
घर का.
aware
अभी तो
what's going on
चटपटा.
over on the A site. Just going to be happy to give that overplay for retake with the man
आज
advantage.
dinner में होगा पाव भाजी.
There you go. Texture gonna rip the ult pretty early here. A lot of the other players not able to play off of this, so kind of curious what the plan is on the back of this.
As a flash through the cove. And tucks back, gets around the corner. Does still just have that operator in hand. Hunter's Fury going to be sent in. Cruz hunting, looking. Jit Boys tagging. Finds Ash at screens. Now a 3v3. Ball at the ready, but Ty a little bit faster. Able to find that kill. Jit Boys sights up towards the Raptors. Finds one. Texture swaps over for the Vandal. Running low on bullets, running low on time. He's not ready for the close angle. Cruz, pole position.
Aloo matar and paratha no pav bhaji. ठीक है.
Themselves a fifth round win, now needing 7.
Yeah, this one
अभी क्या
a
खाएगी
little
वो
bit
बता.
uncomfortable for Gen G.
वड़ा पाव या
Going
सुका
down early, pulls
can
one of
do
the ults
patties, I
away,
can do
and Texture,
patties.
I think, maybe just a little bit ahead of the curve on this. Maybe he was looking for Cruz. That's another thing I have in the back of my mind is that he was looking for that Hunter's Fury.
I'll
See if
make
he can
bail
find
after
a
my I'm
isolated
feeling
play
more
to
of a
pick,
Patties person today.
but never really able to scale deep enough. Get that info, and then Talon able to set up those crossfires nicely. Finding a 5th round, but
Patties बनता है.
you were saying need a lot more. Now it's 7 in a row. Crimmy up on the tube. Oh, goodness.
And he's taking out a 4.
This gets lit up.
And now, I mean, he just
Oh
has
my.
the back pedal, and he's going to die. Foxy just sprays through the smoke, through everything, finds the kill. Another first death here for Crimmy. As the turret will finally be taken down. Texture holding underneath the angle here at tube.
Yeah, I love this. Trying to make sure that Ty has no ability to dictate the flow of this map.
Coming out, Munchkin able to drop back. Karan looking for the kill, can't find it. Lua does take a bit of damage, but elimination not going to be found out. Munchkin
Not
will be bleeding out on the floor. Foxy arriving, able to find the first, cannot readjust.
बंद में क्या ले सब बढ़िया शिंगना 2.
Ash, however, good for another. The peeking on the op, just a hair off. There is Texture. Lockdown now, going to be invested. So even if Gen G don't close out the round, given that they have a deep flank from Ash coming around the backhand side, they still get rid of one of these critical ultimates here from Talon. Oh, and this timing could be absolutely devastating. Oh, chop, whips, and Ash has absolutely beefed it.
Oh, no.
Now on Texture's shoulders. Lineups at the ready.
Comeback हुआ.
As there goes the first dart. Here comes the second. Swap onto the Vandal. The tap, just looking to try to bait them forward. Who's now dropping down, and Texture says, yeah, no, I'm gonna hold on to the operator. Carry that forward into the next round. Talon will be given a second lease on life.
A few moments here that this round could have gone very differently for Gen G, but not able to stabilize. The aim is Ash. I mean, this is a great start again. They got a good read on what Primmy's doing on top of the tube. Foxy not able to find that third. That could be a very different story sitting here for Ash. If he finds Cruz, could be a very different story.
I mean, he found him.
Well, the hard way, yes.
Just
not, you know.
Slippery. Just couldn't get a good hold of him.
Yeah.
Unreal. Well, Talon run this back. Ash is going to be kicking himself about that one for a long, long time. Still, though, odds in Gen G's favor as I think the drone should have seen him. Primmy was ready, checking the angle.
Missile power.
Switch.
Immediately finds a shot. Crew is going to be taken out.
Abhi I feel like more of a Patties person.
Corner, the swing out.
Paisa to missile power खा सकते.
Sets up for the wall, goes for the timing shot, but Ash is there to collect.
Can.
Getting away from him. A 3K from Texture. Munchkin finding the last kill on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be 13-6 this time.
कौन spam कर रहा है बदतमीज?
Hands
हाँ?
to go ahead and send us over into the third and final map.
This is pretty wild. such dominant wins on their opponent's map picks for both Talon and GENG to send us to Pearl. God only knows what this third map is going to bring. I mean, I figured today would be close, but it's kind of weird to see it in this way where it's just dominant from one team or the other.
Map.
Yeah.
Seems like maybe some over prep on their opponent's anticipated picks, perhaps. Either way, hard to say, but Pearl is a relative unknown for us as far as what we can anticipate. And I think it's damn exciting for our first series here of the playoffs. It does not get any easier from here. You win today, you play again tomorrow.
Yeah, no. This is a grueling playoffs, no matter what happens in some ways. But a win today can certainly relieve a lot of that pressure. So both teams going to be fighting on Pearl, no doubt about it. Just have to see who's got the good reads. To me, it's been an IGL battle so far. You know, yeah, it helps when players like Primi and Jipboys are fired up for Talon, and then, you know, Texture, Foxy9, Ash having some good moments. But it's a lot of just finding those timings were a big part of it. You know, who could get ahead of who could be in positions where their opponent wasn't expecting it. Was really the big name of the game on Icebox.
Yep. Wow. Back-to-back 13-6 score lines, perfectly balanced between these two teams. The Pearl will tip that balance and send one of the teams down to the lower bracket. We're going to find out who it is when we come back, but first we'll send things back over to the analyst desk. Take it away.
Okay, we will. We will take it away. We're going into map number 3, and we are just trading map picks at this point. I'm not sure if Talon was entirely prepared of a GENG that had months to actually draft something on Icebox, and that definitely showed. I mean, Talon, they had, you know, a little bit of momentum at the very beginning, but it just came snowballing down once GENG were able to actually put their strats into place.
Yeah, I mean, the shoe's on the other foot now. This looks like the total inverse of map 1. Talon obviously not coming into this game with any prep because GENG haven't shown their Icebox before. GENG playing a, you know, probably a slightly different comp than Talon would expect, and this was just a domination the other way, right? We just saw GENG run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, Talon tried to change up their comp going into this and shift the roles around a little bit. Jipboys back onto a controller, and then you put Killua over onto the Killjoy. Killua doing a pretty decent job for himself, but this has got to be one of Primi's worst maps I've seen in Pacific.
I've not seen Primi shut down this hard.
Yeah, 3-1 in opening duels from 10. That is not a good way to go, and particularly towards the end of the game. I felt like those last 4 or 5 rounds in a row, he was first picked on attack there.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like there was, especially in that second half, he contributed so little because he was so routinely picked off. And I mean, you can't have that happen to your star player. We saw in map 1 just how effective Primi was. So now he's just not even in the server in this map 2 because he's constantly dying first. Of course, your team is going to be massively handicapped. But big props to GENG for being able to shut him down because that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and I think also compositionally, like this is just one of the things about Valorant compared to other kinds of TAC FPS that makes things closer to like a MOBA or something like that. It's just the fact that you've loaded into Agent Select, Talon's changed up to a Harbor comp, and you're loading in against a KO Yoru, which we'll touch on a little bit more in depth when we get into some of the replays. But like, honestly, this just feels like a bit of a counter comp in a way, like not a hard counter or anything like that, but I feel like the comp for GENG plays very well into what Talon tried to switch to here.
And that's one of GENG's specialties, honestly. I mean, we did see good rounds from both, especially when, you know, they were fresh into the map here. But I don't know, I just feel like on the side of Talon, they just could have prepped a lot better. I mean, you're right. Primi, it was absolutely painful. I'm so sorry to see those last few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they can't prep when they don't know what's coming, right? And as you say, I think GENG's comp was such a nice counter. If we take a look at some replays here, we'll break this down just a little bit more. But it's all about that double initiator, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru as well as the KO is kind of what I'm looking at, where you do have just so much potential to be able to flash. It's an easy clear on yellow. You can kind of read the setups very well with the KO Teo. I think that's a fantastic pairing on Icebox right now, but you even see these kind of set plays that you can do with the gate crash plus a pop flash straight through your own Viper wall to take Snowman. You see that with the flashes scaled up over yellow, but then you see Talon. I mean, you expect their retakes to be good, but GENG was just playing around it perfectly.
Yeah, GENG got the spike planted every single round. So Talon's plan here was clearly retake, and I think the Harbor can provide a lot of value for these retakes. You get the Cove on the spike, but we just look at GENG, the way they funnel this util, cycle it so well. The Molly comes in, then the Teo missiles come in. It's just getting this defuse off is nigh on impossible. So mad respect to GENG. I think their comp really countered what Talon wanted to do, and they didn't let Talon's game plan deter them.
This exact round is what Valorant's all about. You get the Reckoning lockdown for the retake plan that Talon's running, but just perfect utility usage from GENG. Like, they bled every single little piece of utility, both nanos, both salvos, the fragment, the snakebite. Every little bit of utility was used perfectly to be able to delay that spike for just long enough. And Texture's going to get the MVP. A beautiful second game from him on the Yoru. And I used to think picking Yoru on Icebox was borderline trolling, which is a bit of a reference to a game from Ascension that our Big Time's team was playing. But nowadays, I'm actually liking it more and more. I think, honestly, on defense, it was fantastic. I think Icebox is a map that, when you're playing something like a Jet, it's very hard to rotate on defense a lot and change up what your setup is. It feels very rigid. It's like, I'm going to play Senti on one side of the map, or I'm going to play like Retake A on one side of the map, and then my Jet is on a B long info line, or I'm playing Jet on A or 2 Bork or something, and it feels like the whole setup revolves around where is your duelist playing with the op. But I feel like with the Yoru, you can be everywhere. You can be taking a pick B long. I could TP back to spawn and B and A in like 5 seconds, and then the whole setup shifts, and it's impossible for the other team to read.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest thing. The rotates on Icebox for the defenders is one of the longest in the game. So Yoru lets you just kind of skip all that. So you're basically always able to be in the fight, which is something we saw from Texture. Routinely, he's able to get that first pick with the operator, and then move to the other side, get on another line, mix it up. So I liked how he played it. I thought this was a much, much better showing for his Yoru than we saw last time out.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot on the side of Talon that we really didn't get to see because they didn't get to put those strategies in place, right? On paper, this composition, there's something there. There's so many rounds that they should have won with what they had, you know, just on their hands.
Yeah.
But it just didn't work out. There were just so many chances that were missed. There were some awkward rounds as well from the side of Talon that, you know, they should have had.
I mean, GENG just played really well. That's how I feel about it. I mean, Talon, it's a little bit of a lackluster game, I think, in particular from your duelist, like not really putting up the numbers that you wanted from him. He's been very, very consistent, but just the way that comp from GENG played into Talon's comp in a lot of those rounds, it felt very hopeless. Like, that Harbor comp is fantastic. You see it in a lot of different regions, and it is a comp that has been mixed in for a long time on Icebox at this point, but it just feels like against particularly that KO and Yoru being your duelist as well, it's like you're creating all these little pockets of play that the other team can these teams has really played a whole lot of Pearl and does not have a lot of reps, so I want to see what we're going to get from either one of these teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing we can expect from GENG is, I think even if they do make changes to this composition that we're seeing now, it won't be big changes, which again does play into Talon's hands. We spoke about map 1, how good that preparation was, so I think that they will be able to look at what GENG have used before. The question is, how much are GENG going to really change? But who knows what Talon are going to do? They have the potential to play lots of different stuff on this map. It's a very versatile map.
Yeah, you think they're gonna change something?
GENG?
On this? No, Talon.
I would like to see it. I mean, I would be.
They might as well lean into it, right?
It would, because if you want to build a proper anti-strat, the same way that they did for the Haven against T1 and against GENG today, they were okay to make changes. This is Talon's biggest strength as a team, is they're so flexible. So if you want to make changes to be able to counter effectively, then do it. Talon are not a rigid team. They're not locked into this kind of meta idea. They're not locked into roles. You know, they're a loose team. They're jazz. They are the jazz of.
I love your description of that. Going now into Pearl though. as we mentioned, you know, Talon, they have the whole spectrum to play with. What are we seeing right here? Ooh, we are seeing some changes coming in.
So GENG, they are going to play the double init here, so it is going to be a little bit easier for them to kind of play flexibly on the attack, but they'll get to start defense first, so it's really about Talon and what kind of pace they can bring on their offense.
Yeah, Talon, we're seeing double Senti with Vice and Cypher, Solo Initiator Fade, and of course, Primi back on the Yoru. Now this is a slow comp that should be very strong on that defender side, but they're looking to just push and pull these rotates from Gen on this first half, try and find those gaps, which is something I will say Cruz is very good at. I like this comp from Talon.
Yeah, I think Fade and Yoru is a good pairing. It really kind of smooths over the fact that it's hard to breach a lot of different areas of the map. You can clone, as well as both of the Prowlers and the Haunt coming off cooldown is going to help you kind of simplify the map control, contest A main, as well as be able to clear art and doors.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see who indeed takes this final map of this series. The first one for playoffs, and as we can see, Karen right now enjoying his 100th map here at VCT Pacific. Of course, everybody now is wondering who's gonna take it. Is it gonna be Talon or is it gonna be GENG? We're gonna step into Pearl and we're gonna toss it over to our casters and pressure them for the answer.
I don't have to tell you anything.
Maybe.
You can't force me.
No, I have no idea.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I like it though. The description of Talon, the fluidity of the roster being a bit jazz-like from that last map. Found dragging. We need to be on tempo. We'll see if they're going to be able to find that groove as we get ready to go into Pearl. Winning team moves forward. Will be one more match victory away from punching a ticket over to Masters Toronto. Loser down into that lower bracket. Neither team wanting to suffer that fate.
And if it is going to be a jazz style for Talon, it comes down to the swing.
भाई अपन ये टोन में बात
To be able to rotate around the map nicely here to avoid some of this. Primi able to get past the salvos.
Lua does it without taking damage.
Yeah.
Good exploration coming through. Ty over here at Shops. On the peak, does get noted. Doesn't necessarily know how many more players are coming at him until this very moment as the relay bolt goes in and Munchkin swing in the corner, is able to find one. You said King of Swing. There's that first swing coming through. Good damage in reply, though, as Munchkin will fall down to 13. Jit Boys at the same time, creeping forward, tries to open up the site. Gets the one tap to put down Foxy 9. Now the plant can come in.
Yeah, that's huge. They were lurking on a couple different areas of the map. Were Talon. So
क्या shot मारा बे उसने?
They were able to take a lot of map control. Primi was pretty deep towards A, so they had a great idea of what was going on and how they could quick rotate to the other side. Now GENG has to set up for a big retake. You've got some flashes. You've got the Teho util. Can you get the job done? Cruz still has a haunt. So timing's going to be important.
Be a bit of a death ball here. Texture somehow able to stabilize that. Shot finds Jit Boys. Cruz now dead. Site widely opened up. Still this flank coming through from Primi, though, can find some solid damage, some solid impact here in the round. Kalua widely all alone, but Munchkin holds the angle, is wise to it. GENG, a very solid read. Pick up another pistol, taking the lead in that regard.
Yeah, they had this round very well under their control from the beginning and the end. Great play there to find that isolated player. Cruz was trying to get back in time, was throwing a Prowler, but by that point it was too late. GENG was already accelerating up into the shops. And this is, well, all's well that ends well. But what a read by Munchkin there, anticipating that a player is going to come out. A great smoke that covers that spike and sets up Munchkin for that positional play too. Again, those salvos.
Oh, that is so much damage. Ash immediately collecting two of them. Now a third, now a fourth. As it's a flawless average pack round, baby. Woo!
Bye, GENG jeet gaya, GENG jeet gaya.
Woo! I heard some players making similar sounds down at the stage before the map started, and I honestly had no idea if it was Talon or GENG, because they both kind of have that sort of whimsy about them, I suppose.
This was, it might be a stretch, but you could call it whimsy.
Well, this round is, yeah, this round, I was talking about their pre-map you know, noises. And this is a quick scale towards the B site, clear the turret. Munchkin gonna throw a flash to try to buy a little bit of time. Mid-pressure being watched by Talon, but nobody from GENG oversteps. It's gonna slide right over towards that B site off of that turret clear, just in case. There was pressure coming that way, but this is all setting up for a bit of a fake.
Maybe let's set up. Oh, that's... Oh, the feet spotted out and a ton of damage pushed across on the two players of TLN. 52 health between Kahlua and Tai.
That could be a difference maker, especially against a bonus. Some of those other guns that might not normally get the kills. Judge. Yeah, this is bad.
Cruz needing to find anything, but he cannot. Now the Nebula gets popped, he pushes forward. Jitboys is there. Yep, gets into that smoke a little bit faster. Finds that punish. Texture. Eventually able to line him up. His relay bolt not going to connect onto these, but no, actually does find one. Drop down though. Premi coming away with a kill, but Texture able to find the first. Premi finds a second, but now Munchkin finds Kahlua, and even if Premi gets this clutch, this is so much damage dealt by GENG. With the spike across the opposite side of the site.
He doesn't have time.
And he doesn't have it. He doesn't have any util.
Ash just needs to watch.
Yeah, he's just playing stuck back here. Premi has to get this elimination, run for the sprint for that plant, and he cannot. That is a bonus conversion here at GENG's hands.
Hang with Fennel.
I mean, GENG just has so many little traps in this round. They've got that smoke where they can find a bit of an angle, get a ton of damage, shotgun around the corner, and even though Jitboys plays it nicely off the fake out through the smoke to get the kill, everybody else just doing a really nice job of swarming, swarming in through, yeah. And a great play there by Texture with his fast lane to set up that push into halls as well, cutting off those players that were in his sight. He's got an outlaw.
Just imagining listening to nice jazz and that's the backing vocals. It's just the screams. Oh, that Texture gonna be out way too wide. Gets overwhelmed. Premi able to find that kill, and that's potentially a weapon recovered. And with the smoke, yep, we'll be able to grab that quickly. Exits back across the opposite side of the map. Does also have a dimensional drift available. Be a hell of a way to get themselves on the board here for Talon.
Yeah, what a start there. Maybe Texture anticipating that maybe one player was there, he could just grab info. Instead, he was overwhelmed. So now it's on to Munchkin. Karan over there towards A, but they're wrapping all the way back. They're playing deep.
0 point going to be cleared. Knows that they're in. Catches a shoulder. Fragment delays the rest of the team. As the Prowler gets cleared out, the jump out from Premi, looking for the shots there. The Outlaw, however, will be felled. Munchkin re-swings, looks for a little bit more, ends up overstepping as Tai scoops up the weapon, able to find a little bit more. It is a bloody brawl, one that GENG narrowly gets away from here with the win. 4-0 to start, but a hell of a go from Talon to nearly pull off the Thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that can get a fire lit underneath this Tai team, because that's a ton of damage done on an eco. The problem is that you've already lost the bonus. So things get a little bit messy behind that. And good delay from Munchkin there off the rip, using that fragment to divide up the Talon forces. Set up for the rest of the GENG players to get there.
6-0.
And Ash comes through, clutches it up, having a whale of a day is Ash.
We'll ignore the Icebox moment.
Yeah.
Everything else
has been good. You know, one beef, it's okay. Premi just sees the site open and says, come on in. Water's warm.
Scouts it all out for him.
Munchkin's got his
command available for the retake, yeah. But for now, plant in play. As Ash is looking to scout around here, stealth drones to try to check. And not sure if it was able to catch a glimpse on Premi, but it does force him to go ahead and evacuate all the same.
Look how far back Talon's playing on this.
Jitboys.
Jitboys ka round hai, Jitboys ka round hai.
All of GENG now forward here into the site. Kahlua maybe looking for timing to try to swoop forward. It's about to be barrel stuffed, and Munchkin quick to turn, finds a headshot. Jitboys now starting to swing around towards Flowers, but it's already too late. The defuse is just being held around. It gets away from them. They'll find some more kills, but Jitboys needs to hold on to the weapon. Question is, can he do so? Tagged down to 52, and they will leave him to his own devices, but GENG are now up 5-0.
Yeah, they're playing for retake the whole way, our GENG. This is just a mess. I mean, the timing there for Killua couldn't have been worse. The peek from Cruz, ill-advised. There's a operator waiting for you there. And I don't know what Jit's doing. He took quite a while to get through water.
Oh,
he's just a kid.
oh, good God, it's so funny. Armageddon going to be used aggressively here, forcing them forward out of club. I can't even find my words yet.
Nope.
I mean, this is basically the round done. The spike is now stranded.
enjoy karta na wo.
GENG learning from the mistakes on this B-long push out. This time they've got numbers to back Texture up. And he dies again, but that's okay. You won that battle. The war for the rest of the round continues, but a man down. Our Talon looking into this. They've got some ults, but two of them are out of their hands. Ty has the Cosmic Divide. Are they going to be able to use it? You have to use it to grab the spike. You can't. Just use the smokes, but look at all that util.
Well, they try to nano it. The spike's still on the floor. Back screens. They just spam them out. They say, well, we have a suspicion. And it is confirmed. Primmy now. Here alone to try to play recovery. Deep, long flank from Ty once again. Trying to make his way through. But he can't make any noise. It's a grab well. I mean, this is like cringe post play from GENG, but they're just protecting a spike. And with Primmy dead, now it's absolutely over because this whole slow walk up attempt from Ty to try to get into a position to keep his flank unknown means that he is in no spot to find the impact, and he cannot get there in time before Primmy falls. So now we'll just be the same.
Comeback mara be.
I mean, just crazy stuff from GENG. Doubling down on some of what we saw a few rounds ago. This time it works really, really well. Just Talon scratching their heads. The lurking player ineffective again. So GENG playing with some confidence, playing with some pace, and shutting Talon out of the round. Oh, the Nova Pulse back there too, yeah. Cringe post plan is correct.
There's the timeout call after the 0-6 start. The Jazz is not coming together.
shoot kar rahe isliye main dheere baat
This
kar raha
is more of a cacophony than a Jazz.
This is, yeah.
It's not really sounding like music, postmodern, maybe, but.
It's like when you give a young kid their first drum set.
Yeah. Or you get like a recorder concert at an elementary school, and it just,
no.
woo. My Korean teacher got me an ocarina. I was thinking about bringing it to annoy you.
Oh, that is that is the nerdiest.
Someone, the Valo to Asia guys told me I should learn how to play Die For You on it.
Yeah.
I would just love to torture you with that, so maybe I'll do it.
How did they miss that one during the production of the song?
Yeah.
How did Gravis not go, oh, you know what we need?
love you K-Spot.
Well, you see, I could record it, and then you could use it on like your TikTok reels and your Insta reels and stuff to put over like fail plays in Valorant.
See, I have an ocarina back in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I bought that
because of Legend of Zelda?
When I was 12.
Yeah.
And yes, because of Legend of Zelda.
Thought so.
Though, if you go to, I'll have to hold that thought. Tempted the side exec coming through here from Talon, Nightfall. Widely just going to be used, though, and then they're going to back away.
Yeah, they can't do anything off of that. And GENG just backing up towards spawn, looking for those aggressive pushes, those lurks.
Look down, yep. Extra able to find it. And now they're committed. Stealth drone basically tells them everything they need to know. Flash set up, dodged. As Relay Bolt looks at further delay. Steel Garden going to be invested here. Texture no real route of escape. Gate crash going to be faked, but Texture able to confirm that it's not for real. Minor zap and nearly finds some damage. Overdrive and play, gets the transfer. Woo! 3K from Texture, looking for that fourth. Swing around the side, and can he get it? Yes, he absolutely can. And that might just be the final nail in the coffin. This GENG move up 7-0, just swatting Talon aside round after round.
Mr. 4K has done it again. Just giving the people what they want. I've already seen a couple signs in the crowd looking for the 4K, and they get it. That first two with the overdrive. Disgusting. Disgusting, those headshots. That was phenomenally played by Texture. What a awesome counter.
और guys, कैसे? What is up? What is up? What is up? Pink noob.
Butt kiss in return. Still have Ty's ult, still have Jip Boy's ult, but
love you, Raj bhai. Thank you for 50 months
that you wasted in that round. Primi one away from his at least.
भाई कितना टफ है धीरे बात करना.
Texture finding the one, quickly slides away.
हमको टेक्सचर का राउंड देखा?
Cover the escape as well as the Nebula pop. This is going to be another early player advantage here for the side of GENG.
They just can't get a good read, Talon. Texture's been holding long B, so they thought they'd try some art aggression, and he shifted over. Munchkin one step ahead of his opponent in the positioning of his chess pieces.
Oh fuck, AC off है.
Cruz though? Ooh, almost. Have the read.
Close but no cigar. And Ash, he's just going to look to jiggle out a bit. Nothing else going to be spotted here. Just an orb grabbed up here for Cruz.
चूहा बने थे अब फिर से शेर बन गया. Language.
Approaching on this A position. Primi getting noticed by the 0 point.
That's Dragon
Dinosaur hit रहा भाई. Dinosaur.
Defenses on A.
Mask goes on. Primi looking to lead the charge and spot things out. Caron caught. Does end up getting taken down as there's the neural theft reveal. Take the turn from the flash there. Is Munchkin. Not getting spotted out, but Texture's position now going to be noted here. Dugout. Foxy9 strafing forward. Jit Boy's going to be found. Munchkin peeks in from the windows. He was able to take him down. Lockdown now going to be committed here from the side of GENG. The flank coming in from Cruz, needing to deliver, but it has been read like a book. And now the two remaining players are forced out of the sight. Primi does manage to find one, but then swiftly will be dealt with. And Ty! Oh, it's a catastrophe. So anyway, what I was going to say is that if you go to, I'm going to butcher the name, it's Chufan in Taiwan. It's a city, lovely, gorgeous city. They, for whatever reason, specialize in making ocarinas. Because I feel like right now, it's better to talk about that.
No, that's where my Korean teacher bought it.
There you go.
It's a little duck. Which I found to be funny because we have a quack on our casting team.
I see.
She does not know that.
Well, you should harass him with it.
I will. I will. I'll harass both of you. You can't hold me back. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God.
Oh, no, 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 no.
They are not
no, no.
I was just watching the lockdown and
I'm watching this.
Technically,
okay.
देखा जाए तो 9
like,
और maps है.
We're being told it's just a gear issue on the side.
Technically देखा जाए.
Hopefully. Just, you know, a little too much excitement. Maybe slammed a mouse.
बुरा लग रहा है यार.
just yank that keyboard out
Check
of
the dongle, check the polling array. Let's hope that everything's good to go.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get it resolved pretty quickly here. But I mean, what a pace GENG has set here on Pearl. And
being told that it's going to be a very fast turnaround.
Trust.
I'm knocking on wood.
Trust. Thank God this desk is made out of wood.
Yeah. I bet that Munchkin gets MVP. I bet that Foxy9 gets MVP. Loser has to pay for barbecue. What if you both lose?
Yeah, what happens
Is
then?
it
You
just a split?
Just yeah.
Just do it Dutch?
Yeah. You might be on that trajectory with the way Texture's been playing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to see GENG play again tomorrow, for sure.
Well, they are 5 rounds away from making that happen. 5 round wins away, I should say.
I mean, it's just so fun to watch some of these teams, but GENG is just having a blast. I mean, obviously, but they're so loud, they're so fired up. You know, you gotta love the energy that both teams will bring, but
hey!
And we're in.
Alrighty.
That's how you do a tech pause.
Ash has not died. It's worth noting.
Oh my God, he hasn't.
9-0-3.
Okay, so maybe Ash MVP, we'll see.
He's had performances to try to back it up, so. We'll see which way the votes end up. For now, 4 Guardians, a Phantom for Jit. Talon about to face in towards this judge. It's going to be Kahlua on the opposite side of the map. He's actually able to find that kill, but Texture does manage to find Ty. Pivots back across towards A, which has not yet been taken.
Just a smoke dissuades them from this. They set up the Vice Wall inside of it, so if there's any lurks from GENG, they'll get identified. But you don't have a ton of information on this map. You've lost mid-control. You've been spotted. Just the Cypher, though, so that's some good misleading information.
It's not the tell-all.
Yeah. GENG hasn't bitten on any of this. Yeah, that's going to make it a little obvious.
Salvos to go ahead and delay. Cage lobbed forward as stun. Maybe
भाई कुछ ज़्यादा clean जीत रहे हैं बे जेंजी.
Karon has now
इधर भी मजा नहीं आ रहा है.
forward to further reinforce this site, and they are tearing them apart.
ज़्यादा easily जीत रहे हैं बे जेंजी.
So how much was the
भाई
offering?
पहला मैं 36 जीता था talent.
She didn't tell me that.
36.
But it's very cute.
एक तरफ EWC की खुशी लेकिन मुझे
9-0. I would recommend going there though. It's a very nice gorgeous city.
I would
ना
like to.
सब
I
कुछ
really did- I
सबके
really
लिए
would like to
करने
go
के बाद
someday.
I went-
बुरा
Take a
लगता है.
shot.
I went when it was raining, which was less ideal, but was more idyllic for like photos.
Yeah.
But it's just imagine like just old, just like night market type. You know, there's all these like paper lanterns lining the streets, and you're like going up these staircases and stuff
Oh,
that
that
lead to
sounds
the top of
incredible.
the top of the town and everything. And there's just shops and restaurants everywhere.
Oh, you know me. I'd love that.
It's very, very
Next year
beautiful.
gradually become the best to
Do a
play the
taxi
game
tour,
ever.
take you all around the northern side.
He is already one of the best.
I'm okay with
उसने
that
already
too.
prove कर
What
दिया
else
है.
has been beautiful? That.
और क्या ही
Texture
करेगा
drop
बंदा.
been just
भाई
stellar
वाइब
on
वाला
this map.
बंदा है भाई. ऐसे बंदे बहुत कम
No
है. पता है.
answers to be found by Talon.
वो एंजॉय करता है वैलो खेलना. एंजॉय.
Whatsoever.
उसका तुम लोग लॉस भी देखो, विन भी देखो. इतना ज्यादा एक्सप्रेसिव है ना वो बंदा
And Karon is
कि अगर तुम लोग रहते तो हो सकता तुम्हारे पास
lined up
गर्लफ्रेंड
here
रहती.
alongside Munchkin.
समझ रहे हो?
So he takes away the kills. Primi spotted out.
Sorry.
It's got to be scratching his head.
Sola has more targets than one BJS. That is true. That is
Yeah.
true.
This is heartbreaking so far.
But
I mean,
still
there's still a
feeling
world
bad.
where Talon turns this around, but okay.
Okay, Primi finding the first. Ash peeks in, finds the kill. Yeah, back away. You haven't died yet.
Yeah,
son.
yeah. Can't
Let's see
wait
if we
for everybody else.
Go for the perfect run. The undefined KDA.
Yeah. I mean, the spike's down anyway, so yeah.
Don't
Ooh.
fully have eyes on it. Primi does get a gun. Spike now picked up. Tap to try to see if he can bait out any close peeks. Retaps. Texture dropping down. And now he's completely surrounded. Primi, what a transfer for the third.
भाई था.
We'll say. Kudos.
था.
A very nice and clean 3K.
रहेगा कि सस्ती
But still
UPI?
10-0.
Yeah.
12-0 and 3.
It's. Have we ever had a 13-0 in a playoffs game
नहीं.
anywhere in VCT?
नहीं.
I mean, I know we
नहीं.
had them at international events.
Well, I think the Paper X Talon Lotus was not, I think it was like the first game back after an international.
Yeah.
I don't know that we've ever had it in a playoffs game here.
Not.
भाई
I don't think in
स्कोर
Pacific.
इतना भी ज्यादा
Maybe in
वैसा नहीं
another
है.
region
प्रीमी
and
नो
I just
पे टेक्सचर
don't
तेरा
know.
पहले
Maybe
से
like EDG
10-0
smoked somebody
स्कोर है
in
भाई.
China.
I don't remember, yeah,
मतलब
maybe
किल
that. I don't
इतना
remember
गैप
what
नहीं
the
है
Cloudy
कि
G1
एक बंदा
was.
20-25 मार दे और वो लोग
I don't think it was
10-0 पे.
playoffs, but maybe it was.
As a
Okay, Jim
team
Boyce is
बहुत
getting
clean खेल रहा है
down.
जेंजी.
Cosmic Divide opens up the side a bit, and Munchkin just going to go ahead and strafe out towards safety. Best possible setup here at the moment for the side of Talon, closest that they've been to getting a round win. 5 players set up here.
Right along the
GENG
wall.
have to look for this retake.
Zone is down.
See a couple of them. No ults other than Karon's Cosmic Divide. Is GENG just going to throw that out?
कैसे करेंगे retake?
But this retake
Karen
actually
ult
very
है
tricky now.
वैसे.
You're going to have to explode out of this heaven position.
Well, Jim Boy's able to find one. Munchkin put down texture. You can't see a damn thing. He's just straight to the opposite side of the site. Ash is still clicking hands. Comes away with 2. Now a third.
क्या
Is the
खेल
defuse
रहा
being stuck
है?
pretty? Noted. Here, no, not noted. Now in a position to try to go for the clutch. The hold on the defuse, and Ash will
प्रीमी
finally be found.
बोलते.
Primi comes away with a
Ash ने
Red Bull
crazy मारा
clutch
बेतीन.
to go ahead and pick up Talon's
Crazy
first
मारा
round
बेतीन
victory.
Ash
The
ने.
13-0 not to come to fruition.
15-1.
But it takes them and costs them everything just to get the 1-round win.
You're exactly correct.
Primi
And
है,
just looking
Primi
at their
है.
buys, they have to go
Bas
down to
let's
2
go.
Guardians. They lost so much in this retake. I mean, it looked like this was going to be so difficult for GENG, but Ash just walking out, popping people, drops down, finds the third. Primi there to clutch. Flash at the end to make sure. Ash just spinning, hoping that he can't get there in time, but
15 की KD है उसका.
going to fall to that.
हाँ ना
Bruce
15
does
का
have
KD
another
है
nightfall,
actually.
but got some counter ults available for GENG. They scoop up another one for Munchkin. So that's 3 in the bag. The ult cycling, everything going so well for GENG.
एक सेकंड
A+, no notes for them so far, really, in this half, other than that last round.
Peek this. See, oh, gun barrel hasn't been spotted yet.
See it.
Kahlua, they're getting closer and closer. And there's the final shot coming through right as the nightfall goes across the site. Ash connected, caught by it, does still manage to take one down with him. Primi on the floor as Jit Boys bounds forward into that smoke. By Flowers, the peek out, shot, quite connecting. Overdrive immediately going to be popped, but still is wary about this potential flank. But now it seems like they can just turn their sights forward here to the players remaining. And that will be them melted down 11-1 at the half. GENG so far out in front.
That's incredible with how good these two teams looked on the first two maps respectively. I felt like we were in for some kind of craziness here, but GENG just all over them. I don't even know if Talon brought the instruments for their Jazz performance today. This is tragic, frankly.
Yeah. I mean, considering how it started too.
Yeah, I thought after Haven, I'm like, oh, they look good
today.
But just for that one map.
It's very quickly running out of steam.
Oh.
1-11 score
line.
God
of godders, GEELI to meet you, मेरी जान के उठाए.
I mean, it just feels impossible.
It does. It's hard to imagine that world where GENG can't find 2 rounds on any side of a map. Especially with how good it's looked. And I mean, it is sure the defender side of comp that you're attempting to run as Talon, but it's hard. It's hard no matter what. You can't lose the pistol, period.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like, you know, this had to have been an 8-4.
But technically देखा जाए तो no और map है.
At the worst.
Oh fuck, मेरा कान क्यों दुख रहा है?
We'll see though what they have left in the tank. GENG, 1 pistol in the lead, 3-2, looking to make that 4-2 and bring this map to a very swift conclusion.
Typo King Panda. Are you like Ganda?
Some mid pressure on the pistol round for GENG.
11-1 है, कहाँ से win करेगा?
Down there. So they get the space. There is the vice wall.
Sorry for the language, but take my feelings.
So that could be a point of contention. But Talon all over the map.
Texture versus आपका 1v1 हुआ तो कौन जीतेगा? या तो win या फिर learn है.
Base of Art stairs, Primi. Huh? Does he wait to try to play off of it? No, just goes for the peek and is able to find Foxy9. Spike gets dropped. That's going to be a good amount of information here for Talon.
Let's see if this is going to be a reroute for GENG. They're just going to keep pressing forward.
I needing to find that similar impact, and with Primi in tow, they are able to find it. 2 remaining players locked off away from one another. And the wall will go down.
11-2.
Try to be the difference makers here. It seems highly unlikely as shots on the ghosts.
Shot buddy.
Here for Talon.
भाई किसका HP तक नहीं गया बे? ये मैं first time देखा. ये मैं first time देखा. Flawless छोड़ो किसका एक damage तक नहीं हुआ है.
Set of protocols for Talon off the back of not receiving any contact at the extremities of the
map.
ये
first ever round है.
Rotate back over the wall for Primi. He's very ready for players to be there. Wall popped or not. He takes Foxy in a heartbeat. Gets himself up to positive in the KD in that round with 3, 14 and 11.
बस मैं हेडफोन लेना है कौन सा लूं जो कान में लगेगा वो वाला लो.
They're going to make this a map.
2 Guardians, Outlaw, Stinger, Ghost. Anything more than a kill, and it's going to be a little bit of economic damage felt. Classics across the board though, aside from Foxy9. As just around the corner here is Caron, that Astral form. Primi continuing to scale forward. There's the swoop out. He's going to be on the hunt, looking for a little bit more, and eventually gets rewarded with the shot. Damage not suffered either, and that's going to be smokes down.
Yeah, nicely played by Primi. Doing what he can here. Try to resurrect Talon's life. Turn them into a phoenix.
Last मैंने park वाला देखा था.
Swing out, high. Good for 2. Good for 3.
Spike down A.
It seems like the odds of finding any real damage fairly unlikely.
3-11.
Bot coming back.
That should be Talon getting themselves a very
By
good
next match,
anti-eco.
Easy 2-0 DRX होने
Getting
वाला.
a third round win.
लग रहा है.
Okay, 4K.
Flawless बोलते.
Flawless. Gears starting to turn a little bit, but now we'll go into the bonus. Talent, if they can get that conversion here, they will very well be poised to get on the run back into this.
What's crazy to say is this almost feels like a must-win bonus for
आज
Talent.
best match of VCT Sen versus
often do you
qualifier
say
for
that? They
Masters.
have to
हाँ
keep
ना.
the momentum going.
मजा आएगा देखने में.
Still some good vibes going, despite the lopsided scoreline. GENG though,
Best of
actually
5
only
है
able
क्या
to
नहीं? ये
put
best
together
of
3
3 है.
Guardians because they have
ये
to go for
last
full
map.
armors with the
जो
Outlaw being
जीता वो
carried
जीता,
over.
जो हारा वो घर पे.
It's actually there's hope here for Talent in this round.
Quick exit. Pick up the orb, just trying to funnel Munchkin in towards that null command.
Trip तोड़ने का क्या कोशिश कर रहे थे
I
ना?
think they're looking for the tripwire there.
ए तू
as well.
stream snap मत कर रे बाबा.
Trying to see if they could cut it off the wall, but manages to
Ito.
stay intact for Talon. So there is a lot of util you have to clear as GENG.
भाई मैं बन सकता हूँ
Trying to
क्या?
identify the open areas of the map. You know, there could be a wall somewhere, whether it be right at the entrance to the B site.
Lower bracket जाएगा.
or
हाँ lower bracket
Gonna
जाएगा.
be
माफ करो.
tripwires. Oh,
Can't clear, but
Karan.
Garon just goes on the peak. Primi.
घर
Yeah,
पे नहीं
pretty
lower bracket
down.
जाएगा. Lower bracket जाएगा. Sorry.
Radical killed
भूल गया था
rebound.
फिर से.
Suffocate set up here on the one-way. Texture relay bolt does connect as salvos go across. Jit Boys able to get away from them. Avoids taking damage here for the time being. Kahlua missing a little bit here as Jit Boys now on the angle, just being overwhelmed from every single possible front. Gets picked apart.
Spike planted.
Ty now needing to deliver another 4K, but Ash will instantly
Bhai,
find the headshot.
crazy
GENG
maar
did
rahe,
not
Bash.
allow them to convert the bonus, and now they are up to match point.
Point.
I mean, you know, just a great opening shot. You know, on the other 2
अब तो
maps,
बस
it was the
कौन सा
first
वो बता
kills
दो, normal simple
were the
तो.
kind of part of the story. You know, with Talon dominating on Haven, GENG dominating on Icebox, and that opener for Karan breaks things apart.
क्या
Great push and
clean
pull
मार
from
रहे
Munchkin
बे?
and Texture and Alley
Knife
to make
नहीं
sure that
करना
Jit
था.
Boys couldn't do any more damage.
Breaks over.
Texture comes dashing in,
Knife
Munchkin around
नहीं
the corner
करना था रे
being patient
बाबा.
until his duelist had made contact. Texture already finishing the job. Primi gonna go aggressive, has his ult. So, let's see if he can keep Talon's hopes alive for another round.
Just immediately, it's undoing the plan there.
Cruise
John denying
off
the
guard
alert.
पकड़ा जाएगा.
Cruz watching.
नहीं पकड़ा गया.
Tiny bit of damage across.
As a texture one sided.
It's just gonna
हाँ.
be a trip of the wall.
Like the diligence here,
Bye.
early baiting of the util by GENG.
करने का यार.
See what reactions come through from Talon and also make it a little bit hard to read. They're just going to double down off the back of that 3-man push, although the spike's still sitting in mid, and they're actually going to go all the way into connector.
I think Munchkin really wants to try to keep the interest over here. So they're pushing around the back. Dimensional drift to come out. Munchkin potentially at a risk here. But Primi's going to be able to spot out. Yeah, there's not much else over here at long.
DRX का तो आज मैच है ही
Comes back.
नहीं.
Texture looking to try to lead the
DRX
charge. To
or
open up
T1
the
next.
site. Sliding forward, able to spot out one, but not before Karan gets taken down. Ash,
Yeah,
however,
wait,
finding Jit
Texture.
Boys. Foxy finding Kahlua.
भाई एक बार घुसते तो ट्रेड होता ही होता है ये लोग का.
She has to look to bring
होता
the
ही
series
होता
to
है
a
चाहे कुछ भी
conclusion.
करो.
And jump forward in the bracket.
They slip the defenses. GENG gonna close it out.
Cosmic Divide called in. Cruz here on the corner. Texture tagged down to 52, and they lined up for him.
बाप रे.
It'll end in the blink of an eye as Texture picks up a 3K, and GENG look dominant on Pearl.
बाप रे.
What a bounce back today for GENG. It looked like it might be a rough go of it after Haven, but they came storming back, only allowing 9 rounds in the last 2 maps to Talon. Fantastic work by the
भाई
Master
बुरा
Shanghai
लग रहा है
winners,
टैलेंट के लिए.
and they are on the hunt for
अच्छा
another
खेलता है
appearance at an
Primi.
international event.
ना?
Got to tip your cap today to the
क्या
whole squad,
3000
but
लोग
especially
देख रहे
Texture and
3K
Ash,
लाइक्स करो
who
अभी
were
है.
just
The
forces
best,
to be
the
reckoned with,
tufani,
especially on the last 2 maps.
battle of
Got to see the classic Texture
Koreans.
operator plays.
भाई
But
अभी
Ash was
पता
just
चला 3 तो
really
कोरियन
on
टीम में
point
है.
today with his timings, with his
GENG
shootings.
DRX T1.
That Tejo really coming in valuable for them.
Huge performance from him, especially in that last map. But for GENG, A large victory. They are still far from qualified to Masters Toronto. They will go against Boom tomorrow to see whether or not they're going to be able to punch their ticket to another international event. Missed out on the first one this year, obviously. They want a chance at the second. If they can take down Boom and play like they did today, well, then we will be seeing them back on an international stage. Very well done here for the side of Gen G. Commiserations to Talon. We'll see them still in that lower bracket. Their road is not yet over. But for now, we'll send it down to Bella. Who's going to be standing by and interviewing one of our winners.
Who's the best Korean team now? अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ. जब मास्टर्स में जाएगा ना तब मालूम पड़ता है कि कौन सा बाप है.
It's Bella. Hello. 포쿠짱. 나니가 스키.
젠지.
박신아인 बोलते.
Nice.
감사합니다.
Alright, it's Bella and I'm standing with Gen G's Foxy9, the man of the hour. Congrats on your win, and today was the Gen G Way reverse sweep. Started out on the Icebox, but I wanted to ask you, you had the Icebox in secret mode, and then you decided...
Language. ठीक है. वरना ऐसा गाली खाओगे ना. एक तो मैं सोया नहीं हूँ 2 घंटे से. ऐसा कौन सा फैन है जो ऐसा बात करता है? लौड़े के फैन हो तुम. ये लो 5 मिनट. लौड़े के फैन हो. LKF, यू आर LKF. समझ रहे हो? मैं अगर तेरी जगह पे रहता था, मैं घर पे बोलता था, मम्मी डैडी मेरी बात सुनो, मैं लवड़े का फैन हूं करके. होता है भाई, होता है. सब लोग कर रहे. सपोर्ट करने के, कंधा देने का छोड़ के गांडी लेते हो भाई. इधर होता है कंधा, इधर. गांड इधर होती है. कंधा दो ना. कुछ गलत हो रहा है तो कंधा देने का ना भाई. और तुम्हारे साथ कुछ गलत हो रहा है, तुम्हारी किसने गांड ले ली, कैसा फील होएगा? कंधा दो. अच्छा नहीं लगता यार. हारने पे किसको अच्छा लगता है क्या? हारने पे किसको अच्छा लगता है? हेलो आरुषि सर. हाँ ठीक है ठीक है. फ्री होके कॉल कर. अभी बोला था कंधा लो. सॉरी.
Coach Perry mentioned that you guys might have something that you might reveal in the playoffs. Do you have anything special for Boom tomorrow? 이제 다음은 무패 붐황을 만나게 되거든요. 페리코치님이 플레이오프에 가서 좀 새로운 거를 공개할 수도 아닐 수도라고 전에 언급을 하셨는데 내일 바로 이어지는 붐과의 경기 특별히 공개해 주실 게 있는 건가요? 스포 가능한가요?
저는 젠지에서 가장 나이가 어린지라 뭐라 말을 못 하겠네요. 네. 하지만 이제
भाई मुझे गाली देना भाई प्लीज. दिन का मोटिवेशन दे दो. नहीं.
꼭 이기겠습니다.
I'm the youngest, so I don't know if I can actually put out a little spoiler, but hey, Boom is only undefeated because I wasn't at the Gen G's last game. All right, thank you, Foxy. We'll see you tomorrow, and I'll be back after match 2. 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요. 재밌었습니다. 내일 또 뵙겠습니다.
오늘 와주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
저는 내일 또 मैच 2 뒤에 돌아오겠습니다.
यार जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं लाइक करो. मामा पे साइड होएगा. हो गए हैं. अबे होएगा ही ना भाई. भाई सोल में ही है ना वो. होएगा ही ना नूब. लैंग्वेज शाबाश भाई. W. चलो मैं भी आया. 2 मिनट में लंच लेके आया. वॉशरूम जाके आया. पानी भी लेके आया.
We really had to take some time to make sure Foxy9 got to greet all of his friends on that stage.
Where's my fist bump?
I know, Foxy, can you come over here?
I gotta say though, ice cold in the interview. We were only undefeated because I wasn't there.
He's got a point.
Yeah.
He's got a point. That's not wrong.
I mean, after this performance throughout this whole series, he does make a really, really good point. But as you can see, GENG looking like their former selves here, having a lot of fun on the stage, shouting in very, very good ways.
Starting way too slow in map 1 and looking absolutely useless, and then
suddenly
becoming amazing in the next 2 maps.
Classic.
This is the most classic GENG game I've ever seen.
That's why predicting this region is just impossible, man. How are you supposed to... It's 2 different teams that played each other from map 1 to map 2 and 3. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
But credit to GENG, they came out swinging here. At times we thought this might have been a 13-0. So, you know, huge respect to this GENG team. That Pearl was so prepared.
The stereotypes really did apply to this series, where the inconsistency of these teams, whether it be slow starts for GENG into really warming up over the next 2 maps, or Talon really dominating pretty much anybody when they have a good read and when they're feeling it, and then being very inconsistent map to map. I mean, this was pretty much par for the course from what you were going to get from this series. And I think it really does come down somewhat to the veto. I won't put it entirely on the veto, but, you know, in the maps where you had too much stagnation from GENG and Talon was able to take advantage of it, Talon absolutely smashed them. And then on the next 2 maps where there was a lot less to read into for Talon, they had a bit of a tougher time there. And I think it wasn't only the read, but also the individual players a little bit inconsistent on the side of Talon as well.
Yeah, I also feel like them having to start attack with this comp is very difficult. You know, as soon as they get onto that other side, things could start to look a little bit better for them. But by that point, the game was pretty much already
They didn't even get to play defense, dude. With this comp, they didn't even get to play defense.
Yeah,
like, this is a dream defense comp. You got the double Senti with the Cypher Vice. The Cypher going to help you keep the middle of the map clean. The Astra as well. You got the Solo Fade and the Yoru playing the off angles. This is a nightmare to attack into, but when you don't even have to play attack into it, then the game gets a lot easier.
Yeah, there's probably a lot more that they could have shown, you know, if this game was to go a little bit longer, but this game was over in the first half, you know. We saw them, that game plan just was not working. GENG were not rotating, they weren't rushing too much and just consistently finding those kills on them. So big respect to GENG, of course. We will be seeing them play again tomorrow, and Talon head to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and this is exactly what GENG specialize in, right? It's the same story from last year, all the way to kickoff as well. So I feel like GENG, hey, this is where they belong. But going over to Talon, there were so many rounds where you could tell, hey, good game plan, good strategy.
Yeah.
And then it all just comes falling down at some point. There's so many rounds like that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we wanted to highlight is how the teams are using their ultimates in this game. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful Yoru ult. You have the TP already set up over towards A main. You clear all of R, and then you TP over and clear A main. So you've got everything with a Yoru ult. Follow up Prowler to take the A site for free, and then you get yourself the spike down very easily, and GENG has a very one-dimensional retake all the way through spawn side. Now, you talk about the fact that Talon didn't get enough done on their attacking side. Those are the rounds that they had to close out, and they got demolished in the post plant.
Yeah, now this one here by GENG, a nice little B long trap, forcing them forward with that Armageddon into the waiting hands there. So I think there was a lot of good from both. Even Talon, I think, had the right ideas. It just wasn't great in execution. Like that round we just saw with the Yoru ult, they're able to get into a stable post plant, and then they lose the post plant.
I mean, they got wiped in the post plant, and it was all players coming from spawn. That B-long trap is ridiculous, by the way, because Ash is standing in double doors. Yeah, that's 3 players committed to B-long, and he's on almost the other side of the map, just holding his bloody aircraft carrier ready to go, just dropping a carpet bomb across B-long. Like, how do you attack into that? You're attacking into 3 people in a bloody carpet bomb.
Yeah, but then there were also times where it didn't work out so well for Talon. So if we roll the next replays here, I think we can see they're trying to bait these rotates. Like I spoke about before this map, they have to be slow, they have to push and pull. So they try and fake with the Fatal, but Texture doesn't move away from B, gets those kills. Even the Steel Garden isn't enough because Texture is able to pop these lightning hands and light up the server. So when you're forcing 2 ults into a round like this and you're not able to convert, you're not able to pull rotates, this attacker side is going to be nigh on impossible.
Your lurkers have to be able to convert those kills when you're able to create gaps, first of all, but second of all, just how slow the comp is. Like, if your Fade Prowler or your Yoru TP doesn't get you space and you aren't actually able to crack into the site, you're not getting in. You basically have to try contact for the rest of the round or it's not going to work for you. And when Texture's popping off like this is one of the better games I've seen from Texture so far in this stage. He was phenomenal.
Definitely. And we got to enjoy a lot of his, most famous moments as well. But yeah, on that neon and everything with the finger guns out, Texture was just absolutely in his element today in the series.
Yeah. Also Ash as well. I mean, I think these two in tandem really got the Gen G team across the line today. This is some of the best play we've seen from Ash. And of course, Texture, this is what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Ash, to touch on him first, I mean, I was looking at the stats trying to, create some comparison between Ash and Yeoman, and there wasn't really statistically much of a difference between the two, which says a lot because Ash has been flexing into secondary duelists as well as playing the Teo. He should be getting a lot more KPR, a lot more ADR, and there wasn't much of a difference there. But it's really the eye test and games like this from Ash that show you how much bigger of a ceiling Ash has. Like, his individual skills and mechanics are definitely on another level. You can see him coming off the duelist role, playing in it here. This is the perfect example of an Ash pop-off game that can add to Gen G's ceiling, and this is a perfect example of a Texture masterclass. I mean, it's a match MVP here for Texture. Yoru on Icebox was phenomenal. The Neon, he's been playing it more than any other agent at the moment, and again, here on Pearl, he was fantastic.
Yeah, and I feel like this is Gen G back on track. We were probably perhaps doubting them just a little bit in the group stage. Maybe they weren't feeling like their old selves, but now I say, hey, this is looking more like the Gen G that we all know and love. Hey, perhaps this is them making that run. Oh no, hope I didn't.
Well, they're close.
Maybe, perhaps.
One more game.
It's looking good. It's looking good so far, but that next game for them is going to be very, very interesting. Speaking of next games, don't go anywhere because we still have one more series to go. We have T1 versus DRX. You know you don't want to miss that. We'll be back right after this quick break.
अर्चल भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे कांदा डालने दो मैंने भी मिसल पाव भी खाया आज काफी टाइम बात कर रहा हूँ मैं मिसल पाव भाई परसों मैंने वो खाया था बे ठेचा गांड जली थी भाई क्या तीखा मजा आता है बे बस मैं सबको हैश करने बोलो एक्सक्यूज मी एक बार टाइटल का हिस्ट्री जाके देखो मजा आ गया रेड ग्रीन अभी इग्नोर कर मेंबरशिप रिन्यू नहीं कर एक्सक्यूज मी ये तो धमकी देते
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Ojay!
Red Bull gives you wings.
नींबू लगेगा रुक जा नींबू का सीड्स निकाल रहा हूँ चैट नींबू का सीड्स अगर मैंने निकाल दिया और उस पे पानी डाला तो पौधा आएगा क्या नींबू का दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन हाँ लव यू बंक्स बाय लव यू बता रहे जतिन
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are on to our second series of the day, and it's going to be between T1 and DRX, both of these teams. Our Masters Bangkok reps, will they both be going to Toronto this time around? That's a more tricky question, because it's looking more likely that it'll only be one of these teams.
Yeah, it's a grand finals rematch, but in the first round of playoffs, so one of these teams will be sent straight to the lowers today, as the other one advances that one step closer to Toronto. We're seeing DRX here, of course, the Pacific champions.
lemon ka plant. So अपन क्यों नहीं करते grow?
In Bangkok.
And this is what happens in the round robin format. You know, you can end up with these as your first round matchups. All it takes is a couple of upsets. All it took was for DRX to drop to drop a couple of series, and all of a sudden we get the two teams in the grand finals who were our international representatives taking each other on in the very first round here of stage 1.
But hey, any of these teams can go up against any of these and be prepared. I mean, that's what Pacific is, right? You can get these amazing matchups right off the bat into playoffs. But of course, DRX, they will be going up against T1. And we knew that going into stage 1, keeping that sort of Masters winner title, it would be very, very difficult. They were the team with the target on their backs, right? Everybody would catch on to what they were doing. Recently, they lost to RQ, they lost to TLN. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that nobody's underestimating anymore. So we've seen these other teams manage to come out swinging and take wins off T1. They're not untouchable. We know that about T1. But their ceiling is so high if they're
can only hope for the best.
They're one of the shakiest teams to win an international event. Domestically, I think they're map-wise 19 wins, 17 losses.
Yeah.
Like they're barely cracking a 50% win rate in maps here in Pacific. So, you know, this is a team that is far from bulletproof. They are not some kind of domestically dominant team that's going to win absolutely every map.
मेरे घर में plant है उसके leaves से मस्त लेमनी scent आता है.
But I don't know.
अगर लेमन का प्लांट है तो लेमनी सेंट आएगा ना, आलू का तो नहीं आएगा.
It's blue?
It's blue.
What's going on there?
What do you mean it's blue?
It's time for some mistletoe.
You don't.
भाई मैं सोच रहा हूँ एक गाना लिख दूँ.
That's us.
Mistletoe, where are you going?
Mind games of some
मेरे मुंह में going.
You tell it to the players backstage.
DRX has to have a red version. DRX has to have a red version just in case.
I would love to see that.
पुणे और बंक्स भाई कभी spiciest मिसल खिलाएंगे, हाँ क्या? मेरे को खाने का है.
Bringing that into this game. Either way though, for T1, I mean, you're seeing some decent statistics, but nothing kind of blows you away here in stage 1. They have had a rough run of things in the round robin. I mean, they've conceded a pretty one-sided series to the side of RR.
Already है गाना किसने चुरा है बे?
So, look, we'll see what they're going to be bringing here. But, you know, question of who is going to be the best team inside of Korea. I mean, DRX have won the head-to-head over T1 here in Korea every single time. Over in Bangkok that we saw T1 actually best them. So when it comes to playing domestically, DRX as an org has been beating T1 a lot, but specifically these two lineups, both of the series that we saw in kickoff, DRX was able to beat them in their hometown.
Yeah, I think DRX will be happy about this head-to-head agaad. I think this is a team that did come out on top in Masters Bangkok. That's a different place, that's a different stage,
I know.
That's different pressure. DRX have won here so many times now that, you know, we saw it even in kickoff. They know how to win this game. So I really think that it's a big test for T1 today.
Yeah, saw at the bottom of the stats there that T1 has the best timeout conversion. I know it's our favorite stat, big time. And for everyone who says that Coach Autumn is a fraud, best timeout conversion, amazing.
कौन सा mango leaves से mango का scent आती है बदे?
Going into an eco or something like that. It means he's the best coach ever.
I mean, listen to these guys, right? But hey, I do want to talk about DRX. I mean, we saw those stats, and it seems as though, hey, it should be smooth sailing for DRX, right? But obviously, we can talk about it. It was announced that Flashback would be moved to the Academy roster, right? So, this of course means that the double duelist DRX and Freeing will not be going on Euro again. Pilsky will not mauled on the desk.
I don't care anymore. I'm just not picking him. He's banned from my fantasy team. I will never pick Freeing again.
Don't take that personally, Freeing. He's over there. He's over there.
100%
Just get me over there.
Who picked this guy?
Give me that. You did. He's in your heart. I'm just gonna put him here just so that the shadow of freeing is just hovering over.
You're not a believer.
You've seen the double duelist out from DRX in 8 of the 12 games that they played, I believe, here in stage 1, whereas previously they never played double duelists. So I think that the solution to their role crisis that they've created for themselves with Flashback going out of the team is just to go back to what was working for them. But not only that, I think Freeing can flex into Senti. Australia plays plenty of ENIT, so you could see a lot of double ENIT. I think that they just got to go back to double ENIT, which was what they were playing all the way through kickoff and Masters Bangkok. It was 19 out of 19 games of double ENIT and 19 games of Teo for Freeing. So I think that's the style you're going to see from DRX. But role-wise, I think they can be a little bit more flexible. You've seen Baines flex onto secondary controller. You've seen Freeing can go on the Teo, but he could also go on the Senti. You could chuck Australia on the secondary.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting changes is now we've seen Estrella take over the mantle as, the IGL.
Yes.
They spoke about this last week. He's the one calling the shots now, and Mako is a little bit more free. So that does change a lot of things. I was very surprised to hear about that change, but I think it makes sense with Estrella moving mostly back across onto the players and, not necessarily being on that Senti.
The one map that I'm looking at here is Icebox for T1. I do not want to see Icebox from them in playoffs. I'll just say that. I don't want to see them play that map.
They'd probably ban it. I mean,
surely.
We're going to see it right now, but Autumn said as well that Icebox is one of their...
It's gone.
Okay. Then it's
We're
done.
done with
it's
that.
Done. It's
burn that map.
It's
I
one
know
of
it's
their
very
worst
cold there. You're gonna have to burn very hot to make it work. Burn that map for T1. I never want to see that again.
DRX banning Pearl as well. They've been banning Pearl this whole split, so no surprises there. The picks coming in of Lotus and Fracture. What are your thoughts on this Lotus?
Well, it's an interesting one. I think it's a map that DRX has got a good head-to-head against them. The most recently, I think the Bangkok result was the one where T1 was able to overcome DRX. So this is a map they played a lot against each other, but DRX has actually run the majority there over on Fracture. But for Lotus, that's an interesting one as well. I mean, T1 beat them head-to-head twice, I believe, since kickoff.
Yeah, I feel like for all 3 of these maps, we have Lotus, we're going into Fracture afterwards, and each of these teams, they have their own styles on each of these maps. And I would say that this is another map that is going to be incredibly close, a bit of a roller coaster ride on both sides for both of these teams. It's playoffs, and for these players, they do have something else inside them that comes out when the stakes are high.
I can see why T1 would pick. I can't really see why T1 would pick Lotus here. Like, it's kind of a question mark for me because I'm looking at their last 3 games on it, and I'm not really feeling too confident. They lost versus G2. They lost versus RRQ. Then Buzz had to drop 30 to beat Team Secret. I'm really questioning why they're picking Lotus into DRX here when it's a comfortable map for them. But we'll see.
I think they just like this ISO. I think it's all about, for them, it's about enabling their individuals. That's a really big thing that they want to prioritize. We see that with a lot of the double duelists that they run. They want to get Meteor activated as well as Buzz. So I think that's why they like this map. I do think his ISO does not look bad there at all.
Yeah. These could potentially happen. I feel like it's going to boil down to how these players are feeling on that stage down there, because we do know that
extra spicy
can be transformative, right, for all of these players. And sure, the group stages were just a little bit of a warm-up, but now it's playoffs, baby, and we're going to send it to the stage for DRX and T1.
कितना % चांस है T1 का जीतने का? भाई एक्चुअली मैं सिर्फ एक बंदे के वजह से T1 सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ. हाँ, टारगर वाला किधर का वाला भी मांगा सेम ही है. जब से वो बंदे ने बोला ना आई वाज वाचिंग योर स्ट्रीम, मेरा हो गया भाई फुल सपोर्ट. हाँ, फुल सपोर्ट भाई. मीटर नहीं, स्टैक्स सियोल में मिला था ना कोरिया में, तब मैंने उसको हेलो आई एम अ बिग फैन बोला था. ओह यू आर बिट्स राइट, आई वाज वाचिंग योर स्ट्रीम जस्ट नाउ, ऐसा बोला. मेरा हो गया भाई, उधर ही हो गया मेरा.
DRX
of Pacific, even despite all the adjustments they've had to
Retirement
make, they are
कब
still
भी वो
in
सुन
top
के ले
form
लेना चाहिए
with this roster locked in. The role set, the big question is this DRX ready to step into playoffs?
DRX narrowly missing out on that top spot in the group, just losing to Boom. So now it means they have a gauntlet to run. They have to face T1 and then potentially, if they win, into RLQ. The road can't be any harder, but if there's one team that's up for the task, it's DRX.
Really? Just one team up to the task? Because I feel like T1, they are also up to that task. They may be coming off of a couple of losses, but make no mistake, T1 is the type of team that does not first day of playoffs. You can bet the Masters Bangkok winners are going to come out swinging.
Yeah, we want to see them just hit a different level of form coming into playoffs here. They have been very shaky here in Pacific in particular, dropping maps all over the place, but this roster still has a lot of talent, and you know that when they lock in, they are the very best in the world.
Oh yeah, best team in Korea is the question though for this series, right?
कौन है non-member chat
you
में?
have players that know each other so well, and it's always so fun when you
रिगार्ड
get
सेंड
these
करता है
players
उतना
that,
सुपर
get
चैट सेंड
to
करता
interact
तो आज
on
मेरे
stage,
घर आ जाता था
get to be so comfortable in the game and on that stage. So coming out over here, of course, our coaches who also know each other so well. So these mind games that are going to come into the series are going to be very, very tricky.
I think that's one thing that's the most fun about this.
बोल चेंज कर अभी नहीं कर सकता खाना खा रहा हूँ.
Valorant is you know who you're playing against. You play against them week in, week out, year after year. A lot of these guys, especially in Korea, know each other for such a long time. But that means you know how they like to play. You know the compositions that they like. You understand them so well, and that just makes for some
घर मैं खुद का PC लेने दो पहले.
Excuse me? Which is great for all of us here watching.
Yeah, the mind games are a bit deeper when it's somebody that you know, like the
पापा को बोलो कंप्लेंट कर रहा है तू
especially since
PC नहीं है
there's so many
करके.
layers to both of these teams.
अन्ना देख रहे हो ना?
Of course, you know when Mako went, or rather when Buzz and Stax went over to T1, the big storyline was that they would be playing up against their former team, right? So again, it is looking like it's 50-50. Pulling up our predictions, we feel like it's going to be the same as well, as we are evenly split here.
This is another game for me that's so hard to call. I'm slightly leaning in the way of DRX just because I don't trust T1 to be consistent when it matters. But honestly, this is another series where I really think it's a coin flip. It could go either way.
I totally agree. I think it comes down to mostly T1's form and how they
Chat में
turn
बहुत
up
देख दे
to
रहे
this
बीजे
game.
इसकी.
They've been very shaky in
Chat
the
मत
city.
देखो.
Mentioned it multiple times.
Simple
But
है. क्यों
DRX,
देखो?
I think that they have some questions asked for them as well. They're still kind of betting in this current roster. So quite frankly, despite the fact that these might be the top two teams, if you look at the kickoff results, I could see both of them capitulating here if some things go wrong or they don't find the right approach, whether it's individuals being inconsistent or changing around roles and approach and things like that.
For sure. I wish we had that percentage, by the way, when we predict. Because sometimes you can't really tell with just the prediction how close it actually is. It could be 49-51, right, in favor of one team. Right now, stepping into Lotus, we have our agents. Ooh,
huge changes. Huge changes for both teams. But DRX, this is
Bye,
what I'm saying. Green can be thrown on that set team. You've got double controller now with Youngmin back on the Raze. Estrella, I've been asking to see him on the Viper. It's a role that he played a lot in RRQ, so I think that's going to be very comfortable for him. And a big problem that DRX had was that Flashback was not great at this agent on this map.
Yeah, but for T1, new jerseys, new style, new composition coming in.
Duelists.
We're seeing Meteor on the free... I was going to say Meteor on free.
That is freeing, by the way. That's
Meteor's
freeing.
playing Teo. So, I mean, this is a wildly different look for T1. We haven't seen this from them, especially on this map. So who knows what to expect? All of the anti-strap from DRX is thrown out the window.
Yeah, that's what makes this so interesting and going to be so exciting as well as we step into our first map of this series. We are heading into Lotus 2 and both teams. They do have their own kind of, special histories on this map. So we're going to toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin, to take us through it.
Well, things are already getting a bit spicy here off the rip. No ISO for the first time in forever for Meteor, and he's playing Teo. So this is some interesting adjustments from the side of T1, but as it was highlighting, DRX also making some changes.
Pretty back and forth in terms of, both teams trying to make some adjustments here for the playoffs, trying to show some new looks. I think it makes sense, especially for T1, who's kind of struggled on some of the maps that were really dominant for them. The ISO stuff seems to have been figured out by a lot of teams, so let's try something different now. I didn't have Meteor playing Tejo on my cards for today, but here we are.
America normal,
A very big pivot here.
आज नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम करेंगे भाई.
No sentinel in sight.
बहुत मिस कर रहा हूँ मैं वालों को.
Hands up Buzz with that Yoru. Let's see how this operates. Granted, of course, the Viper there can basically function as a bit of a sentinel, but
this is a bit more what
splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah, for sure. But this is a bit more what you're seeing internationally with the Lotus comps for T1. You know, the Breach Teho, a lot of teams love to do this. Buzz on the Yoru, he's been piloting that quite a bit this year.
Breach Teho is easier to play.
Some levels of success for sure. So let's see if they can kind of string together some attacking side. I think this comp has a lot of legs on the attacker side, even against the double sentinel that DRX is going to be bringing.
Thank you for the 8
essentially
months.
with the Viper, but it's just a matter about how well have they been able to get this fleshed out here in the last week for T1. Just checking some boxes, but
is that because I am hot?
A bit of a ruse here by T1. Map exploration, but with a rubble control for DRX.
Yeah, hitting missile power.
They can kind of just plant their feet and wait to see what happens.
Still a paranoia and a paint shell over on this side of the map. There's Mako. Just setting up a smoke in case that C hit comes through. Paranoia now at the ready. Sends it as the salvos get ready to fly. Swings out, looks for a couple shots across. Buzz does manage to find the headshot. But
Jo Rubble jeeta.
Double dips for a little bit more and just barely escapes.
वो round हारा ना.
That was all a setup for T1 to clear that back corner where Mako was, and that part worked, but Hyunmin not able to be dealt with. That's going to give a numbers advantage for DRX. Bane spotted.
Yeah, caught, does get fault lined here, tucked in around the corner, however, still able to find the headshot to finish off stacks. Both players on site, dangerously hits one hell of a shot. As Meteor gets taken down, and now it is all on Izu.
Shot पे Izu. Shot पे Bane. Shot पे.
Still firing back.
रुक जा हाथ दो क्या मैं फट सी को है.
Just a crazy good round for Hyunmin. Finding his timings for sure. And T1 trying to set DRX a little bit off balance with some early rotations and a delayed hit. Just finds the paint shells there. My goodness. 10 HP, no problem. Swing the corner. Izu's looking up. Bane is down. And he's got his opponent on the floor. So, okay. So far, so good for DRX. But T1 has really struggled on pistols this year. 9th in Pacific right now in like pistol win percentage.
Yeah, it's not been great.
No.
Saw them running it back when they were over at Bangkok.
Yes.
But then they came back over here and it's just like, well, let's just revert.
Just go back to being cheeks it.
Oh, Jainam bhai, oh, comfortable. ज़्यादा comfortable हो रहे हो, हाँ?
Behind all that, but
4 Bulldogs here for DRX. And a Ghost, so change up on the usual buy.
This is old school DRX.
Yeah.
This is back.
Sound, oh sorry.
Zest is on the team and everybody's got Bulldogs and
Not sure if the desk covered it
माफ करो.
as we were coming back upstairs, get ready for this matchup, but worth noting, Estrella apparently
Who's the best team in Korea now?
Yes.
अभी मालूम पड़ेगा ना
Something
जब भी
that we
खत्म
need to
होगा
be
tournament.
thinking about part of probably
अभी
why
तो 3
he's
teams है.
feeling a little bit more comfortable to be over on that Viper. Suits him a little bit better potentially. Bane out with the haunt.
And
what?
Trying to find something. Granted, he is the one player with the Ghost, so overall not too much
Bro,
weaponry going to be handed over. But Kenman now also dead. Mako swooping forward, able to find one, but this is starting to get a little bit too scrappy. His weapons are going to be picked up, and T1 have player advantage. Buzz, in the meantime, is just completely keeping Estrella distracted. As freeing on the hunt here on the site. Looks for a little bit more, but he's going to be taken down. It's going to be a thrifty for T1 to go ahead and even things up off the rip. The eco goes their way.
Well, this is another thing that was a big part of T1's game in kickoff and into Masters Bangkok is winning ecos. Did it all over the place and showing no signs of letting up. I was kind of curious about how T1 was going to approach their lurk game. And I don't know if it's going to be consistent that you're going to have Buzz out there lurking on his own, but certainly kept the opponent's IGL in check during that round. With Meteor usually being that guy, and he has been for a long time. Kind of curious how that was going to play out. So just a couple sheriffs and classics for DRX.
8:30-9 बजे तक करके फिर सो के
some Bulldogs, a couple
12 बजे आएंगे लाइव.
T1 though
3 घंटा सो के
being a little bit cautious over towards the C
और
site.
फिर गेमिंग प्लस है.
It's just not backpedaling fast enough.
Nope.
आज का शेड्यूल.
They just run him down. Buzz Coming away with the kill now, 2 charges away from having the ult. The C side completely opened up as DRX are all in transit to try to get over towards this side of the map. Hyunmin does have a showstopper. He would be a bit wanting to try to commit it here in this round, unless they can find some very solid opening kills.
I was gonna say, maybe he found one with that sheriff.
Hello, Bunks, hello.
Gonna need to do a little bit more work.
Next pause play किसका होगा
wary of a
पता
Mako
नहीं.
TP, I suspect.
Yep. There's Buzz pushing forward.
Panda
It's
करने
gonna
मेरे
be
को,
Mako with a
panda.
headshot that you have to be worried about. Back this Hyunmin. Now,
Bro.
yep, those are the kills that they needed. Showstopper, however, a bit too shallow. Sylvan at 64, still alive. Time getting away here from DRX. Now need to make a go of this, given that they had the ult committed. But seems like the call is for them to stay contained back. Just play for some exits perhaps here. Now starting to try to flood back forward, but that Showstopper not being able to secure anything additionally for them means that DRX cannot try to turn this round on its head, pull up a thrifty of their own. So T1 now have the lead 2-1.
Yeah, that's a toughie for DRX. It looked like you might have a window into echoing your opponents like they just did
कितनी
previously.
मेहनत करते हो भाई, salute. Thank
with a
you,
nice
Meet
opener.
bye.
God, Mako. That's so good. Hyunmin as well, right through that smoke too.
अगर वो ulti
And the
लगती थी ना.
crossfire's too strong. The salvos and the snake bite before that as well to corral DRX towards the back of C site. Making things much, much trickier for them. Good delay, good patience from T1. Now both teams able to mostly have the big rifles. Stacks still on a bulldog, but things looking good as Yoru is into another realm. Still seeing where these players are. Oh, the trap.
There's the trap play.
Bro,
there's the execution.
trap play.
Just around the corner, able to go ahead and get the
Blue
punish. So
bhe
easily
combo.
well read and countered from the side of
अरे वहाँ पे
DRX.
दूसरा बंदा नहीं रहता तो free kill था वो.
Smoke dissipating. Shots through Bane, just fishing for anything that he can get, but players from T1
अब लग गया,
get away
यहाँ से
with
नहीं
the
जा
spike
सकता,
planted
waterfall से
unscathed.
नहीं जा सकता, city से लेना पड़ेगा.
Just a matter of shutting down Mako here. Being watched by Meteor. Might be right in range of that paranoia. Oh, he dodged it.
Izu holding at the box. It's again just a trade. Viper for Viper, tap of the door. Mako still trying to fight his way in to join in with the rest of the team. Sylvan at the same time going to be taken down, but the time is starting to tick, and Stacks holding here. Comes away with 2. Mako dead, and Stacks will find the third.
Stacks ने क्या मारा भाई?
3-1. Was looking decent for DRX for a bit there, but Stacks does go crazy.
Chat, जो भी लोग stream देख रहे हैं, like करो, we are close to 3K likes. Subscribe नहीं किया, subscribe the do.
That was almost great timing for Buzz to get 2, but just a step behind it. And Stacks ready for that last push through. Obviously the paranoia gave away Mako's position. And so far so good. I mean, you're seeing some of the classic ideas. Dimensional drift to set up the breach into the Taeho combos. So T1 kind of looking at what has worked for other teams and implementing it themselves nicely so far. One-way setup. Immediately, every time these smokes are pinged out. I mean, we've seen it too many times this year where Mako will just TP up into him.
Yep. Well, look at the pain shell out. Get the Kate crash away from Buzz.
सी जाएंगे वो लोग.
Noise being made around B main. That draws a lot of eyes from DRX to that position. Well, Mako still just strafing around, sending out the paranoia, but Izu out in front of it. He clipped to the very last moment. And Buzz is there for a little bit of added capitalization. Hyunmin able to find 1 there with the stinger. There's a stray not falling for the fake. Does he try to scale forward though? Yes, he does. And Sylvan is noting it, watching the walls. And will be able to find it in the last 2 kills. 4-1. T1 off to a very good start here with the comp swap.
Yeah, that was really nice
by
Sylvan to be on that backside, watching for those lurks. Prevented any further damage coming through. It's like, okay, they get 1 when we're trying to flood into rubble. That's not that big of a deal. Cleaned up nicely. Good patience from T1. Wait out that initial util. So far, so good. Now you've got some ults too. You've got Rolling Thunder. Bane does have the Nightfall. Izu as a pit for a post plant. See if T1 can continue their success. I'm about to check. T1 though, actually just gonna rotate back off of that. TP was set up, but didn't really find their window for the initial move. Now back over towards C. Cleared immediately. Not wanting to have to deal with that at
Dark
all.
circles आएगा, डरते हैं क्या dark circles?
And not on his kind of usual Tejo on Lotus. Every time they ping these smokes, it is. I like the diligence. I mean, just making sure they don't fall for Mako shenanigans.
Fuck, मैं T1 को support कर रहा था ना, hole में थोड़ा थाक दिया.
Oh, how does he win that?
I'd like to apologize.
But he does. Izu clearly very warmed up coming into this. Mako catching a glimpse of the shoulder, but just not quite finding the timing. Swings out, does manage to win the fight.
Not so free, but
any damage.
I'll take those.
Strafes back across. Wins the fault line, sends it the
T1
paranoia.
or DRX T1.
Nightfall going across. That's
Or
going to catch
stacks
damn near
is
everyone
QT.
on T1. Maybe only Buzz being able to avoid that.
30 seconds left.
For now, the players going to be working without the audio. Rolling Thunder about to come across, and that does not hit anyone either. Mako now trying to push forward, fully blinded up. However, Buzz able to find him. Now Meteor gets involved.
Viper ने spit
Even
मारा
though they
था,
have the
पता
read,
है
they
ना
have
वो
the
लोग को?
setup. They do not have the
में
round.
Buzz.
5-1. T1 starting to
भाई
run
क्या
away with
खेल
this.
रहे हैं
That
बे?
was really well handled by T1, not being scared of
Hi,
the
Goody,
nightfall.
hello.
They just keep pressing forward, and I think that timing made Mako feel like he had to press a little bit. Got blinded himself. Started walking
आप खेल रहे
forward.
हैं T1?
Good throw by Sylvan with the paranoia. And everybody on T1 just storming in together and able to find their shots very effectively. Not really much of a
तुम लोगों को
response
पता है
from
ना ये
DRX,
लोग
and they're back onto an
playoffs
eco. Some
क्यों खेल
stingers,
रहे
a
हैं?
sheriff, a ghost. Showstopper again for
क्योंकि
Yunmin
T1
on an
team
eco.
में
but
ही है.
some other big ults to contend with. The cycling starting to really ramp up for T1. Now you have the Armageddon. Izu still on the pit. Buzz a couple away from his ult. So things starting to get very, very scary for DRX.
W.
And there's just, even with map control, I mean, DRX has been taking rubble control pretty consistently, but
भाई ninjas
T1's
ने ऐड है. Alt
ability
है.
to refight for this space has been really nice.
Mitchell try to delay, gets a glimpse and a couple
Ah,
shots
कितनी
across,
मार
and that
पाया?
will be Buzz dead. Meteor just juggling the weapons back.
5-2.
There's Izu. Quite clearing the alarm bot, but no one there. Continue the pressure and find a punish with the vulnerable.
Oh, but this delay, so impactful for DRX to get in positions.
Armageddon to try to clear things out. Just another nano cycled forward here on the smoke. Bite as well. Lobbed in. It's Estrella, knowing that this player is going to have no audio whatsoever, just runs down Sylvan.
कैसे भागा बे?
Manages to clean up that kill. Now player advantage here for the side of the DRX, expounded upon Bane, able to find Meteor,
भाई
Izu,
तू
drop.
बोलते हैं. वो लोगों का position बहुत अच्छा था.
All on stacks in a 1v5. Sprinting over for the
इसका
plant.
मतलब
DRX
T69 language.
prowling in just behind him.
Huge turnaround for DRX.
Big upgrades. Stabilize the economy.
Oh
Advance
my,
the
गिरी
stacks,
जुमड़ी
able to
मेरी
find the
जान के
first,
जो
finds the second.
थे.
Fault line at the ready. Sends it, spots the player here at drop, but doesn't read that Bane had hit the floor. And that'll be DRX find themselves a second round win.
What a time to come through, but it's just phenomenal delay on that C site, and T1 gets a little bullheaded trying to break their way in. And they're just getting cut down piece by piece. And the initial loss of Buzz, pretty devastating there as he's trying to TP out. Mako catches him right beforehand. Estrella ahead of the curve. Meteor tries to
अल्फा ओमेगा
disrespect.
क्या है?
The
वो
poison
ग्रुप
cloud
से जो लास्ट वो
pays
लोग
the
खेले थे
price.
ना, वो
Stacks
कौन से
putting up
ग्रुप में थे?
couple
दो
nice
ग्रुप थे
kills
ना,
there.
A और B.
But in the long run,
वैसा.
it is really, really well thought out by DRX. I thought maybe T1 would make
भाई
a
full
pivot
comeback आ
towards B
सकता
a
है
little bit
अभी.
quicker, but
रेस के अल्टी पे डिपेंड
didn't feel
करता है.
comfortable enough to do that just yet. This time they're going to use some util if there was that alarm bot there.
इंडियन टैलेंट में कौन जीता?
Would be
GENG
happy.
2-1.
But it was a delay from freeing. He holds on to it now, places it a little bit further back.
फिर
That alarm
से आ
bot
गया
spotted
भाई
Izu
बस
earlier kind of gave the early read for DRX so they can make those rotates. Like the change up from T1 just to be sure that their plans aren't going to be able to be thwarted as quickly. So back to kind of standard contact shift directions. It's the very stack style of play.
पड़ेगी
Izu
क्या?
looking to do more damage over towards rubble. This time they're setting up for the B hit. TP right outside in the cubby.
Oh, dimensional drift, but Gunman pushing forward, gets the spot out.
shit.
That's going to be Izu. It's like sold out by Buzz. TP forward, Sylvan completely watched and noted. Buzz, however, around the back gets into upper and Bane. Thumbed up, does get taken down. Buzz will find a second. Hyunmin gonna get dropped as the aftershock forces Estrella reposition, but sees the bullets flying. Tracks the tracers and Meteor gets caught up once again.
कैसे मेरी जान के टोटे सब बढ़िया ऐसे वालों क्या सीन है सीन चल रहा है
As Wall blocks off the approach, the players
अटैक साइड मैप पे 5 राउंड भी आए तो विनेबल है हैं
swings out, spots out one, knows that he's running out of time, and Mako is right there on top of him.
बस हो गया 3 राउंड बस हो गया DRX के
3 rounds accrued, looking to try to stabilize here in this opening half.
Yeah, that's a painful one for T1. You use the Yoru ult, you lose your Viper early, so that cedes a lot of map control over. Bane catches Sylvan trying to TP in combination with Buzz coming out of the dimensional drift. The timing just a little bit off there on that B execute. And DRX. Yeah, I think that's a really good timeout from T1.
कैसे मेरी जान के टोटे सब बढ़िया एक गिली चुमी
DRX starting to heat up,
Mumbai को
breaking down the economy.
love you Zared bhai
Wanting to intervene here, try to right the ship and make sure
पहली
they
बार
have
चैट पड़ा मेरा
as
let's
impactful of
go
attacking sides they possibly can get.
Definitely would like to see a little bit more contention for that A rubble space earlier for T1. Kind of set DRX a little bit more off balance, make it a little bit harder to read where they're going to be, because right now DRX is able to pivot very, very quickly. Some fans of each other's teams there. It's T1 DRX. A great matchup that we've had. Obviously, yes, a rematch, as the desk was talking about, a rematch of the grand finals from kickoff. Team that faced each other in Masters Bangkok, with T1 getting the better of them in that affair. But here today, see if we'll have another DRX win in Pacific, or T1 to be able to replicate what they did at the global level. Estrella has an ult, but he's sitting way back in spawn. I think they're looking for a TP play. They're pinging it out. DRX is wary that out of that timeout, Sylvan might try to use his ult.
Mako just spraying across, finds Izu. Once again, Viper dead.
Nade, blind, freeze, Prowler, सब किसके लिए ताकि योरू टीपी मार के चले जाए.
I think slightly noted there on that jiggle. It's going to be him grabbing an orb, just looking to try to cycle up a third final showstopper here in the half. Salvo's forced to reposition, gate crash over, across towards the door, switch and Buzz, able to go ahead and stabilize the aim, finds Hyunmin in the head. Takes him down, but still more work to be done to try to open up the side. Bane plunking in from the side here, approaching the main, catching the timing and catching Buzz there at the back of the skull. Stacks that, dodging around some of these bullets, but Mako steady. He's able to take him down. 5 bullets remaining, he can continue to push forward, finds himself fourth, swaps the gun. Looks for a little bit more here. Then it's going to be freeing
W by 5-1 से 5-4.
DRX in the driver's seat. 3 rounds now consecutively. Within touching distance of tying this up.
Now you can see some of the struggle T1 is having with this change-up of composition. They're not really able to gain the rubble control the way they like. I mean, okay, that's
8 more to go, baby.
That's just Mako. I mean, that's
8 more to go.
That's painful for sure, but even then, the answers are there for DRX. That's the bigger thing. And it's a great adjustment in position from Mako to move that far back, to have a safe angle to spray.
Mako just running around and killing. No headphone. Excuse me.
Way out ahead.
इतना बजट प्लस ऑडियंस नॉइस का कम आता है बस. आपका असली नाम क्या है मिथुल?
Pretty good. So
69% both.
See if T1 gets a read on this at all. Their last round before the economy gets fully broken. Estrella trying to see if he can find any timings here.
Almost. He's darn close.
He can finally.
Just gonna keep scaling forward towards A. The door tap doesn't mean much. A little bit of a panic maneuver here.
Hit gonna be sent, but should get the scout out. TP gonna be interrupted, and Snakebite cannot come through as he does get suppressed. Know roughly where he's at, and there you go. The spam eventually will find him. Sign opened up, T1 in with the player advantage, and Rolling Thunder also on their own pit invested, freeing, however, he can get a good angle. He's got that lockdown to try to flush them out.
It's great util by T1 to clear out their opponent's pit. Now it's their job to play defense. So far back, our DRX.
6-4. एक round से बस DRX.
They see no way into this, and they don't want to try to commit ults into the round.
Pacific
just to have it result in a loss. I think
मजा आता है. दोनों मैच अच्छा है.
Access to a weapon
ये वाला
swap for
close
Hyunmin,
तभी
give
आएगा
them
तो
a rifle
PRX
in hand rather than having that operator into a pit.
PRX is aura
Probably trying to make a
aura.
go of this, but it's just stacked against them. So T1 will go ahead and break this little win streak from the side of DRX and get themselves up to 6.
This is a really nice pit though by T1. It basically eliminates where you put the lockdown. Like covering that spot is really nice in a couple different ways.
Love you.
Yeah, that's really smart by T1 to get there and get that pit down quickly. Able to find some really good value out of that.
मेरा दोस्त आर्यमन का बर्थडे है, उसको विश कर दो. आर्यमन, bye, many happy returns of the day. Love you मेरी जान की रोटी.
And I was like, no.
All of Australia is coming.
Oh,
yeah. उसकी क्या features है? WhatsApp
it's like
group है
when,
बस, जिसमें मैं
Twitch
reply
plays
करता हूँ.
Pokemon.
और कुछ नहीं.
You know,
support
everybody in
करने
Australia
mostly
gets to make a decision.
Those are the good old days.
Yeah, it was good. I do miss that.
Okay, well, off is going to be passed over to Freeing. Trying to hold down that C site. Sylvan swinging out, and Sylvan dead.
मस्त मारा बे आप.
Now gets the bad news. In the meantime, Chaos over here at Rubble. And T1 continuing to try to fight their way forward, and Zax is able to find one. Hyunmin going to be taken out. Rolling Thunder now sent across towards the A site, but backpedal and Mako.
भाई दरवाजा बंद होते दो मारे उसने.
Swing the door again, get him right before it closed. Comes away with 2 kills. Meteor still trying to push forward. Mako wall bangs him.
भाई Mako too
If
strong है
Mako
तो.
cannot see you, you are as good as dead.
He's got X-ray vision.
He's Daredevil.
Yeah, the man with X-ray vision. My God.
Unbelievable. And with the push out, Bane is there at the ready. A weird round, to say the least.
Wish किया था तक भाई.
Threatening to tie things up at 6-6.5.
Spam battles. Yeah, very odd indeed. Let's see this.
Yeah.
Oh, what an angle.
बंद होते थे. ये crazy था भाई. ये crazy था.
Oh my God.
ये crazy था.
He's just using those doors so effectively. It's like he's been studying how teams play that.
कौन जीतेगा?
That position and with that toxic screen down.
लेकिन full support to T1.
Found those angles. Unbelievable.
Technically DRX जीतेगा.
Just it's a magician.
Very disciplined team.
Was trying to show some presence over at A, but the real bulk of T1's forces are on C.
Response क्यों नहीं दे रहा? Move back.
Nightfall on a timing sent here. But Bane now getting the bad news, realizing that it hadn't connected on anybody, and Izu this time is able to win out the fight. Takes out Mako, freeing alone on C here for the moment, being hounded. Once again, the salvo is going to be sent to try to flush him forward, and freeing, tries desperately to bounce over. Kill comes in. T1 now decently poised to try to secure a lead here at the half. After shock to delay, the approach of Waterfall. Bane eats a burst of damage, but knows that he has the C, so wants to scale forward to try to get the pick. Goes forward.
Buzz का round है.
Buzz comes away with 2. Estrella now last one standing in a 1v3.
Two noob. Sorry.
Just a bite to his name.
Me मेरे thank you for the membership मेरी जान की today.
Buzz looking for a timing. Flash goes in behind, but Estrella still a bit panicked, a bit frazzled.
Senpai is not a bad half.
Now 2
Technically
players
देखा जाए तो
disconnected.
attacking half.
This is the last round of the half.
That's right. This is the last round of the half.
Just trying to pad those operator stats.
वो आवाज कहाँ से आया mic से?
Someone let him know.
Look, sometimes it's hard to. Sometimes you lose track.
Sure.
You know.
I've been there. Yeah.
You think back to Shanghai. You had Lakia sending the Nightfall in round 11.
That's true.
Thought it was the end of the half.
That's a good point.
Estrella didn't think it was the end of the half.
Huge win here for Izu. A couple nice 1v1s, and he was able to best. Combo again with the Aura ult into the Tejo salvos. Breach stun, very effective. Stacks.
यार जितने भी लोग stream देख रहे हैं फट से like कर दो. We're close to 3K likes.
I mean, it just felt like for DRX, it's like, can Mako kill through odd angles and smokes? Yes, then win round.
अगले 2 मैच अच्छे खेलेगी तो top 5 आ जाएगी.
Let's see. Who would you want to grab coffee with?
Technically,
Mako,
8
Stone
round
for a
और
good
है.
listener, or Stacks, the biggest chatterbox?
Stacks.
Most people probably say good listener.
I'd rather hang out with Stacks.
Stacks.
I'm just being honest. I like Mako. He's very, very nice, but Stacks is hilarious.
No.
Stacks.
No.
No.
Yeah, I'm glad that other side is covered up. We know what it says.
क्या लिखा है? कुछ तो टॉक्सिक चीज लिखा है. Technically, ये भी DRX versus DRX ही है.
Yeah, let's just
actual में.
not let that be.
हाँ.
Let's not will that into existence, please.
दीदी क्यूट है जैसे मत करो रे.
Also, like in the T1 jerseys they're sporting today, Make a Wish.
और मैं 4 जरे गैंग होगा क्या रात को पता नहीं रात को 12 बजे स्ट्रीम होएगा. इसके बाद पट से मेंबर्स ओनली करेंगे शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम 1.5 घंटे का ऐसा कुछ चिल. और उसके बाद रात को आएंगे 11:30 12 मैक्सिमम 12:30 बजे तक.
Yeah, like something you'd see out of like a
गेमिंग करेंगे और फिर
old fantasy movie almost. To me.
I'd have to take maybe a harder look at it, but I was kind of getting like a okay. Old 50s TV ad type font is what I was.
Oh, that old. Okay.
कुछ क्रिस्पी पट से हेडशॉट दिया उसने पीक में.
Able to just find a very nice shot here. Wonder if that was on a jiggle. Either way, hell of a shot.
Might have just been a
crazy
timing thing, or who knows. Meteor sees that B is kind of clear. There's the turret. So Stacks is going to go clear that. Buzz trying to do everything he can to keep them from going this way, and actually he seems to have done well enough. That turret clear. DRX feels like they can confuse T1 a little bit. It's a 2-2 split. They're just going to leave B open. B, they'll play for retake. It's actually going to be over on A.
मेरे स्किन केयर रूटीन
Zoo and Meteor
मजाक सेट.
need to hold the
साउंड
line.
बड़ा इससे ज्यादा क्या बढ़ाऊं?
I'm not sure that they're super concerned about this. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be B.
Yeah, just a quick little pivot through the door.
Yeah, just
giving a straight up back. Lurking, swing from freeing, and okay, a little bit of whiffage, but still a good amount of damage. Buzz and Stacks both.
Bye, Viper ka round hai.
99 health between the two of them. Aftershock to try to flush Bane out of the corner. Does so, but has the kill on that swing. Goes right back into the corner.
Straight up. Big lurk.
Big kill. Does go down as Izu's able to find one. Bane redraws. Not fast enough. Now it's all on Izu. Tiny bit of damage there onto Estrella, but so many angles to try to clear out. It seems like widely Izu may be content to just stay tucked here in this position, go down to the spike.
Binks भाई काम धंधा छोड़ के सिर्फ आपकी स्ट्रीम देखता. Love you Sarthak bye.
We'll see if any of them can escape as Izu is trying to find the punish and will be able to take Estrella down with him. The spike will swallow
7-7. क्या लगता है?
Gets the
You playing Premier today नहीं? Team खेल रहा है.
will be the lone survivor.
Team खेल
You don't see that every day on the pistol round.
Let's see this. Okay.
Oh yeah, this is the timing.
If it was a jiggle peek, that would be gorgeous, but it was just a little creep out from Sylvan that gets punished with a headshot.
Yeah. Great lurk from Estrella. Keeps Buzz from being able to open up that extra angle onto DRX.
Hello? Pinchu नेट गया क्या मेरा? Hello?
Minor though, it is 2-0 on pistols for DRX.
Sylvan's doing a little jiggling. That one way there, but DRX.
कुछ F नहीं हुआ है.
Gain a little bit of space. Push out just being shut down.
मस्त blind मारा बे. मस्त blind मारा.
Gone, and I don't think we're going to be seeing a thrifty this time.
A bit of a timing play there for T1.
Then again, Stacks. Oh my God. He's trying to make a go of this Meteor. Having to backpedal. Salvo's nearly online, but Hyunmin is into the sight with the 3K. Now it's down to Izu. Already damage dealt. Only one player with a pistol, so the outlaw for the moment going to be left on the ground. Let's see if Izu can make that even more costly here for DRX.
एक और मार दिया तो हो गया, लेकिन ठीक है एक आउटलॉक गिर गया ना.
Read the angles.
Slow creep forward, Hyunmin. Snappy. Instantly locks on, gets the headshot. We are tied up at 7-7.
Yeah, I mean, some ideas by T1, but just pulled the trigger on that push out a little bit too early, and with that outlaw there to cover, the long range, not going to get hit by any of that util. Safe initially. Stacks just crazy good stuff with the classic.
इनमिन का अल्ट आ गया है बाहर.
Going into this bonus.
भाई मेरा
7 to
prediction क्या
7.
था?
Very crucial round
Technically
here.
DRX जीतेगा,
4T1 on this
लेकिन
defender
support
side.
हम T1
Two
को
players
करेंगे.
vulnerable to this outlaw.
This is their map
बराबर
pick
है.
too.
मस्ती कर रहा पता है इसलिए हाइड नहीं खाया. But मत लिखो.
Naturally.
Of course, yeah. It's either Haven. They decided not to go for Haven, which is interesting. They saved it for last, but
Curious if we do go that distance, which I think is fairly likely. If they bring out the ISO there still, or if there's going to be even more swaps in the compositions. For now, though, Hyunmin pushing forward, able to go ahead and get a showstopper behind this outlaw, so even more deadly. DRX slowly start working their way across towards C side. Meteor wrapping around reinforces this alongside Sylvan.
they're really, once again, trying to take as much space as they can. Stack's about to clear the turret. Last time the reaction from DRX was to pivot the other direction. Instead, we're going to send the showstopper to try to get in towards C. Sylvan
pretty
still
shallow. Sylvan's still going to be taking a decent chunk of damage. Down to 55, as that's going to be the C's now also connecting onto him. Kill, however, not going to be found as the regen shield, so a bit more health behind. Smoke dissipating, and I think Mako should have seen him here. For the push out, but Crossfire setup looking good. Bane strafing backwards, still able to find one. Looks for a little bit more, but Meteor cuts him down to size. Freeing now, last one standing. Grabs the spike, can get the plant in. 1v3. Just that outlaw in hand. Nope, swaps over to the Bulldog. Gonna prove to be difficult, but finds the first. Fully flashed up, stuck in behind the box. Buzz. Next closest, trying to find the kill. It does.
W round.
T1.
But damage बहुत का है.
The lead.
Huh?
Yeah, this is pretty nice work by Sylvan to really hold the line, change of position on the C. After the showstopper and the C's don't really allow DRX any access into the site. Tucks in behind the box. Him and Meteor set up a nice crossfire here. Really nullifies that hit. Almost maybe looked like Freeing was going to get an opportunity to do something special, but shut down in the long run. Buzz just holding the line here at the top. You know, have to take the 1v1 there. Try to see if you can get that first before Stacks is able to get close enough. Set up for the pinch. Buzz gonna have his ult.
support कर रहे हो?
Bulldog for Sylvan.
DRX जीतेगा.
The normal rifles all around.
अगर T1 जीतेगा, crazy.
TP crossed.
Buzz revealing that he's out wide, and
But
Mako
DRX
able to
actual में
capitalize, takes down his
strong
former teammate. Sylvan, however, looking for a
इतना
punish.
नहीं
He's
दिख
able
रहा
to
है.
pick one up. Mako
लेकिन है.
take it down, so in the end,
369 का क्या सीन है? पता नहीं. खेल रहे हो लोग.
Yoru that no longer has to concern DRX.
देखते हैं क्या होता है.
Still, and you have the Viper smokes.
Shot.
That is, so he's been so good in those.
यार इसको
Very
तेओ में
crisp with
देखने
it.
का मन तो करता है यार.
Still playing at a deficit, but the kills that he's gotten have been
पानी नहीं आ रहे,
impressive.
बॉटल में पानी नहीं है, भरना
It's
पड़ेगा.
been really on point in those 1v1s.
Lockdown, a bit of a fake here. As the cluster up, Izu at a glance finding one, but eventually he's going to be forced out into the open here. Wall raised, paint shells sent, redraws the weapon. He's unable to find Bane, but Stacks is there. It's theirs to go ahead and capitalize.
भाई आइडिया अच्छा था, लेकिन वो ट्रेड नहीं हुआ. आइडिया अच्छा था बे.
Sylvan 26 HP if he can find the kill on the Stacks.
30 seconds left.
In a good position to make this work.
आगे
Moment
FC.
to pivot back in, holding the door, however, is Sylvan. Has the headshot in T1. Now, stretching that lead by 2, 9-7. With DRX's economy in the dumps.
Yeah.
ऐसे.
This is what looked like it might be a bit of a disastrous start, but still Sylvan finds a really nice timing. Catches Mako trying to get out of dodge.
पानी पियो नूब ऐसे गर्मी में भाई बहुत
timing
गर्मी
for
है
his first
भाई.
peek, waits for the smokes. Buys some time.
कितनी जल्दी गर्मी
Sylvan
है.
playing that very diligently at the end, especially Stacks, not challenging that angle where the spike went down, knowing that Sylvan is coming from B. He can just hold the line there. He doesn't need to go for something risky. And, you know, if they happen to go B, they're probably not going to be expecting Sylvan to be that close. If they go A, he can wait for Sylvan to come. They can team up, go for the 2v1. And DRX finally going to pull the trigger on a timeout for the first time here on Lotus. Curious to see what they want to do. I'm seeing some decent ideas, honestly, from DRX, but at times, the T1 players are just finding their moments, their timings to get the better of the players. They're trying to make their way, you know, in that last round into the door, the mountain kill towards Mako. So just some off-kilter timings potentially. Maybe Termi and company want to address.
Knowledge kamal ka na mera.
We'll see. First time out call here from DRX. It's been one apiece, despite how back and forth and close this map has been the whole way throughout.
You got a lot of trust in these IGLs on both sides. Tons of experience between them. Mako just gonna push up right through the rock.
And Buzz misses the shot, free again here at B main.
What the fuck?
He's nasty.
Yeah, instant hit, but can't get out. Does end up getting taken out by the aftershock.
Combo
But that's still
dekha,
solid
lekin
damage dealt here,
contact
considering that they're the ones playing on the 30. Sylvan,
Nade,
paranoia,
piche aftershock.
connects across some of the players entering here at the door. Be able to scale
कैसा
forward, however.
सोचते हैं ना ये लोग
Sylvan
और
catching a
कैसा
glimpse.
रेडी रहते हैं ना ये लोग.
Players up at top rope. Just that stinger in hand, spotting the head, sending out that paint shell. Still somehow has not been cleared. It's going to be Estrella who's able to find Meteor. Suddenly this round starts looking a hell of a lot better for the side of DRX. Mako out wide, some random spray through the smoke. A boom bot to go ahead and ensure the drop is opened up. The spot out of the one. Hyunmin trying to pressure Sylvan out of position, can't do so. Izu on the entry into the site. Finds Estrella. The fight here at the feet. The turnaround from behind. Mako unable to find the punish. Bane now dead, and Mako all alone. The plant not for him. Stacks with 3. Will stop the Thrifty from coming through. Decent, solid early kills, but T1 is a bit better on the trades. Now get up to double digits.
Krishna bhai,
Green
Gilly
just
to
out
you.
here ego peeking and winning time after time. Oh my God. Just steps far enough out.
देखो बे combo.
If you do that, you might be paying a price because the breach, Tejo can trap you in pillars, take you out pretty easily. Heads on a swivel. Nice job by T1 there. Not a lot of util to work with in that post plant. Made it pretty scary. The fault line had just come into cycle for Stacks as they were starting to finally break through.
But DRX भी बहुत अच्छा
They didn't really have much, so T1 gonna be going on a fact-finding mission, then TPing to the other side of the map. Didn't see anything at Rubble, yeah.
Easy at 42, so I think just a bit of pre-fire. Let's see main jiggle.
Bola तो easy है, होला नहीं रे, bola रे, bola तेरे बाबा.
It's a pretty safe bet.
Sylvan over at A.
भाई लोग C execute क्यों नहीं कर रहे लेकिन DRX? C retake easy है.
And he'll just go ahead.
But वो लोग city fight ले सकते हैं ना थोड़ा big.
Little jiggles. Yeah, it's able to break those lines of sight. Gets himself out to safety here. Buzz at the same time sending the dimensional drift, and he is just running and freeing, wanting some revenge for the previous round. Trying to find the catch. There's the stun. And there's the punish.
Stun मारा ना.
Nicely called here from the side of T1, just ensuring that they can keep that player advantage here.
Setups have been great.
Breach तो meta है बे.
So they don't have the dimensional drift to scout this.
Member वाले group में सिर्फ 7 लोग किए मत करो यार.
Rolling thunder, and now that gets sent out. Mako back level, however.
Mako बोलते.
Find Buzz. Izu held it bay behind the wall here for the moment. Hyunmin able to find Stacks. Aftershock from beyond. Does go ahead and claim Hyunmin, but DRX still in a good position.
DRX तो.
Now T1, I think certainly wishing
भाई comeback कर
they
ली hello.
had that dimensional drift to try to rescout the site. DRX get back into this. Still down by 2.
Mako just such a fierce opponent. Back to his normal job of just being a controlling player. And he is making life a nightmare on these lurks. Just shutting.
एक round जीते लोले comeback है मेरे हिसाब से.
That rolling thunder might not anticipate that Hyunmin had tucked in that close again after it. You know, the aftershock is there, and you would think he would abandon that position to swing back out to the site to try to protect his life. Instead, he just holds the line, catches T1 off guard. Nicely done by DRX, but man, Mako has been a real difference maker. 16 kills for him. Now an eco for T1. Some sheriffs a stinger for Meteor. Was just the classic. So Gunman gonna have the showstopper to boot. Things looking rather dicey for T1 in this round. They're reacting well to
क्या
this A hit,
इको में
though.
अल्ट मारेगा इनमिन
To try to just clear out that boom bot, but it's all just a play distraction. Armageddon dodged. The stun, well, will connect. Drop down though, and Straya able to go ahead and keep things covered. Hyunmin keeps himself alive for the moment. It's just angle after angle. There's layers upon layers. DRX did not give up anything for free. Izu now, last one standing, trying to see if he can make a little bit more impact, a little bit more damage here. Went for the timing shot on the Jiggle Peak, but just cannot connect with the head.
Oh, this is tough, to say the least. Can you find any more damage?
देखा crispy ना stinger close range
Trying to wait it out. Nope. Yunmin, good for the final one.
Very crisp.
10-9 chat final prediction बताओ DRX या T1 जल्दी
One away from
देखो
tying things up.
मैं राइट है तुम लोग राइट
That was a crazy good round for him. He's doing such a good job here, breaking angles to set up
अब
his
जब भी
teammates.
बैंगलोर आते हो या तो
Jumping
busy
in,
होते हो
Bane's
या बैंगलोर में नहीं
covering.
होता
He's jumping down. Estrella's covering. He's throwing paint shells. Estrella's covering.
T1 भाई तुम लोग तो heavy T1 fan हो
Sense the pattern yet?
Yeah, just great. But that's great teamwork, and that's what you want from your duelist. Selfless play to set up for the guys behind you. That's going to be T1 taking their final timeout. As certainly on their map pick.
T1's victory.
They're cheering for the victory. Yeah. Oh,
13-11 नहीं
Oh.
मेरे हिसाब से
Nice. They
OT
came to
मेरे
Korea.
हिसाब से OT
Welcome.
मेरे हिसाब से OT उसके बाद
Meet your
DRX
fan.
जीतेगा
Very, very good. We are too, even though his Tejo's a little, he hasn't looked as comfortable, I'll say that.
I mean, you know, first time.
अरे जीतो T1 का support बात
It's
कर
going to be a little off, perhaps.
और कौन से मैच है अभी एनए को है एनए में खतरनाक लेवल का मैच है खतरनाक मतलब एकदम बूम बाम गांड फाड़
Previously, of course, with
G2
VCT, we were
आज
playing the Vice there.
Kind of expect them to go back to kind of
इनका भाई सुबह
stock standard on Fracture, maybe, but I mean, it obviously hasn't been their best map. It's been one they've been kind of avoiding. Buzz does have the op. He's over at C Mound. The rubble fight goes the way of DRX. Stacks tucked into the tree behind the door. Haunt not gonna, no, he does clear it, okay. Thought for a second there he might be able to dodge it, but.
thank you for the membership.
Fall way, way back. Difficult positions.
भाई उनमिन के पास अल्ट है
Pivot being made. Prowler, Boombot, good paranoia though from Sylvan. Stun there.
Held at bay for the moment. The showstopper sent and decent amount of damage. Splash across onto Buzz, takes him down
सारा
to 5.
रिजल्ट मिस ही हुआ है ना आज
Chilling try to assist, but now the pit here in their faces.
Huh?
T1.
एक लगा
Trying
है
to get
क्या
himself back into this. Counter pit.
10-10
That's what I was just thinking.
Doesn't
वो लोग इको
particularly
10
feel
लेवल
great. Sylvan TPing forward, just looking to try to scout.
सब एक ही
Flashes
जगह
go
से जा रहे
flying,
हैं भाई मर गए
Straya.
सारे मर गए
Tucked in on the side. Finds one on the peak. Sylvan dead. Izu gone. And they're just going to be picking them to pieces. Buzz will find one. He'll
बाप
get
रे
out.
सबके बीच में एक
But he
शॉट
needs to
मार के
hold
निकला
on
वो
to this operator. The only bit of weaponry that
आज
they're going to
एनए
have
से
going into the
दो
next round.
टोरंटो वाला मिल
Because
जाएंगे
everyone
यस
else is
सर
damn broke.
Yeah, this is
बाद
really,
में तुम लोग
really
डिसाइड कर सकते हो तुम
smart
लोग को
from
मास्टर जाना है
DRX.
कि
They've
नहीं
been
समझ रहे हो
not going
एनए
B
वालों
much. And this time, they find a great window. Have that showstopper available to clear sight.
भाई people
to
crazy
get the
behind
pit
माल
through. So that's a
जब
good
life
way
में
to
introvert
leapfrog your
हो
ults
और friends
into
नहीं
a
हो ना
very safe post plant,
तब पूछते
especially
हैं
when there's
क्वेश्चन
no ults on the other side to really clear it.
इसी चालू कर
No Armageddon, no Rolling Thunder, nor no Dimensional Drift. That means it's just hold down your angles and don't get caught. Keep Estrella alive.
चालू ही है
Protect the VIP here. That's
I was
great.
wondering how he had. I thought
Jump
he would
spotting
just,
it, yeah.
Yeah.
बाप रे
That was
क्या
really smart.
गर्मी है भाई
Stingers, Sheriff, and an op.
I mean, given that they pulled off a 30 before, it's certainly within the realm of possibility. But Buzz right
आज
now is
एनए
not
किसका
on the
मैच
correct side of
है
the map to try to
सेन
really
G2
find impact.
हमें भी यार सबका है
Big Crash is just arriving over towards A.
And again, though, I mean, DRX is just having their way with this
नहीं डिफेंड
this
कर
site and
पाएगा
having
गया
very good
GG, DRX is winning in
space,
chat.
even with the
नहीं
tail
कर सकता
breach.
different.
He's not connecting, but Hyunmin in around the
Viper
back
भी
here.
गया, सब गए.
Looking for the peek, and then finds the timing. Izu, nothing coming through that door fast enough. Stacks just plants his feet. Puts one right between the eyes of Hyunmin, but
11-10.
the follow-up from the remaining players here on the side of DRX.
13-10
once again,
game
just too damn good. The Stingers not finding value. The
Clean
off going to be
Hey,
lost on the floor.
discipline team में big dub.
As it's going to be damn near flawless, it would seem
थोड़ी
here.
समय बारिश हो रहा है,
barring
मत करो
Sylvan
यार,
finding
बहुत
some
गर्मी
very
है इधर.
solid impact here, which will not be found. DRX now back into the lead.
पेरिस
4
से
rounds
कौन खेलता है
consecutive.
जो चैंप्स पेरिस
away
में?
from taking
ओ सरबत
away
तेरा
T1's
कुछ
map
तो
pick.
सीन है रे.
Man, they're just
कुछ
doing a
तो
great
सीन है
job.
तेरा.
Scaling into sight.
That was
Huh?
a shot from Stacks.
I do too.
I mean, he
कुछ
was.
भी क्वेश्चन कुछ भी बात करता रहता
I
है.
think it was like the millisecond that he stopped moving.
That was good. Good
तो
timing.
है सरबत का.
Man's been watching some Rays players and how they land and shoot. That was nice, but yeah, like Hyunmin in particular has been really impressive on this attacker side for DRX. Back up in the positives
PRX
for the
क्वालिफाई हुआ
KD.
जी को आ रहा के खुश.
Tied with Mako with total kills, but he's been leading the charge.
नहीं रे.
And he's been set up by good control of space. And then with finally T1 taking control of A Rubble, the response as well from Izu to set up the pit at C, really try to funnel DRX into B if
Love Aditya,
possible.
thank you for the 40.
Very,
नहीं मैं
very
सच्ची
worst.
चाहता था कि एटलीस्ट प्लेऑफ के
You
लिए.
can go back, shift your weight into A.
वो
Try to shut down
अनफॉर्चुनेट
this,
था कि PRX
this
से
hit.
हमने मैच.
Buzz and Sylvan though. Buzz dodges the nightfall. Sylvan definitely can't.
Just on to one. Spots out the TP now, looks to try to reposition. Hyunmin on the hunt, just sending himself forward. It's a tiny bit of damage, caught a glimpse of a couple players, but cannot find anything realistically here.
लग गए वापस डिफेंड
Not
नहीं
found
कर
quite just
सकते.
yet. Tuck in behind from Meteor, just staying stagnant in position, hearing all this movement, waiting for a timing. He could try, turn back, find some impact. Finds it there as Bane will get taken down. Stacks at the same time, coming away with a couple kills. It's Mako now, last one standing, having to back off.
30 seconds left.
Tiny bit of damage going to be taken, but it looks like T1 well set to go ahead and continue to tie this up. Mako with the attempt at the wide swing, but cannot find the shots. 11-11. Make a wish.
That was good. Since they're wearing the Make-A-Wish
Yeah,
shirts.
that was the point.
Yeah,
1-1,
no, I know,
1-1.
I'm
अच्छा 11-11.
just trying to.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Complimenting you. Just take the compliment.
Okay, but it sounded like you were being
चलो
condescending.
ये राउंड
So-
जो जीता
Normally you're right.
I
वो
misread.
जीता.
Yeah. Normally I am
या फिर
condescending. You're not
ओटी
wrong.
जाएगा.
This is one of those
कैसे
rare
लगा मेरा
exceptions,
एनालिसिस?
so I understand.
In that case, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
ऐसे
All right. Well, you've got some big alts.
जीवन
T1
को हल्के में मत
maybe
लेना.
can get
चैंप्स
themselves up to
बोलते.
that point, but
नहीं,
like these
DRX
rolling gunners and
इस बार का
dimensional
DRX
threats haven't
strong
been
है.
super effective for T1, especially on this defender side. They need to find some real
Ignoring
value
all
out of it.
possibilities.
DRX has had good answers to those alts, even if it's just losing one player, or in the case of the Rolling Thunder, tucking a player and drop. Gonna use the lockdown.
तोड़ सकते क्या?
I don't think there's any hope in hell that
But retake कर
T1 can
सकते.
clear this. So they have to
Expert
run.
है.
Yep. Everybody pushing into the back corner. No detains. No minor jumps forward to get caught, but oh my
अभी भी
God,
retake
jumping
कर
on the
सकते हैं.
swing. Able to find one, looks for a little bit more. Tiny bit of damage going to be there onto Meteor, but he is able to hold his ground. Buzz trying to lead the way. Flash up for the moment, jumps out of it, shorty in hand. Mako going to be taking down player advantage now here for the side of T1 as they scale their way back in, gaining control of the site. Everyone from DRX pushed back, disconnected here at Mound. So they're waiting for the taps. Buzz just goes strafing through the smoke. He's able to find one. Spray now coming through Meteor, holding for the defuse, and he is going to hold it to success. T1 take the round away. 2 players surviving as they get up to map point.
That's great by T1, saving that
Excuse
Yoru ultimate for the right
me?
moment on that retake, smothering Mako with util, stunning him up. I mean, Hyunmin trying to get ahead of the curve, and
अच्छा खासा
had that timing
एडवांटेज
been
मिल गया
a little
था
bit sooner, maybe he could catch Meteor off guard, but Meteor ready for it. Then they know they have to get out ahead of this, make sure the plant is safe.
ऑफिस से देख रहा हूँ बाबा
Distracted Mound. There
वर्क
was no
करते करते
post-plant
सुन
mollies or
रहा
anything like that
है.
left for DRX at that moment, but still, with the angles that you could take from Mound, would be difficult
Last
to just hold
time
the
out.
defuse.
मेरे को लगा 2 हो गया.
T1 still has to get ahead of it, and they do. And it's
ऐसा
going to
क्या
be the
करेंगे
last
टाइम आउट में पता है
timeout
पैसिव खेलेंगे
of
क्या
regulation.
लास्ट 30 सेकंड सीरस मेरे हिसाब से
DRX trying to find a way to take this to overtime. And
ए पे बकचोदी दरवाजा तोड़ो दरवाजा ओपन करो एक दो बार चिल करो
for what we were expecting
बढ़ो
coming
ए पे
into
थोड़ा
today.
exactly.
और बाद में
I
सी
wasn't
हिट
expecting
मतलब
what
हिट
happened in that first series. I don't expect it to happen here.
गोएंगे पहला
And it's obviously
या फिर
not.
ए से 20 स्प्लिट
Bit
होएगा
more
या फिर सी
tight-knit,
ए पे
bit
नहीं
more of
होएगा
a better
लिख के लो।
understanding of each other between the two teams. Obviously, just an immense amount of history across the board. Now, we'll see if this is going to be good enough for
T1
DRX
को भी टाइम मिल गया
to get that
T1 को
12-12
तो
score
चाहिए
line.
नहीं टाइम मोमेंटम पे
See what the economy looks like here is, yep, okay, able to go ahead and get everything nicely together. Still had a decent amount of cash ball.
और फाइट करेंगे क्या ये लोग मीटर के लिए
Yeah, not too bad. A couple away from another showstopper already for Hyundman. Meteor, love to get that Armageddon in there. Oh my god.
That's a seize on to Buzz.
It's
Wait
okay.
this out. Oh, TP. Okay, wall still raised. Mako just strafing in and winning the fight. Stacks.
ऐसे घुस के मारा
Shut down. Oh, captain, my captain no longer. Mako. The very solid opening kill. Stun set Buzz swinging onto the corner. Able to find 1-3 and backed through the smoke. Buzz absolutely destroying the shorty again. Looking for the kill, but Estrella somehow able to come away with that. But Meteor swoops in, finds it, and we are just down in the mud. Freeing brings us now into a 1v1. The door being watched. Sylvan strafing, freeing, shooting. A 3K of his own reply, and there it is. The timeout call, I don't think it meant a damn thing. But we're going to overtime all the same.
Oh my goodness.
कैसे
Just this
मारा
little
फ्री ने वो
sidestep from Mako
शॉट
throws Stacks off. And then you think round's done. 3K for Buzz. And he goes hopping the corner because he had hit with the fake out flash onto Estrella. And Estrella's able to recover in time. I think he turned it well enough.
fuck bro
Oh my goodness.
ऐसा ऑफ
fans
एंगल पे
here
बैठा
are
था फिर
stunned.
भी
I'm stunned. That looked like it was going to be okay. We're going to fracture. Nope. Freeing, showing up when these needed
10
most.
डिग्री हो रहा है मस्त वेदर है हाँ क्या
Getting a great one against Sylvan. Sylvan had the angle held, but again, the crosshairs just a bit off for T1. They pay the price. Huge reveal from that haunt.
A big ping out.
Need for TP
The top here.
रेड
Gonna catch
कितनी
anybody,
मारा
but ooh, freeing on a walkabout. Not gonna be able to find anything in Mako this time. A treat loses out on the fight. He's TPing forward. Buzz is there, ready for the punish. T1 off to a roaring
sometimes
start here in
win
overtime.
है
Two huge reads on both sides of the map by T1.
sometimes लन है
That's going to give them a ton of room to work with. What does Estrella have to say about it? He's had all that util.
TP का साउंड कर रहा था रे
Being thrown,
बेचारा
TP in a little bit deeper, holds the door for one, but cannot get disconnected from the fight fast enough. Sylvan going crazy with a 3K.
वाह क्लीन मारा बे
Buzz will
T1
find the finisher, and T1 will
10
find
डिग्री
a
इधर
map
42
point once
मेरे को
again.
नहीं
Yeah, I
मालूम
think
इधर
Sylvan
कितना है
probably feeling a little bit grumpy that he couldn't get that last kill. Close the map out. Comes alive. A nice setup with him and Meteor, expecting a push out from Freeing early. That's just good read by Buzz to get ahead of Mako's TP. Sylvan,
सदन
phenomenal
हेमिस्फीयर
work.
में विंटर है
Just barreling forward with the Vandal.
एक दिन में वो खेलूंगा आइस बॉल फाइट
T1, one more round.
Thought
Make
maybe we would see the timeout, but
Yeah,
ये
that's a
वैला
good
में था
point.
ना स्नोबॉल फाइट क्या हो गया अच्छा था
Thought maybe an early one, but you know, if Termi likes what he's hearing in the comms, then he'll just let it go. If he's hearing what he was going to say anyway, good to go.
yeah. Oh, the bounce, the TP forward, the fight now in towards Baby Door. Mako able to win this one out. Hyundman. It's Hyundman's kill.
crazy
Mako
man.
comes up with some nonsense from time to time, but that was not one of them. But he will be able to find a follow-up as Buzz gets taken down similarly. Izu for one of the approach, taking quite a bit of damage. Sylvan still firing back, but this time it's Mako's turn to pick up a 3K, because that'll be the reset. 13 to 13.
एस्केलेशन है वो अभी भी है
Maybe T1 and DRX saying, you
खत्म
know
हो
what?
गया
We want our record back.
एक और टाइम आउट लेगा क्या
We want that
पानी को लेके
longest
आना है।
OT series
हाँ टी सीरीज
in VCT.
Yes,
Obviously, the
in franchise.
the first strike series.
Sylvan, pretty good, but Mako just coming alive. Not going to let a repeat of what happened in the previous round.
ये क्या W गेमिंग हो रही है भाई? लास्ट मैच से ये मैच अच्छा है ना? लास्ट मैच जेंजी थोड़ा सा इजीली जीत गया.
On the Yoru.
ये
Pressure
मैच
again
थोड़ा
from
सा
DRX early.
स्पाइसी वाला वाइब्स दे.
Wanting to challenge that double stacked
या फिर
angle that
मिसल
Meteor and
पाया
Sylvan were
करके.
holding. They're going to back him off.
कैसे Binks बस बढ़िया.
Gone way out towards A. And that's pulled a ton of DRX players over, so is T1 going to have the confidence? Oh, the timing for freeing though. Oh my god.
Ah, crazy timing be.
That is the tip of the spear well severed. Stacks trying to creep forward. Just a glimpse there on the Bane. Continues to scale up, and Hyunmin ready with the crossfire angle. Not sure why Stacks thought he was going to be able to get away with that.
Fuck यार, ये जीतना था T1 को. Next DRX का मैप है यार.
Good for another.
DRX now
ये
looking to
जीतना
get
था
themselves
T1 को.
map point
Next
for the
जीतना
first
टफ है
time.
भाई.
Actually,
Next जीतना
flawless
टफ.
fashion. Just Sylvan and Meteor. Try to be the difference makers. Misses the timing to catch the glimpse from above, but Bane is also holding the angle, and this round is completely sideways here for T1.
मैं फ्राइज खाने वाला हूँ. ठीक है.
Done it before.
He has.
30 seconds left.
We all remember that split. A 1v5.
No ult though.
क्या लगता है प्लेऑफ में न्यूज कैसे
no
खेलेगा? मेरे को देखने का है.
Might have seen the leg.
Just doesn't have the time.
No.
Realistically. Flawless. It's the DRX. We'll gain this lead. T1.
एक और उठेगा. टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो अगर एक और उठेगा तो मेरे हिसाब से T1 जीतेगा.
I probably would pull the trigger on it here. This one looked a little bit too isolated for my likes. A lot of players trying to work the map by themselves and just getting outread by DRX. The timing's there for Buzz. Just a great read by freeing. I don't know what Stacks is doing. That one's ambitious no matter who you are.
मेरे इधर मिसल पावर नहीं मिलता. मिसल है.
DRX on the attacker side.
मिसल.
They're up their moment. Sylvan
Epic Lotus
asks to hold him down by himself.
Buzz. Pulls back, sees Estrella. We'll just go their separate ways. Meantime, DRX aggressively scaling forward over towards C.
सीधा तो नहीं घुसेंगे बे.
Smoke out or picked up here by
Gunman. करेंगे mostly.
2 away from having a showstopper.
भगा के फिर सीट. नहीं बे, B pressure दे रहे.
Play for 2 orbs. Pretty aggressive positioning by Meteor.
What was the half chain 7-5?
Much he can do. Has to just back off.
Stun and salvos at the ready.
Imagine they just hit all of them on the entry. Yeah, a little early.
And salvos going out. Full line from Stacks not really connecting. Has this
follow-up
though.
नहीं बे सीधा घुस रहा है.
Seed Dane's looking for any kind of damage that they can get, but all of it for now avoided. 36 seconds remaining here. DRX, the clock starting to dwindle. The ring, flying an entry, swoops in, finds Izu, and Sylvan's only going to be good for one before getting taken down. Meteor will go ahead.
Technically 3v3 है,
लेकिन
post plant poses अच्छा है.
Brings us now into a 3v3.
Post plant poses अच्छा है.
Spike planted.
हाँ?
Spike plant gets handed to Bane.
कोई अगर कुछ कर सकता है ना Stacks.
Yet having the showstopper online, but
Stacks अकेला बंदा ये राउंड जो कुछ कर सकता है. Aftershock भी है. हाँ मतलब Stun भी है और blind भी है.
Noble position, salvos as well. Sent Bane flush forward, bail stop there. On a Stacks, the showstopper now in hand. Meteor backpedaling frantically over towards Waterfall. Paint shell now at his feet. Damage avoided, but needs to try to clutch it out. He's just tagged up and about to be taken down. The shorty in that distance, not going to do a damn thing, but he's got 8 bullets left in the mag. And freeing from Mound will find it. 15-13, DRX. Extended to OT.
Marco versus Buzz, baby.
Map pick of Lotus.
Oh, you just have to be so impressed. You know, DRX bringing new players in, having to swap things around quite a bit in this stage. And it is still just business as usual. Yeah,
stream को like करो और जिसने subscribe नहीं किया subscribe करो.
That is a big deal.
Now you have your pick of Fracture, one that has been up and down to say the least for T1 overall. A very solid start here for the side of DRX. They look to re-establish themselves as the best team in Korea.
दो बार लेके एक ही बार करने का.
It's been
आवाज तो
a
मैं सिंगर
challenge
था
for
ना
them this
पहले.
stage. You know, you see this a lot. where teams win an international event, and then they come back, and it just doesn't seem like they've got that same magic, they've got that same kind of confidence and preparation, and all of those things seem to be starting to kind of bite T1 in the butt. And this is, again, such an important match. You win here, then you only need one more to get to Toronto. If you don't, then you got to win 3 in a row.
All the way down to that lower bracket. Things are not going to get much easier down there. So DRX off to a good start, but we said the same thing in our opening series of the day. That ended up going the distance, that ended up going to 3. Could very well still be the case between these squads. For now, though, before we get into Fracture, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
Absolutely right. We could be on another roller coaster similar to the one that we had earlier today between T1 and DRX, though I feel this is a lot more closely tied together as we saw in those last few rounds and even up into overtime.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen in this crazy region. I feel like anything can happen, but DRX do manage to steal T1's map pick away in overtime. I think this game was about as close as you could get, real back and forth.
Yeah, DRX, I mean, they change up their comp here. They are a team that does like to just change things up by a couple of agents. They're very confident and comfortable just changing up their approach map to map to map. You've seen it. If you go back through their agent comps on plenty of different maps, and even the next one coming up of Fracture, you'll see them continue to tweak things. And once again, they looked quite comfortable moving into this comp. Was phenomenal to see Marco back on the Omen, finding all of these little timings and things like that. I kind of pointed out, we've seen in the past when they ran the Viper on this map, Flashback not looking very comfortable, but it's something that Australia has played plenty of coming on from RRQ. So I think this is a comfortable looking adjustment to their comp. Freeing really started to get it together a lot more. He had a bad start to this Lotus game, but he started to put things together as we headed deeper into it, and we know what we're going to get for Hyunmin. More so, I'm surprised at the change up for T1.
Yeah.
This is finally the first time we're seeing them kind of move into a different style and start to play double in it and play the meta in terms of Teo and Breach, and the Breach was quite good for stacks. What I'm more surprised about is that you saw Meteor on the Teo instead of Izu, because I would have expected them to play Meteor on something like a Viper where he can just play a little bit more lurky. And you can see this is his first time playing Teo this whole year, or playing Teo at all, but also it's the first time not playing ISO this year. It's the first time they haven't run that double duelist comp with the ISOs, and look, he looked a little bit uncomfortable on the agent. I could see maybe why they might have thrown it in, because you saw it from Freeing actually when he used to spam the Teo before. It is this agent that you just throw out your missiles or you throw out your Teo drone, and then you're put into a lot of aim duel situations where you're actually able to kind of play out the mid round with your gun out. And maybe that's something that could have fitted Meteor, but it didn't really look like it translated into what they wanted to execute in this game.
Yeah, I feel like stylistically there's a bit of a clash there, right? So he's either going in first and he's sort of leading that pack as the duelist role, but you get a lot of setup when you do that. Or you're on a Sentinel where you're allowed to take your own aim fights, take your own space.
That's true, actually, yeah.
This Teo is somewhere in between the two, which I don't think was natural. But if we have to talk about someone who did look natural on this map, it's got to be Bakao. He's back! He's back, baby! The GOAT of controller!
So good. Mako was just owning this entire map. He was just in his element every single time. Just look at these rounds.
And I mean, I think this is a nice change, especially when we consider now Estrella has taken over the IGL. A big part of that has got to be to unleash Mako again. I mean, he's been back and forth between that IGL role or not, but he needs to find the consistency that we've seen from him in the past, because everyone knows this guy can be one of the best controller players in the world, and I felt like he was showing shades of that in this first map.
I mean, going into kickoff, this was the thing that people theory crafted, is that Freeing was going to IGL and Mako was going to be unleashed. That didn't end up happening, but with Estrella coming into this lineup, I expected the same thing, and then we heard that he wasn't IGLing there initially either. So look, now you're actually starting to see a little bit more of a transition to Estrella in the IGL. This is the second series in a row, I believe, that he'll be IGLing, and Mako, you know, to see him on his, for me, his signature agent. I love watching him play the Omen. It's fantastic to watch him play that agent. Don't mind him on the Viper on certain maps, but particularly here on Lotus, the way he's able to find these TP timings, and you know, the round towards the later end of the game where he snuck into door. Like, there's very few players that have such a good intuitive sense for how to find those timings.
Yeah, that just comes so naturally to Mako. And speaking of TP timings, we did have some interesting ones on the side of T1 as well. I mean, there was one very memorable one with Buzz, I believe.
This round, I mean, this is what
it's like
to play against Yoru, Teo breach is like, you're the site anchor is freeing, you're trying to run away, you're getting paranoid, you're getting a util thrown at you from the other side of the map. What choose your path here. Do you
know
run
that
into...
meme? You know the meme? Just hold the site, bro.
Or are you going to run into a Yoru coming out of ult with a shorty in his hand or 2 missiles? It's like, pick your poison. You're screwed either way,
I mean,
man.
this is why Freeing had such a slow start. I felt like he was getting bullied by this T1 composition. It was so hard to hold the site as that Killjoy there. So props to T1 for making it hard, but also props to Freeing because he got himself back in that game and managed to look a lot more solid, especially when we get to that overtime.
Yeah. Are you making any regrets right now? Any second thoughts?
No, I think everything's going okay right now. Like, I think most of us have got Meteor.
Yeah.
अपने दुखी मोमेंट पर भाई की कसम
Everyone's doing okay. We'll see. MVP's gone to Gilon, though I do have him on my team. But you could have definitely given it to a lot of different players. Shout out, I think Stax had a pretty damn good game on the breach. Been a while since he's been thrown back on the breach, on this map in particular. So that's good. I love seeing Stax on the flash init. Like he's decent on the info init. That's fine for me. But I love seeing him on flash init.
Yeah, I think Stax on the breach is his home. To be honest, I think that
breach
is where
and KO for me. I love seeing Stax playing those, or even Sky. But
yeah.
Why would you play that agent right now? What? Who? Like Australian agent?
Hey, I do miss seeing a lot of Sky plays lately. But, you know, maybe she'll have her time once again. Blinded.
Did
I pass?
Out.
Did you do the voice acting? Wow.
Yeah, they just pitched it up a lot. Yeah.
They probably tweaked it a little bit, and then, you know, we have Sky right here in front of us. Anyway, going back into this, you know, you mentioned, right, T1 kind of shifting a little bit here and there, but it's not looking quite as comfortable, right? And of course, it's on Meteor, and we know that he can frag, we know that he can be this player, but it's just that this is something that's new, and obviously there's an adjustment period.
I get that they want to make changes, right? I don't think double duelist is sustainable forever.
No, definitely
so
not.
I'm okay with them making changes, but I'm not sure that was the change I would have necessarily gone for. I mean, I'm not in the team. I have to trust that Autumn knows more than we do, and there's a reason he's down there on that stage. But it's definitely strange when you look at the kind of the way you have to play Teo compared to the way you have to play those kind of Sentinels that he's so good on. It is a very different. It's a very different vibe. So I don't really want to see him on Initiator heading into map 2.
Yeah, especially when Izu has shown already that he can play a perfectly serviceable Teo. So, look, I don't think it's going to happen on Fracture. I think that was something they cooked specifically for Lotus. I don't expect those to be the roles going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting going into Fracture because, as we know, once upon a time, DRX on Fracture, they were owning this, especially with Teo on the freeing, as you would say, right?
Teo on the freeing.
Teo on the freeing. Yes, that is what we're saying now. I mean, that agent, that's freeing right there and there.
Yeah, I mean, Teo is free. Look, honestly, for this map in particular, the map stats say not a lot going on, but what you're seeing at the moment is 2-1 overall in this matchup, and none of those are represented here on the map stats, but these two teams have played Fracture against each other 3 times. The 2 times in kickoff both went the way of DRX, and then over in Bangkok it went the way of T1. And you saw T1 a little bit less flexible, changing up their agent comp a lot. This is what they've been rolling with here. The last time you saw something drastically different from T1, I think, was at the start of kickoff when they were playing Izu on the Raze, and they were playing Raze Neon. And that was specifically, I feel like, a little bit of a read into what they wanted to do against the Breach Teo meta at that time in particular. Over on the side of DRX, though, I mean, if you go back through all of their Fracture games, they keep changing things up. They'll constantly swap out what duelist they're playing, what sentinel they're playing. So I feel like they're quite flexible in terms of what agent comp they're actually bringing into this map. I don't know if that's based on opponent or not. It's been asked to them in interviews. It's been asked this question in interviews. It's like, why do you guys keep adjusting things over time? And he's just said it's just what we think is best at the time. Which is interesting because they change a lot. They change almost every other map.
Every week you're going to go, guys, I got a new read on the
map.
How do you play this time around?
As a coach, I would be losing it if, like, my players, or if I was a player, my coach is telling me, you're playing something different today.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen CHUMMI ever like lose his cool in the same way some other coaches might. He's always been quite reserved. But going right now into Fracture, we have here some interesting drafts.
Yeah, again, DRX is the team that is going to change up their comp. Estrella back on the breach is going to call on the flash in it. You've got Brimstone for Marco, as you would say, and Teo on the freeing, but Hyunmin on the Neon is the biggest change here. He's been playing Yoru lately on this map, and I think Neon is is a big pick right now against Breach Teo, because it's so easy to be able to bait out the util, try to beat things. You stay alive with your fast lane.
T1 sticking with what they know on this map, but we are seeing Meteor go back across onto the Vice and Izu play the Teo. So this is more what we were hoping to see coming into this map. So I would expect a renewed performance from Meteor heading into this fracture.
For sure, he's definitely a lot more comfortable on this, so hopefully those stats do pick up, especially for all of us who have Meteor on our teams. But of course, we are about to step into Fracture, so let's toss it on back over to our casters.
Binks, handsome kaise DRX mein khelo please.
Thank you very much. Here we go. We can only hope that Fracture is going to deliver on all the same fronts that
match
Lotus
did.
Maybe another overtime, perhaps. We'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, T1 expectedly back to something a bit more stock standard, a bit more comfortable and known from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, with
भाई लड़का लोग को एंट्री है कि नहीं है कंफर्म कर दो एक बार.
Played at this stage, I don't think so. This is going to be quite interesting. Yunmin on that Neon, curious to see what he can do with that. He was doing such a good job on that raise, just opening up angles, setting up his teammates, setting up himself. Beautiful stuff from him. Freeing as well, back on that classic Tejo. As Big Time said, Tejo on the freeing.
Quick little slide across the rope here from Bane. Hearing that stealth drone. Anticipating a push behind it. Is able to go ahead and escape. Leaves Buzz now. Going to the north side. Will slowly start drifting back up towards the A site though, where the exec is getting ready to come through. Stax looking to slow things up. Sends out the fault line. Ping not finding anything. And Stax hitting a hell of a shot onto Yunmin. Denies the entry. Very much shuts the door here in DRX's face.
Yeah, DRX thinking they'll have time.
Ooh, Mako.
Ooh. Took a ton of damage.
Tagged up. I have to assume it was maybe Izu. Now Stax is able to find a second. Takes Mako down, and things are looking very good for T1 to find their first real pistol win here of the series. And Sylvan will find two.
Blind dash.
Freeing now all alone with just a ghost in hand. I know that he could be very deadly with this gun for reasons like that.
भाई T1 का मैप लग रहा है.
But he doesn't know that all three players
are
stacked up in
T1
this
का
position.
अंदर से आवाज आ रहा है T1.
As the salvos check in, a couple shots flown his way. Makes the wise call to slowly drift across towards that B site.
Obviously wise call रहेगा ना सामने wise जिंदा है तो.
Yeah, so he's going to be delayed enough. T1 going to be able to make their rotates over.
So there's the wall pop. There's Thorns, and there's quite a bit of damage taken. 60 remaining. Gets the plant in play. Cuts across over towards Arcade. Worried about any kind of push around from this north side, and now can just try to stay tucked back in here behind the boxes and set up for the salvos.
Just going to come down to some timings for him. Heard the footsteps.
Here crossing. Gets the final shot there. Tries to straight back over towards Suit. Cannot make it out to safety. T1 go ahead, get the defuse, and get their first pistol.
Yeah, this is a great read from T1. You know, they see Bane leaving early, and they're expecting that rotate back towards A, and Stax hitting that opening shot. Very important that he's able to shut Yunmin down there. That stalls up everything for the side of DRX. Sylvan, nice work with the classic to find two. Green trying to do what he can, but just a little bit too much of an ass there. Couldn't get the kill quickly enough on the Meteor. Got caught trying to switch over to the salvos. Let's see if T1 can keep this going. There's a Stinger and a Sheriff.
Stinger and a half armor, and the Sheriff on Bane, so okay. Players buying down about 1,400 here. As Orange is going to be lobbed out, popped. Line getting the hit here, swing onto the corner, and Yunmin, those bullets connecting, buys enough time. They push forward, they lose Mako in transit, but still are able to find the trade up. So now player advantage in their hands. Buzz pushing, getting some damage, finds the headshot, gets the transition across onto Estrella as well. Just like that, T1 are back in the driver's seat. Guardian recovered, however, from Bane, still an opportunity to do some damage. He himself tagged up to 35 in the first couple shots.
Bro, Aura.
Buzz eating a little bit more there.
Aura Pro Max.
Out from tower. Both player positions should be known. Bane taken down, freeing now, needing to do it all. And for a second, looked like he was going to be able to find a little bit more, but three players surviving. T1 will close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, a lot of damage done there to T1 though. Armor's gone for both Stax and Buzz. So all in all, not bad at all for DRX. Able to find those early util connections that keep the players of T1 off balance. Meteor stunned up, able to be taken down.
W bhai.
Bane, but that's a nasty.
W bhai.
Buzz continuing right where he left off on Lotus, having a very strong day as the duelist for T1.
Yep, he ends Stacks.
ये क्या हुआ मैं देखा नहीं.
Stacks too at a nice map.
Near the end of that.
भाई क्या सीन है बताओ अभी चलो.
The longest time. So
मैप 3 कौन सा है? हेवन है.
Not that way. For the moment, it's going to be Deathless in 3-0 and 2. Halfway towards that rolling thunder. Estrella only just the 2 charges.
भाई इसका कैमरा 2 सेकंड में टूट रहा है.
A little bit earlier on the change of direction.
नेक्स्ट राउंड सीधा फाइट ही करेंगे DRX वहां पे. हां कैमरा तोड़ेगा और तुमको
stealth drone. Same reaction as we saw in the pistol round from T1, right back to A main. A little bit further ahead of it this time though.
Oh, for shots. Flying through and freeing. Able to just break things open.
Main for a reason.
And then aftershock going to be disrespected and ignored as Walt dissipating Hyunmin, wanting to try to scale forward, but it's going to be Mako who's able to find it. Hyunmin widely just drawing their attention here.
मेरे को पसंद ही नहीं है.
Spike planted.
Huh?
Phenomenal covering fire from freeing. Let's see if Derek can close this out flawless.
Still drone identifying. It's DRX looking for a flawless anti-bonus. Sylvan eating some damage there on the drop down. Hyunmin still untouched, just dancing around. Spots him out again. Meteor with the Guardian. To be some very clean shots to try to get some damage through, and there you go, 1 to the head. As everybody just backpedaling away, Mako going to stick around to look and see, make sure that they can't try to get any kind of defuse going through. Gets the kill onto Meteor and will be able to escape. So single casualty, DRX get themselves on the board here in round number 3.
Yeah, just really well prepared for T1 to be where they are. Just holding that angle the whole time is freeing, and Buzz just kind of walks right into it. Mako there, able to back up Hyunmin nicely. This time around, ooh, not much HP left there on Mako, but got out all the same. Okay, I was gonna say, for a second he had a Spectre, but able to get that Phantom in hand, all Phantoms. Side of DRX. Seen a few players kind of swapping between the guns. Meteor, I noticed.
Vandal.
Oh, you're right, freeing is a Vandal.
Yeah,
you're right.
One apiece. Freeing and Izu.
I was gonna say Meteor was swapping on Lotus. Didn't seem like he was comfortable on the
Cobra
Vandal.
से अच्छा Anaconda.
Over to the Phantom eventually.
Well, Armageddon now to try to open things up. T1 can just try to fill space on the back of this, and Buzz just going off a timing, sprays down in towards A main, finds one, spring falls, Mako similarly dead. I'm only able to trade one out, but Bane finds another, brings it back to parity at 3v3, but HP bars relatively in tatters here for the side of DRX. Everyone tagged up, no one at full HP. Just quickly trying to pivot their way across over towards the B site. Sylvan quickly gets into position, looks for the jump, but Estrella draws down, eats a ton more damage, down to 15 health, but is able to find that kill. He'll get started in position, he will die.
2v2.
It's a plant in play. It's now a 2v2.
वो लोग को इतना पता है कि नियॉन साइड में ये इन्फो है
DRX is playing.
साइफर सरप्राइज
Push his angles and win these fights.
Shock should tell him that it's gonna be on the right-hand side, but Bane just goes crazy. What a snap to get the first. And mows down Stacks for the 3K overall. DRX tie it up 2-2.
क्या मारते भाई ये जानवर लोग.
T1's round. You get a bunch of kills off the rim.
3v5 it.
Yeah. And then DRX able to punch right back. Win a couple fights. Shift over to the other side. Estrella wins a huge one against Sylvan. Sylvan there, 100% the right play to try to challenge that, but
it's a smile of a man who just pounded his way through a round despite having appendicitis.
He has looked pretty solid today overall. Buzz trying to follow up off the stealth drone, seeing if they can catch a change of ideas from DRX off the back of that. But Meteor's dead.
That he is. Stunned up, flashed, Hyunmin in on top of him, outgunning him as well. Plant coming through, Estrella dodging out in the bullet spray.
मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई प्लीज मैं जा रहा हूँ तो मैं सो जाता भाई बुड़ आवाज आ रहा है
dropping down overdrive going to be popped CHUMMI fully flashed up does end up falling easy able to find that with the sheriff swing onto the door though Stacks a headshot putting one back in kind Diffuse now held up the half as the molly hits the floor T1 somehow get this back in a somewhat winnable position still odds stacked against them and with that spray shot connecting
skin change कर दे
T1 but DRX not to be denied
Yeah,
अंदर से कैसा तो
doing a
होता
great
सुन
job,
के
but, T1 is constantly applying pressure at the other side of the map, at the north side at the beginning of the rounds. And DRX is kind of aggressively taking space now. And they're just, I mean, yes, weaker by 4T1 in this one, but plenty of damage done.
crucial था बे लेकिन
Maybe even a world
crucial था
where Diffuse gets a little bit closer, but, Bane felt like he had enough
Max का
time to
पोस्ट
go
देखा नहीं रे
for the wraparound. Didn't end up mattering, but now you've got the operator for Buzz. Izu one away from his ult, Stacks has his, Sylvan has his. Seemingly, be a tricky round for DRX.
Double reclear up into Arcade. And that's going to be free and caught. Do they know that Hyunmin's in position? Listen, the answer is no, though. So it's able to find one. Jiggles on the corner. Finds Sylvan. Now knows they have him dead to rights as things start getting absolutely chaotic. Smoke dissipating over here at main. Stacks able to find one, but Hyunmin comes away with a third as Stacks will fall. Hyunmin currently on for an ace. Buzz around the back, clearing out the cam, clearing out the trip, but it's just an op in hand.
एक flank है
Trying to re-clear and get them way forward here to the site. A lot of this is going to be on the shoulders of Izu, who does get the jump on Bane. Has the salvos, has the Armageddon. Does he opt to send it? The answer is going to be yes. That flush is
what a
straight up
flash.
forward, but the flash fully connects.
क्या blind
Now
दिया
into the 1v1.
भाई
Stuns exchanged. Connects onto Izu.
टाइमिंग
Straight
रहेगा क्या
holding the corner and has the shot instantaneously.
What the fuck
Close but no cigar. Economy broken. DRX now up by 2.
That's brutal for DRX.
भाई क्या खेल रहा है
That's a round again where you have a bunch of ultimates.
Max का पोस्ट देख नहीं मेरा झगड़ा हो गया
They
उसके साथ
don't really find enough effect. And instead, you're just getting picked apart. Couple good moments, but what a flash from Estrella. And then the cleanup as well. That last one, yeah, very nice. Bane has the neural theft. Meteor has the garden, but it's accoutrement by 4T1 again. Trying to do something.
Oh, trying
क्या
to
में
catch.
भाई ये मस्त है ना
It's going to be a repeat confidence
इतना
play
भी
for
मस्त नहीं है
Meteor.
देखा जाए तो हाँ इतना भी नहीं है
Why not?
कैजुअल बोल सकते
Some
कैजुअल
parts, moments like that from Meteor, and that's why he has 2 trophies.
Yeah, he's so good with the sheriff. That's why he has all that
ऐसे आरआर
confidence.
की में था ना
He's better than most. Slow push up.
ऐसे जी 150 का मेंबरशिप लेने के लिए है नहीं ये लगाया वो लगाया है गाफ पे
A
लगाओ क्या
lot of
तेरे
these defensive
थप्पड़
ideas for T1. Not really holding true for them. Green gonna get closer to the Armageddon. DRX slow creep up.
That's around the corner, dead. Spray through as Estrella finds that kill. Fast lane now set up, stuns out. As Buzz being focused here a little bit by the salvos, but as the smokes are dissipating, T1, they just rack up all the kills.
बैक बोलते
Buzz just absorbs all of the
आपका favorite
damage.
player in T1 Stacks
30 seconds.
And that is going to be T1 pulling off a Thrifty. I mean, Mako, 25 seconds.
Your
Try to
hairstyle
make
is very
anything
nice.
happen,
Please
but it
name
looks like it's just going to
Sachi.
be the call to save. Checks
बंको
back in
69 बोलते हैं
around this attacker spawn. Nothing to be seen. He'll try to hold on to the weapon. The T1 bringing it back to touching distance.
That is madness. I'd
150 का
love to see
मेंबरशिप
some of
कौन
that
लेता है
back
बेसी
from
1000 का
T1
करो
player
2000 का
angles.
है ब्रेन्स भाई
Because that was crazy spicy.
2000 वाला लो
Buzz is going to go down to Mako, but
चुप हो जा T1 को खेलने दे बंश
Pull
भाई
off the
मैं
Thrifty.
तो T1
Get one
फैन
away
हूँ
from
भाई
tying it up.
not at all. That's just all of a sudden.
members
It
only
looked
में
like
chat
this was
पड़ता है
going to
ऐसा
be
नहीं है
not too bad. I mean, yeah,
Nine
you was being
wages.
early, but clear stacks out. You're executing on the site. Sylvan just finds a great timing to hit Estrella in the back. And all of a sudden, there's 3 T1 players barreling down on top of you as DRX.
गेम
And it's a Thrifty. Just one of those timing trap plays that
रात
T1
को
loves
गेमिंग
to
स्ट्रीम
run.
होगी हाँ 12 या 12:30 बजे मैं लाइव हो जाऊंगा
Stuck is
गेमिंग
DRX. Plenty of money, though. Still both ults for the same players. Buzz has an op again. Gonna be forced off by the stun.
I think it's can get back onto the angle, but Smoke's now called in to obfuscate. Still drone, checking, not spotting.
Those are Sylvan smokes, so they're trying to play for another push across the ropes. It's kind of been DRX's MO, so T1 gonna lean into it. See if they can shut this down.
Aftershock holding back the Sands position. Buzz the peek in the mid. Nails the shot. Jiggle peek out, sending the relay bolt. Catches a glimpse there as well of Freeing. As a tiny bit of damage going to be taken. Tries to go for the reposition, and I don't think he's going to be ready for this one. No, he is not. Freeing able to get in on top. Coming away with 2-3 now as Stacks falls. Meteor needing to answer back in a huge way. The double face out. Isolates down to one. Mako draws the ghost, the sidearm. Delivering the final shots. DRX reestablishing a 2-round lead.
Fuck!
Yeah, I mean, so much pressure at this A side. I mean, util after util after util. And DRX just can't find a way to add some extra numbers over towards that A main battle. So Buzz is on a really tricky position this whole time where he's got a couple different angles to worry about. Does a decent job in the beginning, but nobody else on T1 is able to get into a spot to help him comfortably. They're trying to push through from A-Link, but they're stalled up.
Bhai baap mara na
Give
teen.
DRX the advantage they need to claim that space and open things up. T1 fought tooth and nail, but back to the ecos. I mean, granted, they've been having some success with them today. Seen a couple big eco wins for T1. This is not a position you want to be in on a consistent basis. Now Freeing as an Armageddon to boot. They're going to go all the way through sewers. They haven't done this yet, so trying to catch T1 a bit off guard.
Bit of a change up, but that peek from the north side about to come through. Izu steadily making his way closer across, and that jiggle peek tells all. Spots out multiple players. Meteor now reinforcing this spot as well. Flash not connecting.
Shit.
Looks for the transition there. Stun does come through, and Freeing able to peel off a kill. Bane now striking in from behind it. Main Sylvan caught off guard. Buzz arriving.
भाई सारे लोग भागते जा रहे, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा यार. भाई क्या गेम है भाई, सब तो भागते जा रहे, इधर भाग रहे, उधर भाग रहे, स्मोक में भाग रहे, मेरा ब्रेन खत्म हो गया.
Where a weapon can be
इसको
recoverable.
समझेगा क्या हुआ उधर?
Freeing might just look to try to protect them here.
That was scrappy.
हाँ, पनवेल जाना है.
Everybody just running around like crazy people at the
Evening
neon.
was my evening.
See what these last two players can do. A little bit of util for
भाई
Izu.
बस का
Grab the
मूवमेंट
Phantom.
देखने का भाई.
Stun connecting. Question is it going to be cosmetic? The answer is no, it is not. Or rather, yes, it absolutely is. Sorry, I mixed it up. Because my brain's about as scrambled as both of those players as Freeing comes away with 2 headshots. I can't believe it.
Neither can I. Just looking forward to
नियॉन का देखने का था
Esports
मूवमेंट.
Doug Malding.
नियॉन का मूवमेंट देखने का था
I mean,
ब्रो.
it's just
चक्कर आने
madness.
वाला मूवमेंट था.
Izu plays this
बस
really
था.
nice in the beginning of the round.
How does he get?
Even he can't believe
Yeah.
Hey, मैंने मारा.
it. I did it. Thank you.
Yeah. He can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't remember the saying. Timeout will
नहीं मतलब
at
स्टन
long
का
last
कोई
be
इज्जत
called, it
है.
feels like. I mean, 6-3
बात तो है.
for a while. It's so back and forth, but I hadn't seen any intervention. T1 will finally pump the brakes.
I mean, some of these rounds have been so close one way or the other. I mean, great reads on both sides. Sometimes it's just coming down to who can have that bigger impact in the heat of the moment. Some good pressure applied on the north side of the map by T1 has consistently given them some ability to react pretty well to DRX, but DRX is just fighting back. Got some great ideas and great teamwork today. a big Meteor fan.
Wanting an ace clutch there from the Teo.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something Freeing has done.
Yeah.
That is not an unreasonable ask. Well, kind of is, but
आसपास पापा नहीं है, मेरी बात सुनो.
we've seen it, so therefore, I'm okay with it.
It's within the realm of possibility. As Thorns looking to just lock down this position here for now. Stun on the corner, obviously not going to connect. The drone will look to try to force him back. Slide in, Hyunmin looking to really up the pace there. Does end up dying as Sylvan holds down the site. Cannot escape from the Armageddon. Stacks, however, able to find Estrella. Does make sure that they have the player advantage. As freeing, will not be able to find it. Stacks and Buzz going to be the last two standing. It's T1. Go ahead and get themselves a 4th round win potential to still yet run this back to a 6-6 half.
Yeah, this is a really good round for Sylvan and Stacks. Find some good timings. Well, great util dump, a crunch coming through from the B main ramp. And all of a sudden, Sylvan comes alive from the site itself. Just has to eat the altar. You know, he's gonna get shot one way or another, so just goes for the shots. Comes through with it. Stacks has a nice timing himself outside of Gen.
And then we get a timeout call from DRX.
I love it.
Well, basically back to back here. We'll see.
अरे टेंशन में आ गया तेरे मेरे को एक हफ्ते से मैसेज आ रहा था ना
in the lead in a position to at least
कार्ड को
have
यूज
that
कर रहा है
time
लेकिन
half.
ब्लॉक हो गया कार्ड को यूज कर रहा है ब्लॉक हो गया मेरे को अभी मैसेज आया कि कार्ड यूज हुआ है तो मैं वही कंफर्म कर रहा था कि मॉमडैड ने किया है कि क्या
It's such a back and forth between these two teams. You know it would be.
Yeah.
Which player would you like to do with Icebox, Celsius, Texture?
Done a phenomenal job this year. Some kind of interesting things going on. T1, didn't. It looked like maybe they were going to be the weaker team, and they came back, and Autumn got them through to a trophy, and then DRX has had some kind of player changes and things like that they've been able to just.
They've been going through the ringer lately.
Yeah.
I mean,
and look at the
flashback now being moved down to the academy team. Right. This being the permanent core 5.
Thanks for views.
He's playing with appendicitis.
Yeah.
Like
real answer is
blow after blow.
Right
now DRX doing pretty well to handle it. Bane's still going neutral here in the K&E department. There's Meteor missing the timing. Trying to advance to the smoke, but Estrella catching a glimpse and has that stinger point blank range is able to put him down. DRX with the lower investment, still looking to try. Get this one across the line.
Timing
away with 2. Estrella freeing, both going to be eliminated. Bane picks up another, is clear on the tripwire, gives away Buzz's position as well as just him sprinting forward, and Mako is not ready for it. Stun out Bane, just lingering here within the smoke. The Vandal recovered, picks up a 3K. Buzz now. Last one left, the overdrive to expire. The wraparound being threatened here. Buzz completely surrounded, is dancing, and it's going to be Bane through the box to find it, a 4K to guarantee DRX the lead at the half.
I mean, it's just crazy how some of these rounds basically come down to timings. I mean, if Estrella... It just must have been in the footsteps. But still, at timings like that, where if Meteor's maybe half a second earlier, he finds that kill, and it could be a completely different round. They're coming at you from a bunch of different angles. I'm waiting for someone from DRX to hold in B tunnel. Because Buzz has been kind of ignoring that. And he's been able to find some pretty quick flanks, even though DRX still wins the round. If they decide to go B again, let's see what they do. This time a heavy presence from DRX on the north side of the map. There's going to be the Vice Wall, though. They're going to be tripping, so giving some info over.
Oh, no. Sliding forward, looking for it. Mako does end up finding the kills. Orbital strikes are going to be stacked on top of each other. Sylvan comes away with 2 once again. Mako going to take it down. T1 desperately looking for this empty, and now it's looking likely. Been backpedaling away, Estrella just stuck with the shorty in hand. As the Steel Garden took away his weapons, and Hyunmin is just going to be pushed to oblivion by the Rolling Thunder. Still, maybe a little bit cosmetic, finds the first kill. Things get chaotic again, and now we go into the half with DRX up 7-5.
It's just madness.
There is a theory that instant increased accuracy. I noticed this in my gameplay
nice
also.
Play by Sylvan. He's always feels like he's always good for 2 in these rounds.
Just out of curiosity.
Just, can you get a little bit more consistency?
Though I say around the
Steel Garden, great. I mean, that was
hell of a half.
Yes, it's been just so chaotic. That's not what you usually expect out of these two teams. It's usually a little more, yeah.
Oh, I think they very much know what's at stake in that Desperation of sticking that upper side of the bracket, being one win away from Toronto. It's starting to set in. DRX especially wanting to be able to get their way back. Perfect synergy. I think you got to go with Freak's Tail.
Oh.
For me, it's
Freak's Tail, yeah.
Because Hyunmin, like, I don't really...
He's good on everything.
Yeah, I don't really think about any particular agent with him.
No. I think he's really solid on most agents that he plays.
Oh, come on. What kind of option is this? I crave this win versus who's the best team in Korea now?
I mean, I always take who's the best team in Korea now myself.
Yeah.
But that's kind of an odd second choice.
That's like, would you like a gourmet meal or a pile of dirt? Which one would you like to ingest? There's not much of a decision to be made.
No, I tend to agree. Well, trying
T1 जीत जाएगा ये fracture.
Success rolling. Again, it has been a real pain point for them. Huge push out over towards A main for DRX.
7-5 is a good half.
Doesn't really
heavy attacking map. Heavy
tell them a ton.
9-3 type.
But now they're starting to be a little bit suspicious that either the players are north or they're in B main. Buzz is starting to make his way into Meteor, or excuse me, Hyunmin's starting to make his way into Meteor's back. Meanwhile, Buzz is all the way up on the dish, almost in a drop.
Meteor trying to stay tucked. Tagged up. Oh, not quite checking for the angle. He's able to find the kill. Stun here onto Estrella as it gets awkward, and Meteor capitalizes in the chaos.
A panic moment there. That cost DRX 2 players. No fear. Continuing to storm into the back lines of DRX. They have no choice but try to go for the spike.
Mako and Bane now needing to deliver in a huge way, but side is completely surrounded with Meteor scaling forward through the defender spawn. Smoke called down, aftershock sent here. Mako will catch a timing, finds the headshot. Stack's gonna be put down. Looks for a little bit more, does find Meteor. But the salvos come through and the time is just not gonna be there. T1 taking that first step forward. It's running back this map and taking us to a third. They will go ahead and close out under the pistol.
This is just a little bit of an unfortunate timing for DRX. I mean, Meteor reads it nicely, anticipating that there might be pressure behind him, but this stun catches Estrella and Hyunmin as he's trying to jump around and
Esports
dodge Meteor.
Would you like to play once? जो ये साल champ जीतेगा वो.
Meteor is not gonna make it easy for you. Mako trying to do what he can, but very nice for T1 again. Pistols desperately needed for them, and they get both here on Fracture.
Mako with the 3 kills though, already halfway towards that orbital strike.
Max विराट से मिला. Excuse me भाई. Body देखा है?
As Bane,
विराट भाई मिले हैं.
Tower just has a shorty here. Spot out the camera.
That's pretty typical.
Aura.
Player's going to be up there on a Nico with a shorty.
Meteor v Mako about to come through. Okay, never mind. Just a couple shots to the box and will opt to back away. Meanwhile, this dish side of A site completely opened up.
If Green were to trip that wall, Meteor was right there.
Meteor, once again, going on a bit of a walkabout as the plant comes through. Potential 1v1 versus Bane over on that side. Looks like Bane's still maybe a little bit wary of it. Silva taking a forward position, pushes up, does still get stunned. He hasn't been able to collect one, but will die in response. Estrella similarly going to be taken down. And it seems like from the rest of the round from here can play out pretty smoothly for T1.
Besharam Pro Max.
Certainly seems that way, especially Bane having that shorty. Trying to find the opportunity to use it. Just going to wait the timeout. Hope maybe a T1 player comes their direction. He might get Meteor here. Oh, never mind.
Up and over the top, Meteor will go ahead and find one. Mako to make this a little bit more costly. I think it's an extra kill in, but 3 players surviving here from the side of T1. That will tie us up at 7-7.
It is pretty crazy how back and forth this has been. I mean, it's pretty similar scenes to what we saw on Lotus. Both these teams just so good. A bit of damage done, but Stax just watching the long angle. Position revealed. Bane goes down. So far, Meteor being a real nuisance.
No worry.
By himself over on the B main side. Is there going to be an answer for that from the side of DRX? I can see Hyunmin maybe lining up to get that cam a little bit deeper, checking. See if Meteor's over there, but this time
Meteor इससे पहले कौन सी टीम में था? Excuse me.
Orb ult grab for Stax.
देखिए लग रहा है.
And now they've got a rolling thunder. So this could be pretty tricky for DRX.
Bane कैसे जिंदा रहेगा इधर
far
पता
forward though is Bane.
लग गए Bane.
Rolling thunder, pushing Bane back. Cage coming up, but Buzz on his heels, spraying through, trying to find what he can, but it's going to be Sylvan there to collect it. Hyunmin.
गोली खत्म.
Runs out of bullets. Izu strikes him down. Guardian shot to the head, and suddenly T1 in control of the site. Spike planted and up by 2.
कैसे जिंदा था बे वो?
Okay. Straya finds a stray.
Picks up one, decent damage on the Stax and Sylvan as they're both down to 66. Salvo's to try to open up a bit of space. It's 3 players. Push back over here towards his arcade side with Buzz slowly drifting through the sewer, but DRX, they're not going fast on this. They're opting to go for the save. Backpedal away, and T1 is going to gain the lead.
अरे vegetarian और non-vegetarian Binks भाई.
Just a great rolling thunder there. And the follow-up from T1.
OT नहीं जाएगा, close जाएगा.
Perfect.
13.
They just go storming in off the back of it.
T1
They don't want to let the opportunity slip.
13-11, 13-10.
Try as they might, DRX players just could not find any safety. Sure, you get one, but
Nightfall around बताओ. Map 1 पे था, map 1.
T1 converting their bonus. All of a sudden, DRX kind of maybe wondering, ooh, was this the right map pick?
Uncertain. That is a huge win. I mean, obviously 3 weapons carried forward, but for Bane and Estrella,
8-7, 9-7, उसके बाद ult आ जाएगा. T1 के पास 10-7. मेरा prediction.
The breach. Passing that weapon over to Hyunmin.
10-7 chat.
Just grab the gun off your fallen comrades, maybe, but a little bit of info there. Buzz, he's often
इसको
going to be
support
tip of the spear, but you do see him kind of run around on his own. DRX with just that one player there, Freeing says, I don't really think I can comfortably hold this, especially against a Neon. Need a little bit of reinforcements. Gonna notice that Vice wall again. The real question is they want to just fake trip it. Yep. And then just go back in towards A. Buzz is all the way in spawn.
Oh boy. He made noise. Yeah, Ping's coming down on his position. Seems like they have this well read. Bane with just a ghost is going to be a bit more trepidatious to try to go for the attack here.
This is such
time, double face forward on the Meteors, looking for a timing, but he's unable to find it. And then will collect the hand Mako in from behind as well. To at least guarantee a trade out. In the meantime, though, B site being taken. As Plant comes through bottom of the stairs, 4 stacks. Ult's unavailable here from either side. This is Izu trying to scale forward, take that fight. Freeing ends up getting taken down. Sylvan trying to recover here on the reload and from being blind. It's unable to find it. Buzz now striking in from behind, however. Able to find one as Mako will get taken down. Stacks here on the verge, right on the edge of that smoke. Buzz is now the last one standing. He tries to set up for the relay bolt, but gets his head taken off. The fuse is in, DRX. They tie us up now 8-8.
This is really nice recovery for DRX because like looking at the map, T1 is all over the place. Buzz is on his own over at A site. He gets all the way into your spawn. Meteor's lurking around A, the bottom side of A and B. And then the rest of them are just kind of slow pushing through arcade, and then you're able to get this retake to go quite cleanly. So that is a very solid round for DRX, and now you're back to 8-8. Gunman's got the overdrive.
या फिर अपन वैलोरेंट गलत खेलते हैं या फिर ये लोग गलत खेल रहे हैं.
Be a nuisance.
ना इकोनॉमी की इज्जत, ना गन की इज्जत.
Let go, try to look for some of that Cypher util. We'll catch one of the trips. The other one's still at the front of B there. Drone. Yep. So, shocker, the Vice wall in the exact same place, but there's an arc rose on the other side.
Good hit. Blast trap destroyed. Wall tripped.
Okay. I mean, she said everything for me. I didn't have
She
to
did.
Yeah. Vice just doing the commentary. This Buzz forcing away, but Sylvan covering fire comes up with 2, then a third. Using Buzz as a bit of a distraction. Now the plant in here for T1. Binks still a world away. Mako, the only player nearby.
10-7 सुनाई दिया रहेगा.
10-8
बोला था मैंने. 10-8.
It's just so back and forth.
ये लोग feelings
just looking for these little advantages, these round-around changes that you see. They're all over the place, and that time Meteor tries something a little bit different.
But DRX
still able to dissect it, not get caught in the trap, and yet when they try to make a move back towards the site, Sylvan's already there, and he's letting Buzz do some of the hard work for sure. But he hits some nasty shots. Gets 3, and on the hunt now. T1 just seeing.
Feelings या तो DRX खेलते बात है.
Oh, never mind. Caught Mako.
It's the one gun save.
If they try.
That's painful.
आज लन में पिसक आया था क्या?
Maybe enough to pass over something like a Guardian or a Bulldog going into that next round.
अभी उड़पी आपका कौन सा है?
Mangalore. मेरे डैड उड़पी से. Sylvan.
बस मारा ना सिल्वन ने.
Him up here. Huge 3K from him. And a
Pros
timeout
in
call
player
now.
are 100 times better than top ranked player
from
by
the DRX camp.
See Primi.
I mean, this is a tough map to read right now. T1 is doing a great job. Every round looks way different. They're making little micro adjustments with the lurks and with some of the player positionings.
After the watch party, कभी emo 3 lobby देखने मिलेगा with some goated shots.
Off of it.
को बुलाना पड़ेगा.
Really being put to the
मेरा
test as
अकेले
the
का rank
IGL.
fucked up है.
Meanwhile, Stax is really putting on a pretty good show. I mean, granted, the counter punches have been good, but this attacker side definitely a little bit more tricky. Yeah, it's Fracture. You've got a lot of space to work with. A lot of it's just making sure that you're getting your players in the right places at the right time, trying to keep track of the movements of your opponents. But again, T1's not making it easy because sometimes they'll send Buzz out on his own, and obviously you never know where Meteor's going to show up.
Bunks by such a fireman.
You got to kind of wait for some of that initiator util to be thrown at you to start thinking about making the reactions, and it a little too late.
मैं भी ये बोलूँगा. जैसे कैम आप पे आएगा ना.
Like maybe he was going to try to accelerate. Takes a pause, waiting to see if anybody's around the corner. Getting pushed forward by those salvos. Just making some noise, some distraction. Kind of the name of the game here.
Fault lines out. It's offering hovering the Armageddon there for a brief little moment, but given the economy, you need to be absolutely certain.
Not in this economy.
हाँ क्या?
Just going to be
Production
up there in the main tripwire, closed out. Estrella somewhat nearby to try to offer some support here to Bane, who's alone in tower at the moment. Has that stinger at range.
You have to go huge here.
Now starting to be pressured out. It's back around, swings in, is able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down, but eventually closes in the distance, finds him. Estrella similarly dead. He's still hovering this ult. They're going to commit for this.
Oh boy.
The Armageddon getting sent in. It feels like this might just be a bridge too far. No one going to be dead to that. Hunman does have the overdrive. Maybe can deliver on this front, but it's only going to be for the one kill. Azizu out the tower. Peeks and finds the enemy Neon. Point blank Buzz. As Vine's freeing Mako.
Double round, baby!
Up to double digits. And it feels like DRX overcooking and overcommitting.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't mind obviously throwing the overdrive when you're on an eco, but the Armageddon to try to push players into it. Finds a nice little safety spot there to spray down the players coming up ramp, and then but T1 is just coming at you from so many different angles, and they're toying with the timings. Like Meteor's clearing the trip, and then they're looking to see what the reaction is going to be off DRX. They don't just clear the trip and go. Trying to figure out exactly what's going to happen, and Bane throws up a smoke. They start scaling in off the back of that. Going to use those salvos once again to bully this arcade angle, but last round it was kind of a slow push up. Now it's over towards Dish, where there is a tripwire waiting. So spreading the map a little bit, our DRX, to try to get a little bit more info, to try to get ahead of this game. The T1 has been plagued, which is go all over the map and try to guess where we're going to come from. And Buzz is just going to wait it out. He hears it. They're going to wait for their moment. Yeah.
Do they just try to fake this? They just send the Steel Garden, but looks like he's just going to slowly creep across over towards that arcade side. Sun sent, salvos out. Sylvan needing a tiny bit of damage. As Rolling Thunder going to be sent, looking to try to re-clear in towards Halls, but no one there to receive it as they try to go for the pinch. Little strike. Oh! Splitting them apart. Stacks isolated and dead. The spike now stranded here on the side itself. Swing around the Rosie here. Sylvan going to be able to find one, but Mako quickly trades him out. 4v2. Media's position noted. This should be known as well. Finds a hell of a shot. Puts the operator on the floor. Smoke now dissipating. As his own Armageddon going to be called in. Mako forced to try to reposition. Finds the shot. Drops down and with 5 HP survives. Recovers the op. And gets DRX around win.
अल्ट का थोड़ा सा सीन हो गया रे
Things are getting weird
भाई, लेकिन मीटर के पास अल्ट है.
This time,
मीटर जाएगा अंडरपास, अल्ट मारेगा
glancing right when they get to the site, they want to try to clear because they know that orbital strike is there. They don't find Mako, they don't find much in a main, so they come back.
Hello, Binks from the non-member community. Hello,
Mako's around there somewhere, so I'm going to plant somewhere in kind of an unusual spot. It's not a default spot in the back corner, and Mako still reads it.
They're never going to see that. I'm in the middle of
I'm just out in the open. Yeah.
Well, Youngman goes for the peak. Meteor taken down. It feels like the first time that we have a solid advantage for DRX at the start of the round in quite some time.
IV4 Estrella के पास अल्ट है.
T1.
भाई वाइस को ढूंढ के मारा भाई. वाइस का अल्ट क्रूशियल था.
Now, this opens up
अंडरपास
space
बोला था,
for
अंडरग्राउंड चला गया बंदा.
quickly clear through spawn.
Oh, wide swing out.
बस बोलते. अभी भी open.
And gets taken down as fast lane going to be sent. Hyunmin in danger. It's going to be freeing actually out from tree.
Huge.
Who spares him his life.
Oh,
Mako just doing his normal stuff, finding Sylvan inside of a smoke.
उसने देखा जाते हुए.
Hyunmin will get taken down, but it's now all on Izu. The salvos and a stun. All that he has to work with comes from the flash. Stun going to be committed here. They clear up close. Tries to swing out, stray up, holding the line, able to find it. Operator can be recovered, and DRX tying it up 10-10.
Meter अल्ट बोला तो इसको.
And this is
technically
why it's so big that they find Meteor early and get that pick, because it opens up the space for free to make that quick rotation through attacker side spawn to save Hyunmin's life, potentially save the round. Big opener. I mean, Buzz finds a great one. That is so nasty. Dude, freeing is...
मैं बोल रहा हूँ बे, वो main है बे, Teo main है वो.
It's just different.
मेरे भाई language.
When Teo's on freeing.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
How can I say? How could I have gotten that wrong? And now you've got the Rolling Thunder, the Cypher ult. T1 does have the Steel Garden still. Able to.
Lets him know.
Yeah, not able to find the timing though. They're still gonna keep pushing forward. Are they gonna challenge this?
Reposition.
Right
through. Meteor trying to approach in from main. Into the back and freeing again has Buzz's number. Rolling Thunder gonna go cross as well as the Steel Guard and everything in the kitchen sink being thrown here at the site. Straight up.
Amount of fucking delay.
That is the aftershock. Able to catch him. We can only anticipate that he was stunned up. The fight now, the action grinding to a halt.
कैसे घुसेंगे? देखना क्या?
4v4 with still Bane across the opposite side of the map.
Meteor creating that extra angle. T1 still keen to try to break through. It's going to come down to timing and util placement. If Stax' fault line, Izu's salvo's off cooldown. Sylvan, no more smokes though.
Trying to flush him out, but fast lane saved. Gunman keeps himself covered. Be tight angles here to try to use that operator, and he's losing teammates. Does manage to find one, swaps to the shorty, takes down Sylvan. Stax Last one alive here for the side of T1. Brings it now into a 1v1. Bane does have the neural depth. Could try to go for the reveal, but should have a pretty good idea of Stax' position. As there's the swing out, Bane will shut him down. DRX reestablish the lead, 11-10.
Yeah, this is so back and forth. I mean, when it looks like one team has kind of found themselves an advantage, might be able to take the round, the other one just punching right back, and this time DRX trapped in a corner. The initial entry, you know, Buzz just sacrificing himself to try to clear space, and Stax and Meteor able to follow up someone, but then Hyunmin, Operator Shorty, just doing a great job behind that pillar. And it's going to have to be a timeout for T1. Because they need to figure out a way to get this attacker side to find the success they were having at the beginning. You know, now they're trying to get a different level of trickery where they'll make some contact somewhere, take a pause, and then try to set up for their execute. And again, setting up those crossfires, but by the time they got to the site, the biggest problem was so many smokes. They couldn't find that opening, couldn't create that easy entry that they really needed. You had to rely on Buzz just throwing himself out there, figuring out where your opponents are based on that. And just all the players from T1.
इस बार क्या स्पीच होने वाला है आपका VLT एसेंशियल जीतने के बाद आपने लिख के रखा है?
Last time out call here from either side. The players now left to their own devices as T1
crazy speech, crazy.
looks to try to get themselves back into the driver's seat. Down by 1. Still some key ultimates they're able to utilize. Looks like okay, they do manage to pass a weapon over into Izu's hands. They get him a Bulldog. Rolling Thunder there. For the moment here for DRX. Given one more round of play, you're looking at potentially having that orbital as well as that Armageddon online.
That's going to be very favorable ult cycling for DRX. T1 obviously needs this round, but
Toggle on the camera, Buzz riding the rope, and instantaneous with the headshot. Takes out Bane, Izu. And that Bulldog they can use finds Mako. Just like that, T1 in with the advantage.
Buzz is just doing a great job up in tower.
Bro.
They're just going to be sprinting away.
Almost out.
It's okay, T1.
Everybody is saying, everybody wanna know, what if I didn't win?
They'll make it 11-11.
And it's nothing fancy. It's just go for the B hit. Go through arcade. See if you can punish Bane up in that tower. And then you find that second kill and you're off to the races. Easy peasy for T1. God, what a match. Both these teams just so good on their adjustments.
We very well still could be going to overtime here.
Certainly feels like it.
Nice. Not 20, I think 13-11 T1.
Nobody's there. It's okay.
I have a gut feeling.
Flawless rounds. It's T1.
Yep. It's right there.
Up.
My gut feeling is right there.
Don't have to commit the ultimates here. Managed to maintain those.
But क्या shot मारा ना बस ने?
Little bit of stress there for Termi. They are.
He's been having a lot to deal with.
Yeah.
Half shot मारा.
A lot on his shoulders, a lot on his plate. But still, I think with overall a very good approach to this playoffs here, considering everything that's happened, saying, look, even if we don't make it to Toronto, if we are able to become better from this playoffs, from this stage, that's still something to be proud of.
Oh, they should 100% be proud of the way they're playing. To me, they look very, very solid. Rolling Thunder, only connecting onto freeing.
When it pushes him into the open and into the salvo. Izu there to capitalize with that util. Player advantage now coming through. Bane quickly trying to rotate over. Hyunmin trying to watch over towards this dish side. No one on the north here from T1. Just a stinger from Mako. A neural depth available if they can try to find a corpse. Flash out, Meteor fully blinded up. Regains vision. Mako can take it down. Easy with the peek out from the door, able to find the trade up. Estrella now dead. 2v4.
was hotter than some Saturday
every position from Hyunmin, and it seems like once again the call to save has been made. DRX gonna have to try to
love
play this out
you.
in overtime for the victory.
179 in chat.
T1 will get up to
That's a
match
double
point.
jokes right there.
Again, just another kind of
Bug ba
quick hit,
asna
set play, execute off the back of the Rolling Thunder. You kill a player on site, get that spike down ASAP. I think that might have been something that Autumn had to say is, don't overthink this. You guys are, you know, we saw that one round where they came up through Dish, went all the way through A main, back into the hall, and didn't plant when they had the opportunity to. Kind of cost them around. Just be decisive here. Have some confidence. That's been one of the big things that Autumn's been saying a lot in some of the post-match interviews, is that the team needs confidence, the players need confidence. And that's something that T1, if they have, he feels that that is a key to victory for them. As simple as that.
Well, it's certainly been warming up, but take a look. That Neural is still available. Mako now in Orbital Strike online as Hyunmin swings out, finds Buzz. First kill going the way of DRX as they look to take us into yet another overtime.
Tags in there. Tags in there, chat.
Instead,
समझ
they're
रहे हो?
going to use it to check Arcade. They're not going to see too much.
And no one playing here within the site itself.
It's just a reaction from DRX based on the conditioning from the last couple rounds where it had been quick hits from T1. And instead, T1 wisely changes directions. See if they can get this plant done cleanly.
Trips cleared out. Smokes starting to dissipate, and there's a stun into the orbital, and Stax is able to escape.
जिंदा है, बोला था कि नहीं?
The plant interrupted
बोला था कि
here for
नहीं?
the moment. Crossfire set up attempt here from the side of T1. Is now Armageddon set to try to counteract the positions. Meteor, however, taken down as Hyunmin is able to find one. Overdrive going to be popped. Stax dead. Looking for a little bit more freeing, finding Sylvan, and here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Izu gonna look to try to pull off an absolute miracle, but he cannot. Mako swoops around.
बोला था कि नहीं 13 11 नहीं होएगा. बोला था कि नहीं.
Us going overtime once more.
भाई
Just
मेरी
unbelievable.
कांड दुख गई भाई.
The back and forth between these two teams is just incredible. And this time, DRX, you know, even though they get that pick, they don't quite read the bigger picture well. They're able to delay enough with the orbital strike that they can get into place to start fighting. Once the smokes drop, they're starting to cut T1 players down one by one. And that extra player is certainly helping, but
अब T1 को पूरा पता है कि DRX क्या करेगा.
Now we go to OT. No.
So with that knowledge of the expertise,
it's just going to be the rifles. DRX starting on the attacker's side. Gonna try a north side hit.
I think
leaving Mako all on his own down towards A main. Seemingly
crazy देखने मिलेगा.
Just trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Wanted to get a tripwire set up on that northern side, 'cause that's where T1 was putting a lot of pressure on their defense.
Huh?
Been flashed up. Continues to scale forward, looking like a B crunch.
There.
Somewhat aware though. RT1.
कौन जीतेगा बंग भाई
right on top of
T1
the orb.
जीतना चाहिए. Technically T1 जीतना चाहिए.
They're coming from the other direction too.
And now starting to scale forward, slides in. Meteor immediately assassinated. Stax is able to trade it back, so Hyunmin dead on the ground. 4v4 now. Push out Estrella. Not able to capitalize there for a brief little moment, but eventually he's able to find the kill. Buzz answering one back. Player advantage is here for the side of the DRX.
Go, go, go.
Fast lane on the setup. Izu with the timing.
यार
A bit off guard is stunned. Not quite connecting, and Izu's down to 7. The salvo sent to try to make a go of it, but Flash at the ready. Both players disconnected back in towards main. Plant not in for them. Mako just looking for the slow creep up as there's the stun. Izu says, I guess I just try to hold this one to completion. But TRX did not allow for it. Match point is theirs.
Yeah, just a really nice play there.
भाई मेरी बात
A little bit more diligent.
मेरी बात सुनो. चलो बख्शदी हो गया. अब ध्यान से देखना, ध्यान से समझ के देखना कि टेक्निकली अटैक किसका बाप था? T1 का था कि नहीं? था कि नहीं? था कि नहीं? तो
But Sylvan maybe over here to back up Meteor a bit. T1 remembering what happened last time.
Meteor on the jiggle peak. Gunman going out a little bit wider, and this time the shot not going to connect.
भाई नियॉन
In the
देखो
meantime,
किधर तक
Buzz
पहुंच
is going to
गया
try to push through, but Bane's going to judge the change up here in OT, catching him off guard.
कैसे हो सकते हैं भाई इससे
Shorty does not win that fight.
कैसे हो सकते हैं बे
That's so frustrating for T1, I'm sure.
कैसे
You've been bullying him up there, so what's his answer? Just grab a shotgun. Good luck.
हाँ
And now they're forced to flip around the north side, over towards this A site. You still have Sylvan lingering back, trying to make his way through the sewer. The judge of that range, even if the peek comes through from Bane, obviously not going to do much, but DRX are getting a good sense of this. 3 players in position to get the punish. The op about to be set up over at the rope, as they have to come down one by one out of drop.
Look at Mako.
ये तो चेक होने वाला है भाई
Fault line not connecting. He tucks back over into the smoke. Kenman on the peak, able to find one. Meteor going to be taken down the gun barrel. Spotted, but Izu able to find him. But Kenman finding a second free from stairs. Gets rid of stacks, and it's now all on Sylvan. 25 seconds, a 1v4. T1 have asked this man to clutch in the past, and he has delivered, but right now it seems like it is going to be a bridge too far. The time dwindling. DRX playing around with their numbers, with the clock. And Sylvan will only be good for one. 14-12, DRX reestablish themselves as the king of Korea.
प्रेडिक्शन था कि
Just a
नहीं
great back and forth.
मैं बोला था कि नहीं कि जीतेगा DRX लेकिन अपन सपोर्ट करेंगे T1 बोला था कि नहीं मैंने बोला था कि नहीं भाई ऐसे नहीं है भाई प्रोएस्ट एनालिसिस्ट ऑफ ऑल ऐसे नहीं है भाई समझ रहे हो है मानो या ना मानो है तो घर पे मारते नहीं है ऐसे हरकतों से रेगा की यूपीआई मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ बहुत प्यारी लाइफ पार्टनर मिलेगी आपको हाँ क्रेजी 40 रुपए में हेड फिल हो रहा है ना 40 Would a cardboard be a waste of paper? Cardboard belt be a waste of paper? कल क्या चलता है चैट में मेरे को समझ भी नहीं आता हाँ या फिर मुझे गाली पड़ती है या फिर इससे टॉप लेवल जोक्स आते या फिर मुझे वापस गाली पड़ती है यही है बे सर्कल ऑफ लाइफ कल पिंकी भाभी ने भी ऐसे ही इग्नोर किया था सिमरन पाजी मजाक सेट कर आपको नहीं कर रहे थे जोक्स को कर रहे थे मेरे हिसाब से देखा जाए Who is the best team in Korea now? दर्शन भाई एक मैच हुआ नहीं Who is the best team in Korea now? Who is the best team in Korea now? Who is the best team in होने दो ना अभी मास्टर्स होएगा फिर चैम्प्स होएगा फिर मालूम पड़ेगा ना हाँ रुको ना रुको Okay guys, that is it. Adios, shady में adios. Take care. See ya. 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ members only. थोड़ी देर झेलता के लेंगे 8 बजे तक ही खेल सकते हैं उसके बाद मैं सोने जाऊंगा 9 से 12 बजे सोऊंगा 12:30 बजे लाइव आऊंगा 12:30 बजे से 2:30 अपन गेमिंग करेंगे और 2:30 से हम करेंगे NA वॉच पार्टी ठीक है 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ मेंबर्स बाय 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 आदियोस शेड में आदियोस टेक केयर सी यू लव यू बाय बाय सी या मेक श्योर टू लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब और स्नैक्स बाय का पोस्ट जरूर देखना बाय बाय
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting